mais Corraram fatugati Me hos bagutava Gotum ufalali Bingo fentan Fuga vecce Libi fa
Jassadima fighti libe Jassadima fighti libe Jassadima fighti libe Jassadima fighti libe
ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಬೋಡು 5G ನೆಟ್ವರ್ಕ್
Bebe, क्या हो रहा है? Bebe, मी क्या हो रहा है?
ಕಮೆಂಗ್ ಹಿಂಗಾಲೊಮ್ಮೆ ಉದಗು ಕಮೆದ್ದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ ಕಮೆಂಗ್ ಹಿಂಗಾಲಂಬೇಣೊಮಿಯ ಉರಿದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ ಕುರಿಯರುಮೆಂಗ್ ಅವಹ ಬೇಣುಂದೋ 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ ಹಯಾತುಗ ಅವಹ ಕುರಿಯರುಂ ಹೋದಾಲಂ ಬೇಣುಮಿಯ ಉರಿದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ ಮಡುಕುರುಮ್ಮಿ ವರ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಅಮೆದ್ದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ ಸತೇಕ ಗುಣ ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ ತಜುರ್ಬಾ ಕೊಲ್ಲುಮ ಉರಿದೂಗೆ 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ
ಗೇಮಿಂಗ್ ಇತುರು ಹರಫತಕ ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಸಳಿ ಗೇಮಿಂಗ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಉರಿದು
जाणू तो एक है राकी तो एक हथियार उतर की हमला दी फुरडी लाफा दुआ क्या गादा ना तरो बैबा कुरा फुम्मा द बैकुडा गादुरा मुझे यारू कम को दूडू गाला फुरा काका बारा दुत वेनी हकुडा मत कम फस की चवेनी they will survive for the veiny divide को टीम किंग को the veiny गा बदन का को गेमिंग काका तुरे का को बेडी काका पा ए हो the veiny फहुमी है का को the veiny दी बुवाने मी मगे महल मगे राज मी मगे वतन
Welcome to Ooredoo Nation.
किया बला किया ने काळू काळू कुरु कुरु काळू काळू किरुळी कुकुळू फास्ट को किया करकुर काळू किरुळू नो 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 काळू कुरु काळू किरुळी कुकुळू
ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಏದೋ ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಹಲವು ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ಗೆ ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್ ಅಕ ಉರಿದೂಗೆ ಅನ್ಲಿಮಿಟೆಡ್ ಸೂಪರ್ ನೆಟ್
काळू कुरु काळू किरुळी कुकुळू
ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಏದೋ ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಹಲವು ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ಗೆ ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್ ಅಕ ಉರಿದೂಗೆ ಅನ್ಲಿಮಿಟೆಡ್ ಸೂಪರ್ ನೆಟ್ ಇದು ಸ್ಮಿಯಂ ಐ ಲಿವೆ
ಫೋನು ಗಾವೆ ಮುಳಿ ಹಯಾತಾನ ಟುಂಗುಳಿಲ ನೀತ ಕುಮ್ಮಿಸಕಿ ಮೇಜುಗ ಎಫಶಿ ಗೇಮುಗ ಕುಳುನು ಸ್ಪೀಡುಗ ಎ ಪಬ್ಜಿ ಗಣ ಸ್ನೆಪ್ ಕುರೆ ಎಸಕ ಮೀಮ್ ತಕ ಎ ಫುರಿ ಫೀಡುಗ ಎ ಟೆಕು ಟಕು ಫುರ ಎ ಫಿಟು ಚೆಕು ತಕ ಬೆ ಓಜಿ ಫಶ ಎ ಸಾಳಿ ಟ್ರೆಂಡಕ ಎ ಕಿ ಬಜಿದುವಾ
Fursat libuni technology libe kuri eruma eko haru fatuga libe hus baguta bagutung ufala libe huwa fenta fuga veche libe fa
Jassali ma fighti libe Jassali ma fighti libe Jassali ma fighti libe Jassali ma fighti libe
ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಬೋಡು 5G ನೆಟ್ವರ್ಕ್
बेबे बेबे क्या हो रखा बेबे मी क्या हो रखा
ಕಮೆಂಗ್ ಹಿಂಗಾಲೊಮ್ಮೆ ಉದಗು ಕಮೆದ್ದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾದ ಕಮೆಂಗ್ ಹಿಂಗಾಲಂಬೇಣುಮಿಯ ಉರಿದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾದ ಕುರಿಯರು ಮೆಂಗ್ ಅವಹ ಬೇಣುಂದೋ 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ ಹಯಾತುಗ ಅವಹ ಕುರಿಯರು ಹೋದಾಲಂ ಬೇಣುಮಿಯ ಉರಿದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ ಮಡುಕುರುಮ್ಮಿ ವರ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಅಮೆದ್ದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ ಸತೇಕ ಗುಣ ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ ತಜುರ್ಬಾ ಕೊಲ್ಲುಮ ಉರಿದೂಗೆ 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ
ಗೇಮಿಂಗ್ ಇತುರು ಹರಫತಕ ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಸ್ಥಳಿ ಗೇಮಿಂಗ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಉರಿದು
है जानू तो एक है राकिता एक हथियार उतर के हमला दी फुरडिला फादुआ क्या गादा ना तोरो बैकुरा फुम्मा द बैकुडा गादुरा मुझे यारू कम को दूडू वाला फुरा काका बादा तो वेनी हकुदा मत का फस्की चवेनी Rival survive pure veni Divide ko team king pure veni Nga badan kaku he gaming Kaka ture kaku he bedi Kaka pa e hure veni Fahumi heka kukure veni Divu vani mi mage mahal Mage raja mi mage matal
Welcome to Ooredoo Nation.
ಕಿಯಾ ಬಲ ಕಿಯಾನೆ ಕಾಳು ಕಾಳು ಕುರು ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳಿ ಕುಗುಳು ಕಿರುಳು ಕುಗುಳು ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಕೊಕ್ಕಿಯಾಲ ಕರ್ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳು ನೋ 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 ಕಾಳು ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳಿ ಕುಗುಳು
ಫಾಸ್ಟೇ ಇದು ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಹಲವು ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ಗೆ ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್ ಅಕ ಉರಿದೂಗೆ ಅನ್ಲಿಮಿಟೆಡ್ ಸೂಪರ್ ನೆಟ್
ಕಾಳು ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳು ಕುಗುಳು
ಫಾಸ್ಟೇ ಇದು ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಹಲವು ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ಗೆ ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್ ಅಕ ಉರಿದೂಗೆ ಅನ್ಲಿಮಿಟೆಡ್ ಸೂಪರ್ ನೆಟ್ ಎದು ಸ್ಮಿಯಂ ಐ ಲಿವೆ ಲಿವೆ
ಫೋನುಗಾ ವಿಬುಳಿ ಹಯಾತಾನ ಟುಂಗುಳಿಲನೀತ ಕುಮ್ಮಿಸಕಿ ಮೇಜುಗಾ ಎಫಶಿ ಗೇಮುಗಾ ಕುಳುನು ಸ್ಪೀಡುಗಾ ಎ ಪಬ್ಜಿ ಗಣ ಸ್ನೆಪ್ ಕುರೆ ಎಸಕ ಮೀಮ್ ತಕ ಎ ಫುರಿ ಫೀಡುಗಾ ಎ ಟೆಕು ಟಕು ಫುರಾ ಎ ಫಿಟು ಚೆಕು ತಕ ಬೆ ಓಜಿ ಫಶಾ ಎ ಸಾಳಿ ಟ್ರೆಂಡಕ ಎ ಕಿ ಬಜಿದುವಾ
Puro santa liberne technology libe kuri eruma eko haru fatuga tibe hos baguta bagutung ufala libe huwa fenta fuga vecce libe fa
Jassali ma fighti libe Jassali ma fighti libe Jassali ma fighti libe Jassali ma fighti libe
ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಬೋಡು 5G ನೆಟ್ವರ್ಕ್
Bebe, bebe, क्या हो रखा? Bebe, मी क्या हो रखा?
ಕಮೆಂಗ್ ಹಿಂಗಾಲೊಮ್ಮೆ ಉದಗು ಕಮೆದ್ದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ ಕಮೆಂಗ್ ಹಿಂಗಾಲಂಬೇಣೊಮಿಯ ಉರಿದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ ಕುರಿಯರು ಮೆಂಗ್ ಅವಹ ಬೇಣುಂದೋ 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ ಹಯಾತುಗ ಅವಹ ಕುರಿಯರುಂ ಹೋದಾಲಂ ಬೇಣುಮಿಯ ಉರಿದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ ಮಡುಕುರು ಮೀ ವರ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಅಮೆದ್ದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ ಸತೇಕ ಗುಣ ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ ತಜುರ್ಬಾ ಕೊಲ್ಲುಮ ಉರಿದೂಗೆ 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ
ಗೇಮಿಂಗ್ ಇತುರು ಹರಫತಕ ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಸ್ಥಳಿ ಗೇಮಿಂಗ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಉರಿದು
ಜಾಣುತ ಏಕೆ ಹ್ಯಾರಾಕಿತ ಏಕೆ ಹತಿಯಾರುತ್ತದೆ ಏಕೆ ಹಮಲಾದಿ ಫುರುಡಿ ಲಾಫಾದುವ ಗ್ಯಾಗಾದಾನ ತರು ಬ್ಯಾಬಾಕುರ ಫುಮ್ಮಾದ ಬ್ಯಾಕುಡಾಗಾದುರ ಮುಜಿಯಾರು ಕಮುಗದೂಡು ವ್ಯಾಲಾಫುರ ಕಾಕಬ್ಬಾರದ್ದುತ ವೇಣಿ ಹಂಗುಡಾಮತ ಕಫಸ್ಕಿಚ ಹೇಣಿ ದೈವರ್ ಸಫೈ ಪುರ ವೇಣಿ ದಿವ ಇಕ್ಕೊ ಟೀಮ್ ಕಿಂಗ್ ಕುಡೆ ವೇಣಿ ಹಿಂಗಾಬದಂ ಕಾಕು ಹೆಗೇಮಿ ಕಾಕತ್ತುರೆ ಕಾಕು ಹೆಬೇಡಿ ಕಾಕಬ್ಬಾ ಏ ಹುರ ವೇಣಿ ಫಹುಮಿ ಹೆಕ ಕಿಕ್ಕುರೆ ವೇಣಿ ದೀದುವಾಣಿ ಮೀ ಮಗೆ ಮಹಲ್ ಮಗೆ ರಾಜ ಮೀ ಮಗೆ ವತನ್
Welcome to Ooredoo Nation.
ಕಿಯಾ ಬಲ ಕಿಯಾನೆ ಕಾಳು ಕಾಳು ಕುರು ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳಿ ಕುಕುಳು ಕಿರುಳು ಕುಕುಳು ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಕೊಕ್ಕಿಯಾಲ ಕರ್ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳು ನೋ 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 ಕಾಳು ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳಿ ಕುಕುಳು
ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಏದೋ ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಹಲವು ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ಗೆ ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್ ಅಕ ಉರಿದೂಗೆ ಅನ್ಲಿಮಿಟೆಡ್ ಸೂಪರ್ ನೆಟ್
ಕರ್ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳು ಕುಕುಳು
ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಏದೋ ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಹಲವು ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ಗೆ ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್ ಅಕ ಉರಿದೂಗೆ ಅನ್ಲಿಮಿಟೆಡ್ ಸೂಪರ್ ನೆಟ್ ಎದು ಸ್ಮಿಯಂ ಐ ಲಿವೆ ಲಿವೆ
ಫೋನುಗಾವೆ ಮುಳಿ ಹಯಾತಾನ ಟುಂಗುಳಿಲನೀತ ಕುಮ್ಮಿಸಕಿ ಮೇಜುಗಾ ಎಫೆಶ್ ಗೇಮುಗಾ ಕುಳುನು ಸ್ಪೀಡುಗಾ ಎ ಪಬ್ಜಿಗಣ ಸ್ನೆಪ್ ಕುರೆ ಎಸಕ ಮೀಮ್ ತಕ ಎಫುರಿ ಫೀಡುಗಾ ಎಟೆಕು ಟೊಕು ಫುರ ಎಫೆಟು ಚೆಕು ತಕ ವೆ ಓಜಿ ಫಶಾ ಎಸಾಳಿ ಟ್ರೆಂಡಕ ಎಕಿ ಬಜಿದುವಾ
Santa Liberty, technology, libe kuri eruma, eko haru fatuga, libe hos baguta, bagutung ufala, libe huwa fenta, fuga veche, libe fa.
Jassali ma fighti libe 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 Jassali ma fighti libe 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 Jassali ma fighti libe 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 Jassali ma fighti libe
ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಬೋಡು 5G ನೆಟ್ವರ್ಕ್
ಬೇಬೆ ಬೇಬೆ ಕ್ಯಾ ಹೊರಕ ಬೇಬೆ ಮೀ ಕ್ಯಾ ಹೊರಕತ್ತ
ಕಮೆಂಗ್ ಹಿಂಗಾದೊಮ್ಮೆ ಉದ್ದಗೂ ಕಮೆದ್ದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ ಕಮೆಂಗ್ ಹಿಂಗಾಲಂಬೇಣು ಮಿಯ ಉರಿದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ ಕುರಿಯರು ಮೆಂಗ್ ಅವಹ ಬೇಣುಂದೋ 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ ಹಯಾತುಗ ಅವಹ ಕುರಿಯರು ಹೋದಾಲಂ ಬೇಣುಮಿಯ ಉರಿದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ ಮಡುಕುರು ಮೀ ವರ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಅಮೆದ್ದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ ಸತೇಕ ಗುಣ ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ ತಜುರ್ಬಾ ಕೊಲ್ಲುಮ ಉರಿದೂಗೆ 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ
ಗೇಮಿಂಗ್ ಇತುರು ಹೊರಫತಕ ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಸಳಿ ಗೇಮಿಂಗ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಉರಿದು
मैदानुआ एक है जानुता एक है राकिता एक हथियार उतर के हमला दी फुरडिला फादुआ क्या गादाना तरो बैकुरा फुम्मा द बैकुडा गादुरा मुझे यार कम को दूडू वाला फुरा काका बारा दुत वेनी हकुदा मत का फस्की चहेनी Labor survive pure veni divide को टीम किंग कुले वेनी गा बदम काकु है गेमी काका तुरे काकु है बेडी काका पाए हुर वेनी फहुमी है का कुले वेनी दी बुवान मी मगे महल मगे राज्य मी मगे वतन
Welcome to Ooredoo Nation.
ಕಿಯಾ ಬಲಕಿಯೇಣೆ ಕಾಳು ಕಾಳು ಕುರು ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳಿ ಕುಗುಳು ಕಿರುಳು ಕುಗುಳು ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಕೊಕ್ಕಿಯಾಲ ಕರ್ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳು ನೋ 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 ಕಾಳು ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳಿ ಕುಗುಳು
ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಏದೋ ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಹಲವು ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ಗೆ ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್ ಅಕ ಉರಿದೂಗೆ ಅನ್ಲಿಮಿಟೆಡ್ ಸೂಪರ್ ನೆಟ್
ಕಾಳು ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳು ಕುಗುಳು
ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಏದೋ ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಹಲವು ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ಗೆ ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್ ಅಕ ಉರಿದೂಗೆ ಅನ್ಲಿಮಿಟೆಡ್ ಸೂಪರ್ ನೆಟ್ ಎದು ಸ್ಮಿಯಂ ಐ ಲಿವೆ ಲಿವೆ
Fonugavi muli hayata netungulilani takummisaki mezuga e fresh gameuga kulunu speeduga e PUBG gana snap kore esa ka meme taka e furi feeduga e tekutoku fura e fit check taka be OG fasha e sali trend ka e ki bajiduwa
Purusanta liberdade, technology, libe kuri eruma, eko haru fatuga, tibe hos baguta, bagutung ufala, libe huwa fenta, fuga veche, libe fa.
Jassali ma fighti libe Jassali ma fighti libe Jassali ma fighti libe Jassali ma fighti libe
ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಬೋಡು 5G ನೆಟ್ವರ್ಕ್
Bebe, bebe, क्या हो रखा? Bebe, मी क्या हो रखा?
ಕಮೆಂಗ್ ಹಿಂಗಾಲೊಮ್ಮೆ ಉದಗು ಕಮೆದ್ದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ ಕಮೆಂಗ್ ಹಿಂಗಾಲಂಬೇಣೊಮಿಯ ಉರಿದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ ಕುರಿಯರುಮೆಂಗ್ ಅವಹ ಬೇಣುಂದೋ 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ ಹಯಾತುಗ ಅವಹ ಕುರಿಯರುಂಗ್ ಹೋದಾಲಂ ಬೇಣುಮಿಯ ಉರಿದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ ಮಡುಕುರುಮ್ಮಿ ವರ ವ್ಯಾಕ್ ಅಮೆದ್ದು
And we are back, and this is another series of Esports Flash series under Ooredoo Nation. This is gonna be Mobile Legends Bang Bang once again. And so tonight we will have the quarterfinals. And if you guys saw the list of teams that are gonna be participating tonight, there are gonna be some pretty familiar names later on. We got LNN, and then we got a bunch of pretty unfamiliar names as well. So I'm not sure if they're like completely new teams, or maybe they were just teams that were renamed, and then we're gonna see like familiar names later on. But nonetheless, we're so excited to see the teams that are going to be participating for this quarterfinal. It's gonna be Last Insanity versus LNN SLFO for our first series in the quarterfinals. After that, it's gonna be MVL Legends versus MVL Esports. And then the third series is gonna be Vanguards ES versus Kalhu Oh Fummi. And I think we could call them KOF. That's what we called them last time. And then the next ones are gonna be Blood Ravens 2 versus Buh Thashi Boyz. So we got our 8 teams that will be participating. And at this time, we will go straight to the drafting phase for our first quarterfinals. So I'm going to assume this is gonna be Last Insanity versus LNN Sleeping Forest. So to our left, to our blue team, it's gonna be LNN SLFO, and then to our right, our red team is going to be Last Insanity. So first off, our banning phase. So it looks like we have the Granger and the Akai being banned towards the side of LNN SLFO. I'm so sorry. Was I muted the entire time? I think I accidentally pressed the mute button. Okay, so on the side of Ellen and SLFO, we got Granger and Akai being banned, and then on Last Insanity we had the Diggy that got banned just now, and so I think we're just gonna wait on like the updates of the banning. We should have about 3 more bands for one more on the side of SLFO, and then 2 more on no rather Last Insanity. So yeah, Last Insanity, don't know if this is their team name last time, because I remember Mad's Feet, and I also know Lieutenant Custard, I also know Midnight. So I think I know these guys. They're a familiar team, and then maybe they just changed the name. Okay, we're gonna have a rematch, guys. This like, yes, the reason is anyways, I'm not sure what the reason was. I missed it, but then yeah, they're going to rematch, and then I guess all the bands that we saw a while ago, they're gonna be pretty they're gonna restart the whole thing. So guys, just erase everything that happened. Okay, so news here, the match number 1 will go to Last Insanity because Ellen and SLFO showed up late. So that should be 1-0, and Last Insanity gets 1 point, and this is a best of 3, guys. So if Ellen and SLFO want to move forward from the quarterfinals, they have to win 2 in a row. But Last Insanity only needs one more victory in this best of 3. So one more game. So yeah, that's it. That's the news from the back end. Last Insanity already has 1 point. So hopefully we can see a game number 2. So Last Insanity is already at their match point. They only need one more game to win their quarterfinals, and then unfortunately LN and SLFO will be kicked out of the quarterfinals just from this series alone. So hopefully they don't, because LN and SLFO, they're a pretty strong team actually. They always show up towards the grand finals and stuff, like semifinals, grand finals. Pretty decent team, very very consistent. So it'll be a shame if we don't see them past the quarterfinals. So Last Insanity, I don't have a lot of information about this team in particular, but then again, yeah, let's just check out how their performance is going to be later. And I think we're just gonna be rematching or rerooming. I'm not sure if we're gonna be waiting for LN and SLFO. I know they banned someone, so they should be here. But you know what? Let's just be a little bit patient. Let's see what what the news is gonna be from the back end. But nonetheless, yeah, let's all just chill. Once again, this is esports flash series, and you can, as you can see, Last Insanity already has 1 point on this best of three because LN and SLFO showed up late. So we're gonna be going for the bans. LN and SLFO will be at the blue side, Last Insanity on the right side. And so all right, so it's LN and SLFO has Lieutenant Custer, Mads Feet, Midnight, etc. So Last Insanity, I don't find the players familiar, so I think this is gonna be like a bunch of new faces, at least for Ooredoo Nation esports slash series or any MLBB tournament like in this whole organization. So I'm really excited for Last Insanity. They only need one more game before they can move forward from the quarterfinals. But over here, LN and SLFO very, very consistent, and they have a track record already on MLBB's esports scene, especially here in Ooredoo Nation. They keep participating in the tournament. So we're really happy to see these guys coming up once again. So it looks like we're still at the Diggy ban, and then we have the Granger ban and Last Insanity, and LN and SLFO. I think this should be, I'm not sure, it might be Leomord. They keep changing the graphics. Let me just check. Yep, it's a really Leomord. It just looks a little bit different from years ago. They changed the graphics, but yeah, Leomord will be banned for LN and SLFO, and it looks like Last Insanity will be taking off Akai as well. So right now, as of now, we have the Diggy and the Akai all done and dusted from the support slash tank um part of the lineup. And then of course the Umord, sometimes fighter. I don't know if people use him as a jungler, but I see fighter most of the time. And then of course the Granger. Sometimes we can see them being used in the jungle. Sometimes they're put in the gold lane. And it looks like Freya will be banned by LN and SLFO. Lots of fighters being banned, maybe XP lanes. And then we have the Yuzhong also for Last Insanity. Quite a lot of fighters being banned as of the moment. So this limits the XP laner quite a lot. But then yeah, you can see like Leomord, Freya, Yuzhong, quite a lot of crowd control happening in their kits, especially the Akai, lots of crowd control as well. But it looks like we have Doctor taking the Esunshin for themselves. Esunshin pretty consistently still part of the meta, especially in the esports scene. Whoever gets the Esunshin first, I don't know, everyone just loves this guy, puts them in the jungle as fast as possible. But on the other hand, Last Insanity, they will be taking the export as well as the Sicilian. So Last Insanity can also take the Carmilla for themselves if they wanted to. But then on the other hand, it looks like LN and SLFO, they could take maybe the Jushin. It's still within the table, but Lieutenant Custer definitely could take Jushin. I've seen that before, and there we have it. I told you guys. I remember these guys, and Mads Feet is gonna be taking the high lows for themselves. So a very nice initiation for group 5 team fights with the high lows, and decent damage from our Jushin as well. And then for the side of Last Insanity, it all disappeared. But they have the XP laner. Sometimes people like to put X board on the gold lane too, so we'll have to watch out as to where they put that X board. But Sicilian definitely will be going up against the Jushin later on, and it looks like they'll have the Fredrin in is that Fredrin? Fredrin in Last Insanity, so that should be maybe a jungler or a fighter. Let's just see later on. And it looks to me like it could be a jungler, but then we're going back to the banning phase. So there's not a lot of carries. I think they can go ahead and ban the carries. But it looks like they'll be banning the Lapu Lapu first. Another fighter off the table. We have the Angela being banned as well. Okay. The Angela, and I'm not sure where the Angela would have gone, but nonetheless, they're gonna take that off the table. Let's see what Blast Insanity will be banning. I mean, they could ban like marksman, maybe not the jungler. Yes, they could ban fighters as well. And okay, it looks like they will be taking Badang off the table, which Badang is pretty good pick actually, even from seasons ago. They have the crowd control, they have damage as well. And of course, Ellen and SLFO will be taking off Minotaur, which is a pretty good tank, pretty good crowd control, as well as the healing. Okay, we have the Kufra for Last Insanity. So Kufra, they can initiate fights, like pretty good ambushing as well, and lot really good crowd control. Very good for very good for like counters for heroes that move around quite a lot. Like for example, if you had the Fanny, if you have the Gushin, you do not want a Kufra on your other team. But looking at the lineup in LN and SLFO, I'm not sure where the Kufra's gonna go. So I think they're just going to use Kufra as like a sort of an ambusher. But it looks like LN and SLFO, they'll be finishing up their lineup with the Beatrix and also the Arlott. And Last Insanity, they still need a carry, I believe, or a jungler. So let's just see what Fallen is going to take for themselves. But nonetheless, LN and SLFO, they've proven time and time again that they're just quite an amazing team. So no question there. I'm confident with their lineup. It's pretty solid as well. And it looks like for Last Insanity, they'll be taking the Claude for themselves. So not bad for their lineups. They're very typical. We have the carries, then we have the fighters, we have the tanks as well. So safe, because there are some. Oh, I love the assets. This is new. I love the assets. But sometimes it worries me in the esports scene. You know, they get a little too like off meta. You know, they go ahead and put unconventional heroes towards the gold lane, like for example, like normal fighters, and you don't even see those gold laners become carries later on. They just bank on the fact that maybe they're gonna go ahead and like end the game as fast as possible. But right now we have real carries. We have real marksmen that scale higher and higher as the game goes by, and they rely on items. So I'm very excited for this pretty vanilla game. But then again, this is still the quarterfinals, so everyone's kind of like playing it safe, like not really revealing too much of their cards. So I completely understand if they want to go ahead and chill out. But here, okay, we're gonna be starting off. It's just a bunch of pokes here and there, just a little bit of a bunch of hits towards the mid. I really love the assets right now. We have the emblems that can be seen, even like the emblems, like very specific, even like the sub emblems. What do you call that? Like, anyways, I just love it. And then I guess we're gonna be seeing the items as well. You know, you see what the assets look like. They're very they're putting a lot of effort right now. But nonetheless, yeah, I think we're starting off. It looks like we have an invade actually on the red buff of the red team, but they're gonna be in trouble. There's the Kufra, Sicilian, and the Fredrin gonna be going there. So let's see if we're gonna be seeing a gank. Alright, looks like Custard and Madspeed are gonna be trying off, but they're gonna be chased down by 4 people from Last Insanity. It looks like they'll be backing off real quick, but not before taking Yamama off the map, and it's gonna be Dooms that's gonna be flying away next. But it's just unfortunate that Musaif and Arjel Assad are gonna be alive from that. So it's a nice invade coming in from LN and SLFO. It looks like they're not leaving just yet. Reaper takes one more, so that's 3 down from the side of Last Insanity. And the red buff is still there taunting them. This is gonna be a pretty nice snowball if LN and SLFO can go ahead and try to ride this sort of snowball, you know, if ever this happens. Just looking at the gold, they're actually like on the lead about 2k already. The turtle has been slain by Doctor. No question if there's 4 versus 4 at the red buff still. They absolutely love that buff. Your mom was running for them lives. And Hylos, they used their ultimate, but it looks like Last Insanity is actually gonna be backing off really quickly, so they're just gonna be chilling out, you know. Okay, so the red buff has finally been taken. So more taunting over there, but I love that from LN and SLFO. They just knew where the Last Insanity's best players are going to be hovering about. They know like all the carries are gonna be there. They take those kills for themselves, and it sets back Last Insanity on their farm. And that's exactly what Lieutenant Custard and Madspeed are doing. They're just poking and denying farm. Look at that. Lieutenant Custard's level 5. Your mama's still 3. Lit Fallen is already 4, turning 5, so that's not really that bad. So we're just gonna keep watching out for the farms, especially for Last Insanity, because they're already down by 3 kills, and it looks like there's something happening towards the bottom. Okay, that's a nice set from your mama rather, and it looks like it's gonna be 3 versus 4. It's gonna be a little bit hard, especially with the numbers disadvantage, but nonetheless it doesn't stop Doctor from taking one. But Madspeed's quite low on health. Let's see if they're gonna go ahead for that chase, and it looks like Madspeed managed to get away just in time. That was a 1-4-1 trade. Not so bad, but finally Last Insanity gets the first point on the board in terms of eliminations. So it was pretty nice. It was a little bit messy towards the gold lane, and I think your mama really saved a lot of Last Insanity. It could have gone so wrong if your mama didn't go ahead and get that ambush in. But there is 3 people from LN and SLFO trying to chase down towards the jungle side of Last Insanity, but it looks like they won't be pushing through. They're just trying to take the turtle first, and now that they have the turtle, I think the mid lane and the blue buff is gonna be in trouble, especially on the side of Last Insanity. And look at all the damage going up to Dooms. That's gonna be the first casualty. -1 damage. Junior does the -2. Fallen falls as well. Your mama very low on health. Arshel is sad, loses their lives, and now there's 2 left in Last Insanity. LN and SLFO knows that they pretty much took everything that they could from that team fight, and now they're 7-1 on the scoreboard. Easy snowball coming in. I think a lot of this has something to do with the red buff invasion towards the 3-minute, I mean rather the 2 or 1 minute mark. It was a very important, and you can see just how well they ride that snowball, that momentum. So towards top lane, around the red buff, it looks like LN and SLFO are trying to go ahead and maybe overstep just a bit, but with a lot of caution. They're bringing a lot of numbers with them, and with that 5 seconds left before that red buff is going to spawn, and Last Insanity, they're trying to give a little bit of a insurance for their jungler, but it's not gonna work either way. They're gonna deny that red buff still, and look at that! SLFO, amazing aggression, but that was a nice set coming in from your mama, I believe, once again. Or was that there was a set a while ago from the side of Last Insanity, and LN and SLFO were forced to back away, but it looks like Lieutenant Custard will still be trying to stay with that red buff, but going at the blue buff. Looks like Doctor might be poking around, but there's not enough numbers to go ahead and contest this. Let's see if we can actually like steal that. Looks like it will slow the to Last Insanity, but right now the turtle will be spawning. And Ellen and SLFO will probably get their third turtle uncontested. You can see from the map that practically Ellen and SLFO are just distracting everyone while Doctor takes the turtle. But look at all that damage coming in from Lieutenant Custard. But Arjol is sad, managed to get away. Yo Mama, very low in health, manages to get back to that fountain. But it doesn't matter. SLFO knows they're gonna run away, so they take the tower for themselves. And look at that map control coming in from the blue side. That mid lane tower is gonna be going down easily. And it looks like Yo Mama tried to set, but it's not gonna be enough. Look at the tanky next. Look at the damage coming in from SLFO. There is 2 down on the side of SLFO, but nonetheless, it's gonna be traded off for Yo Mama. But still, the map control is still quite a lot on the side of SLFO. So Last Insanity, they have a little bit of a breather. They could use this time to push back the minions, but there's just too much work to be done, especially with that gold deficit, about 5k deficit, almost 6k deficit on the side of Last Insanity. Alright, Midnight just taking out that tower quite easily. Alright, Yo Mama tried to sort of set, but it didn't quite hit the blue zone, the blue buff rather. It's gonna be contested just a little bit by SLFO, but Last Insanity took a lot of backup for themselves. Took 5 people guarding their jungler just so that they can go ahead and get that buff. It's quite sad, but there's nothing you can do, you know. But here, just a matter of waiting. There's 15 seconds left to go before that Lord's gonna come up. And everyone's kind of just like chilling about nearby the blue zone. Okay, looks like Yo Mama jumped in, and that's a lot of damage coming in. Claude's ultimate goes in, but it doesn't matter. There's a 1-for-1 trade. Both sides are gonna be suffering. A nice set coming in from the Sicilian, but Lieutenant Custard just gets the export. That's Musaif. It's gonna be falling down. And now we're down to the inhibitor turret for Last Insanity, and LNN SLFO turrets are still in pristine condition. Nothing. There's even a little bit of damage that happened against their towers. Nice snowballing and riding that momentum on the side of SLFO. Alright, we got the Lord on the side of SLFO. Doctor took care of that immediately. Alright, but Last Insanity kind of like took back the map control just a little bit, so LN and SLFO will have to go ahead and try to push back the minions once again to their side, and the Lord will be spawning in quite a bit. I think just right now going to the mid side, and Last Insanity cannot afford to go ahead and try to take a team fight, especially with the gold deficit and also the XP deficit. So right now they're just going to be they're just gonna be defending as of the moment, trying not to get picked off. They're just hiding behind the turret because that's really all that they can do. In a couple of seconds, we're gonna be seeing the Lord coming up, and looks like we'll be starting off mid lane's a bit of a mess, but you can see Last Insanity, they're not really engaging all that much. They just made sure that the Lord's gonna be going down. And right now, SLFO, they're just enjoying a bit of the map control that they have. I mean, the Lord will be going down, but it was just a weak Lord. But it looks like they'll be diving into the mid lane turret. 5 versus 5. There's a lot of damage, but not fast enough. Yo Mama goes down first, but Mod Speed gets traded off as well. Tank for tank. But all the damage dealers are still up on both sides, so now they're just going to be picking out damage from the turrets. You don't want to get taken by that Sicilian skill, but there's a 1-for-1 trade once again. Fighter for fighter. Lots of damage. Ooh, there's a lot of damage coming in from Eason Shin. That's Doctor, 16k, almost 17k. But we'll be waiting on the mid lane turret. Bot lane inhibitor turret already down. Xborg's overextending just a little bit, but Lieutenant Curse is gonna be falling down. Musaf is very low on health, but Doctor will have to back away. There's no backup whatsoever. Everyone's kind of going back. They don't want to give away any sort of gold towards Last Insanity by dying because of low health. But in a couple of seconds, 40 in fact, we're gonna be seeing another Lord in the match. Beaten. Lieutenant Krister still has to go ahead and respawn. So I'm guessing SLFO will be losing them. Just going to deny a lot of the farm, especially from Last Insanity. But as of the moment, Last Insanity is just taking their positions. But SLFO is trying to get the map control once again back on their side. And Last Insanity, they're pushing them back. So right now, 5 seconds left to go before the Lord comes up. You can see SLFO, they're not trying to take this fight. Alright, we got the items. There's quite a lot of items lacking on the side of Last Insanity. So it might be a little bit hard. And that Lord's gonna be going uncontested. Last Insanity will not be trying to contest that. Definitely cannot afford that. But oh, that's a lot of damage coming into Dooms. That's one down side of Last Insanity, but Yo Mama jumps anyway. Gets away with their lives. Alright, so that's a 1 down for Last Insanity. But can they defend their base? That's the question. Alright, we're locking on to the mid lane turret. Midnight destroys that. And look at all the damage going to fall, and there's going to be falling. Yo Mama follows. There's 2 left to defend the base. There's no more minions though. They'll be tanking that damage. No, it looks like that won't be happening. They're gonna be waiting for the top lane minions, and the Lord is also down. Got a tower lock on the base, man. Oh my gosh, they're playing with their food. They want those kills before they lock on to that base, but not an SLFO, despite having missed the first game and giving the first point to Last Insanity. They did not need it. They still won that game beautifully. Nice execution. 1-for-4 right now for this best of 3. So it's gonna be match point. It's gonna be the deciding point break. So there we have it. The next break in the next game rather. But yeah, these are our post-match games. So that's an 18-9 on the kills. And then we're going to have the MVP after this. So you can see the amount of gold. It's like the lowest on the side of LN and SLFO is 8250, and the highest in Last Insanity is 8045. So that's pretty telling for the gold deficit for Last Insanity. And a lot of the farm, you can also have the sort of the data for that. So nice assets, guys. Congratulations. I absolutely love it. We have the emblems, we have the items as well. But then yeah, that's it for the post game. It was a 13-minute game, and this is the MVP. It's going to be Lieutenant Christian Custard with the Jushin. That is a 1-7, 214 on the KDA, and GPM of 726. The spell is Retribution. I'm not sure what that. Maybe. I did see that a while ago in the game, but yeah, you know what? I'll believe it. It worked out. So, and Lieutenant Custard was trying to you know, like Last Insanity. So I think I could get why they'll go for the Retribution. I know, like, in some teams they like to put Retribution on the tank as well, because they send the tank to kind of like annoy the hell out of the farm, out of the jungler of their opposing team. So I think that's it for our game number 2, technically game number 2. So that's a 1-for-1 right now on this best of 3 on our first quarterfinals between Last Insanity and LNN SLFO. So as you saw, beautiful 13-minute game with the victory of SLFO. So I think we're gonna be going on to a break, I believe. Yes. So guys, we will be seeing you in a few minutes. We're just gonna be resetting everything at the back end. So guys, do not go anywhere. We'll be seeing you soon.
5G చేస్తాదా
සතේක ගුණ ස්පීඩ් තජරුබා කොල්දුම උරීදූගේ 5G ජස්සාලා.
I feel insane. We're starting immediately, but yes, we are back to Esports Flash Series Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Don't shoot the messenger. I was just here. They said go on break, and now we're starting. But yeah, let's not waste any more time. That was a really exciting game, between LNN, SLFO, and Last Insanity. So I guess we're gonna be starting. We're already in the drafting phase, just like that. I think we're even banning already. We have the Granger and the Akai ban. It's gone. Granger and Akai ban and a usual. Wait, I dropped something. But yeah, the Granger, Akai, and Yuzhuang being banned on the side of Last Insanity, and LNN, SLFO, they're banning the Minotaur as well as the Diggy. So yeah, I mean, pretty standard bans. I kind of wish I could see, you know, a Granger game. We also have a Lemur ban, so it's kind of like the same sort of bans from the first, technically second game. So I think like if we're just going to be going through the same banning and the same picking, we might be seeing a mirror match. But I don't think Last Insanity will be going for that. They're probably going to be switching things up. But then yeah, okay, we should be at the picking phase as of the moment. Right now, kind of just watching out to what they're going to pick next. And it looks like we'll be seeing a Lapu Lapu for Musaif from side of Last Insanity, and Lieutenant Custard will be taking the Sicilian for themselves. The last game it was Dooms from Last Insanity that was holding that Sicilian, and now Lieutenant Custard is going to be holding that. So that just leaves a Jushin open for the taking. If Last Insanity wants the Jushin, they can take it for themselves. Lieutenant Custard won the MVP from that, so they can definitely get that Jushin, especially since the Jushin did so well in denying the farm from Last Insanity, invading the jungle every once in a while. Very, very effective. But it looks like they'll be taking the Xavier instead. Jules will be taking Xavier. Very nice in terms of range, damage range. So you can go ahead and like deal damage from all the way from the other side of the map. So they just need a lot of marksman skill, not like marksman sniping skills with Xavier. But they still need Yomama to choose. So if Yomama's not going to be switching with Fallen or Agils and Sad, then Yomama should be taking another tank. Okay, so Yomama will be taking the Lancelot. So Yomama will be the jungler as of the moment. And so as a LFO, they actually have the Kufra and the Sicilian. You know what will be funny? If they took like the whole lineup of Last Insanity and sort of used it in this next game. So the Harith will be going to the gold lane for LNN as a FO. Like if it's the usual meta. If they don't put Harith in the mid lane, this is probably a Harith gold laner. And so with that, we're going to be looking at the next phase of the banning. So SLFO could go ahead and ban a marksman and a tank or any support. And on the other hand, Last Insanity, they can go ahead and ban junglers. Izushin can still be banned. They can go ahead and ban junglers and fighters as well. Okay, Irithel will be taken off the table by SLFO. Last Insanity, however, they'll be answering back. They should answer back with a fighter or a jungler. So they can ban Izushin if they don't want it. Alright, they'll be taking Hayabusa off the table. And Minsitar is going to be banned by SLFO. Last Insanity, however, who will they be choosing? Marksman could be possible. No. They don't have to band of marksmen. Harith is already on the side of SLFO, and I'm pretty sure Harith will be going on to that gold lane. Right, kind of just waiting it out. It looks like Eason Shin will be banned after all. Okay, so no Eason Shin. Doctor definitely cannot be using that. All right, will be picked by Reaper. So now they're just lacking a jungler. But on the other hand, Last Insanity has their last 2 picks. They still need a carry, and they also need either a support or a tank. So they could use. I don't have a lot of information about Last Insanity, but they can go ahead, maybe get the Hylos or the Minotaur. Okay, they'll be getting the glue. All right. For the support, and then for Fallen, they could take any carry, actually any carry that they're comfortable with. They took the Claw last time, and this time it's going to be, oh my gosh, what's this guy's name? Nathan. Nathan. Oh my gosh. MLBB. Yeah, that's his Nathan. So Doctor will still need to choose their jungler. So Eason Jin's off the table, so I forgot what Doctor could usually use. There's no Ranger anymore, so they'll be taking the Basha, which is pretty tanky. That's a tanky jungler, so it's gonna be a little bit hard to kind of shave down the health of SLFO as of this moment. So a lot of anti-tank items are probably gonna be used from Last Insanity if they want to kind of go up against SLFO, because you can probably see the Basha and the Kufra. They're gonna be quite tanky, and Arlot, depending on your build for Arlot, they could also be a bit tanky. It's just gonna be Sicilian and Harith. It's gonna be a little bit hard to deal with. Sicilian is a glass cannon, so just as much as possible break from the front walls and go ahead to Lieutenant Custer to take them down, because Sicilian doesn't have a lot of movement on themselves. But Midnight is a little bit of a different story. Harith needs to be pinned down, and is on the side of SL, so it's gonna be a little bit hard to kind of deal with the crowd control up against Harith. But I'm pretty sure that they'll be going ahead and figuring that out later. Nonetheless, yeah, just kind of just chilling out as of the moment. The lane, we got the tanks kind of just poking about, and Xavier is gonna be going and gonna be helping on that red buff. And everyone's kind of just chilling out. Like, it's kind of surprising, but not a lot of aggression just yet. But yeah, in the previous game as well, we kind of started seeing the aggression towards maybe the 2-minute mark. But here, your mom is just gonna be poking here and there. I love that skin. It's Patrick Star. What the? Yo mama's Patrick Star. I love that skin a lot. But then yeah, 11 seconds left to go for that. Turtle's gonna be coming up, and it looks like Doctor has a lot of really nice backup already. They're gonna be poking about, trying to push back that Lancelot, and now they have the Turtle map control for themselves. Your mama's gonna be pushing about, however, and once your mama gets that ultimate, it's gonna be a little bit easy to kind of like go into enemy territory. But right now it's gonna be 3 people, now 4 inside of SLFO poking around in that Turtle, and now it's a matter of Retribution and Lancelot. Arshel and Zed stole that Turtle. Oh my gosh, I love that. This is what I'm talking about, guys. The Retribution Gaming. Last Insanity stole that. LNM SLFO did all the work, but Last Insanity still stole that. Did you see that snipe from Dooms as well? What is happening? Last Insanity, they're popping up, but here they're popping up as well. Fall is gonna be falling, and SLFO's overextending just a little bit. He's quite low on health, gets caught up by Argelisad, gets punished for that. Lieutenant Custard in quite a bad situation. But they're gonna be TPing away. It's not gonna be enough for your mama to go ahead and give that ultimate. But nonetheless, everyone's chilling. 3-4-3 on the scoreboard as of the moment. I love Last Insanity back there. The snipe coming from Booms. And also the steal on the turtle. That was so entertaining. But yeah, we got less than a minute left to go before that next turtle is gonna be coming up. It looks like Lieutenant Custard and Mod's feet are kind of just checking the area out, making sure that they won't be contested, because they definitely want that turtle for themselves. Like, okay, it looks like we have Mod's feet trying to go ahead and initiate, and Mod's feet's quite low in health, and I think they're gonna be losing their lives. Fallen takes that kill for themselves. That's quite the amount of gold coming in this guy, but yeah, looks like it's not over just yet. 3 versus 3, and Doom's quite low on health. Alright, that's enough for Lieutenant Custard to take home the bacon. Yo, mom was quite long. Well, okay, I'm not speaking right now, but your mom managed to get away just in time. But SLFO, they're pushing into that bottom turret gold plating. So that's a lot of gold coming in. Looks like Reaper has a full build item, and they're gonna be poking about that turtle real quick. It looks like SLFO finally takes that for themselves. Savior's ultimate doesn't take anyone just yet. It's a bit of damage hitting Lieutenant Custard, but here, everyone's just kind of chilling all around the map. That turtle was, I didn't quite see what the turtle looked like, but everyone was kind of poking it about from both sides. But there was no steal that happened just yet. It was just like contested. It looks like SLF was steadily taking item after item for themselves. I love the visibility of Yomama, however, just poking all around the map, trying to give as much info as possible. That's a good roamer, guys. That's a good roamer. But here, Mad Speed's also doing the same. Alright, we got a poke here and there. Midnight's also nearby. And Arlet is going to be jumping in. Mad's feet is going to be cutting that minion line, but there's no minions to be said. But on the other hand, there's 4 at the bottom, 4 versus 4. Junglers are up top. Poking here and there. Alright, we got Musif going to be our first casualty in that tense situation in the bottom lane. But after that, cutting the minions, not much is gonna be happening just yet. Last Insanity trying to get a little bit of map control on their side. And SLFO, they haven't found that opportunity to go on a snowball, unlike in the previous round. But yeah, up at the top mid lane, Fallen's gonna be falling under that turret. Doom's gonna be following. I think your mom might be in trouble, but they managed to flash away just in time. There's 5 versus 1 on the mid lane. They're gonna be ganging on at that mid lane turret. Your mom managed to get away once again, but this is gonna be joining the fray. But they're gonna be losing quite a lot of health, being chased down, but they managed to get away behind that mid turret. Alright, that's a lot of damage. Matsui's gonna be falling first, however, Busef taking that point for themselves. And nonetheless, there's going to be a turtle to worry about. Doctor takes that uncontested while everyone was distracted in the mid lane. Alright, that's 2 turtles for SLFO. Now it's gonna be the era of the Lord. Looked here and there, and 5 to 8 on the scoreboard as of the moment. We're still 7 minutes into the game, so just kind of chilling about. Top lane turret, however, Fallen's quite low on health, but they managed to get away. But that's quite a bit of time farming taken away, and now SLFO is just trying to cut the minions quite a lot. But we're in the bottom lane, losing quite a bit of health, but we managed to sustain a lot of damage, and immediately SLFO is going to be backing away, especially since Last Insanity. They called over some backup, and SLFO definitely has other priorities, just like taking the blue buff for themselves. Oh my lord, and that's what's happening. Argel jumps in, but loses their lives trying to get the blue buff for themselves. Sicilian ultimate coming right up, but Matsui's gonna be falling. Lieutenant Custer quite low on health, being chased down. Reaper is also low on health, but they're sides are, let's say, the custard. Bigger fish to fry, but SLFO is being forced to push back into their part of the map. Last Insanity gets a little bit of a breather. Level leaderboards. We got some Saif actually. With the EXP, with the most EXP in the game as of the moment. Yeah, we have an escalator with the most EXP. That makes sense, right, guys? So that makes sense. Means they're doing their job really well of farming. But nonetheless, looks like the top lane might be a little bit messy. We have pokes here and there. No casualties yet. But looks like Last Insanity will be running back to the Lord. Actually, both sides are running to the Lord at the moment. SLFO is more proactive, however, not going to the Lord. But Argel still taking that red buff for themselves. Alright, it looks like SLFO will try to get the one. Will try to get Fallen, but unfortunately Fallen gets away. Yo, Mamba quite low. Caught up in the middle, however, manages to sustain a lot of that damage. Alright, we have a setting coming in. Matty quite low on health, pushing into enemy territory. Dooms takes that kill for themselves, but Ellen and SLFO will be trying to disengage. But Last Insanity trying to provoke that fight. Yumama will be paying with their lives, however. Xavier using their ultimate. Midnight's gonna be crossing the mark. Argel is sadly losing so much health back there. And now, Last Insanity is down to 2 last players. All the while, the Lord's still for the taking. Look at that. Doctor is going to be starting off with that. SLFO, the rest of them are going to be right behind him to back him up. So, you know, this is 2 versus 5. This is, like, uncontested practically. All the while, it looks like Midnight's going to be watching out for any movement from Last Insanity. So, easily took that Lord for themselves. Side of SLFO, and now there's a lot of the map control. It's gonna be taken by Ellen and SLFO after this Lord, and so as usual, Last Insanity will be forced back to kind of defend. Midnight already have the Holy Crystal, so that's a lot of money already. A lot of damage is gonna be coming right up on the carry of SLFO. Okay, up top, looks like Midnight's trying to do something. Fallen took a lot of damage back there, but Geo Mob is gonna be extended just a little bit. Gonna be punished for that. That's our champ we're talking about, guys. Mid lane, we have the Lord marching up into the very low health turret. That's it. It's been destroyed now. Now we're down to the inhibitor turret on the mid lane, and who's airborne? They're gonna be going down. That's Domes is gonna be going down first. Mad's gonna be Mad's off. But who is overextending? Who in the Reaper mouth went to the base? I don't know what this guy's doing, but they're doing it right. There's 2 down on the side of Last Insanity. And now SLFO is just trying to take as much map control as possible while they're there. They're gonna be backing away once they know that's it's not gonna be a good idea to stay there for too long in order to cut their losses as of the moment. Doctor and Custer is kind of just going here and there trying to push back the minions. Just the minions, guys. Just the minions. We're looking at objectives as of the moment. Alright, they're seeing an opening on the bottom lane, but they ran out of minions already. They're gonna be a little bit more patient. But in the mid lane, looks like the minions are falling right back. SLFO is just kind of like calling back their members. It looks like Doctor and the Arlot's still right in the middle of the map, so they're gonna be backing away, just making sure those minions won't go back to their lanes just yet. Midnight has their Divine Glaive. You're gonna be expecting there's a lot of damage coming in from this guy. So very patient. We got half a minute left to go. Actually, like half and a quarter minute left to go before that Lord to be coming up. And we have the full buff from Midnight, guys. Midnight is the gold laner, not the jungler, and this guy has full buff. You don't want a Harith to have a full buff, and so it looks like SLFO is waiting for those minions to come right up. We have the Baksha and the Arl kind of like trying to push back the minions on top and bottom. Alright, there's a bit of damage coming in. Okay, SLFO's pushing back a lot of the players from last side, forcing them to go back and forth between the Fountain and Ellen and SLFO in the mid lane. They're trying to pick up as much damage as possible. SLFO is just too much stain on their side. They're very tanky. Doctor just soloing that Lord. Okay, we got a Looper and Easter. Going on to the rescue, just trying to shave down on this health really quickly. But nonetheless, that Lord is going to be uncontested. No questions asked. And we can see Last Insanity have no choice but to stay in their lane. And it looks like SLFO, they're going to be trying to take for themselves. What is happening? We got the ultimate coming into Midnight. Your Mama's now in the middle of nowhere. They're gonna be low on health. I think this is the punishment coming in. Matsby is quite low on health, however. This guy has to fall back. But they're not gonna be scared of that. They're gonna be jumping in, and that base is wide open. What we have here is the 14-minute game. I don't know if SLFO is gonna be ending this real quick. They want some kills on their side first, but now there's two down. Reaper and Mods are gonna be falling, so I don't think we're gonna be ending just yet. But minions here and there. Looks like Doctor's trying to destroy that bottom lane really quickly. Midnight's still alive. That carry is carrying it. It looks like I'm wrong. We're gonna be seeing the end real quick. LNN SLFO ends this third game with a 14 and 35 second game. That is 1-2 on this best of 3. Not really a reverse sweep. I suppose it's a reverse sweep, but looks like LN and SLFO, that late did not stop them. They're still moving forward to the semifinals. Congratulations to these guys. I think we're gonna be seeing the post game real quick, but nonetheless, they have a track record already on the esports scene for Mobile Legends in Ooredoo Nation, and they did not disappoint. I thought I was gonna be a little bit worried that they lost one game already by default, as per the rule book, but it did not stop them. They're still moving forward to that semifinal. So once again, congratulations to LNN SLFO. So okay, we should be seeing that post game really quickly. Everyone's just kind of like trying to fix up the stats and everything like that. But then yeah, that game was really nice. We just there was just some changes in the lineup for LN and SLFO, and a drastic change as well on Last Insanity. They definitely tried their best, and it's just too bad that their opponent is already LN and SLFO. It's such a powerful team. You've seen the streams from the previous series, from the MLBB tournaments, maybe inside and even outside of Ooredoo Nation, and well, they keep proving themselves again and again and again. Doctor with that jungle, then Custard with that mid lane, just absolutely amazing, and I love seeing these guys perform. But then yeah, everyone's just kind of watching out on that post game. I think there was quite a bit of a goal deficit, but not as much of a snowball from game number 2. I think game number 2 went by a little bit faster, especially since LN and SLFO was just slightly bit more aggressive. Game number 2, they definitely had a lot of invades. We don't see it that match. They don't see that much of a invade in the game number 3. So that game went by a little bit slower, but it looks like we'll be seeing the MVP first, and it's still gonna be I don't know who the MVP is gonna be just yet. Everyone's just filing it in, but yeah, congratulations once again to LN and SLFO, and good try to Last Insanity. Hope to see you guys participate again in the future perhaps. So you know what, just keep on joining these tournaments and try to see if you can like go up against a lot of these really big names in esports, and well, just study their moves, because you can see, like, probably know that Doctor uses Asian quite a lot. Just ran that, and then you're gonna have to go ahead and get some other jungler on their hand. But yes, this is the MVP. It's gonna be Midnight holding on to that Harith gold laner. 1 to 8 to 15 on the KDA, 816 GPM. And the spell is the Purify. We have the item build up we saw a while ago, the Divine Glaive, the Feather. We have the Holy Crystal as well. So it was a full build. So that was a lot of gold coming in, not just for Midnight, but the rest of LNL, SLFO. They easily got their items from all the objectives that they saw a while ago. But it looks like we have the roadmap coming in. I don't think we saw this asset a while ago, but our first bracket's gonna be done. Last Insanity versus LNN SLFO, with that reverse sweep, with LNN SLFO moving forward to the semifinals. After this, we'll be seeing MV Legends going up against Esports. Whoever wins that bracket will be going up against LNN SLFO. And thank you guys so much for watching that first series. We'll be going to the second series after this short break, so guys, do not go anywhere.
ಗೇಮಿಂಗ್ ಇತುರು ಹರಫತಕ ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ MS ಅಳಿ ಗೇಮಿಂಗ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಉರಿದು
Januta eki hara kita eki hatiyaru tar eki hamaladi furdi la fadua kya ga dana tarum ba ba kura fumma da ba kuda ga dura mujhe yaru kam ko du la fura ka ka para tu te veni hakuda mat ka faski che veni dei vor sa fight for veni di vai ko team king ko veni ga badal ka ko gemi ka ka ture ka ko bedi ka ka pa e hur veni fahumi ha ka ke ko veni di buwan mi mage mahal mage raj mi mage matal
Welcome to Ooredoo Nation.
The Gamers Land.
ಕಿಯಾ ಬಲಕಿಯೇಣೆ ಕಾಳು ಕಾಳು ಕುರು ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳಿ ಕುಕುಳು ಕಿರುಳು ಕುಕುಳು ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಕೊಕ್ಕಿಯಾಲ ಕರ್ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳು ನೋ 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 ಕಾಳು ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳಿ ಕುಕುಳು
ಫಾಸ್ಟೇ ಇದು ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಹಲವು ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ಗೆ ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್ ಅಕ ಉರಿದೂಗೆ ಅನ್ಲಿಮಿಟೆಡ್ ಸೂಪರ್ ನೆಟ್
ಕಾಳು ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳು ಕುಕುಳು
ಫಾಸ್ಟೇ ಇದು ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಹಲವು ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ಗೆ ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್ ಅಕ ಉರಿದೂಗೆ ಅನ್ಲಿಮಿಟೆಡ್ ಸೂಪರ್ ನೆಟ್ ಇದು ಸ್ಮಿಯಂ ಐ ಲಿವೆ ಲಿವೆ
Fonugawe muli hayata na tungulilani ta kummisaki mezuga e fashi gamuga kulunu speeduga e PUBG gana snap kore esa ka meme taka e furi feeduga e tekutoku fura e fit check taka ve OG fasha e sali trend ka e ki bajiduwa
libuni technology libe kuri eruma iko haru fatuga tibe hus baguta bagutung ufala libe huwa fenta fuga vecce libe fa
Salima fighti libe Just Salima fighti libe Just Salima fighti libe Just Salima fighti libe
ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಬೋಡು 5G ನೆಟ್ವರ್ಕ್
Bebe, bebe, क्या हो रखा? Bebe, मी क्या हो रखा?
ಕಮೆಂಗ್ ಹಿಂಗಾಲೊಮ್ಮೆ ಉದ್ದಗೂ ಕಮೆದ್ದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾದ ಕಮೆಂಗ್ ಹಿಂಗಾಲೊಂಬೇಣೊಮಿಯ ಉರಿದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾದ ಹಯಾತುಗ ಅವಹ ಕುರಿಯರುಂ ಹೋದಾಲಂಬೇಣುಮಿಯ ಉರಿದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾದ ಮಡುಕುರುಮ್ಮಿ ವರ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಅಮೆದ್ದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾದ ಸತೇಕ ಗುಣ ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ ತಜುರ್ಬಾ ಕೊಲ್ಲುಮ ಉರಿದೂಗೆ 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ
ಗೇಮಿಂಗ್ ಇತುರು ಹರಫತಕ ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಸಳಿ ಗೇಮಿಂಗ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಉರಿದು
Welcome to Ooredoo Nation.
ಕಿಯಾ ಬಲ ಕಿಯಾನೆ ಕಾಳು ಕಾಳು ಕುರು ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳಿ ಕುಕುಳು ಕಿರುಳು ಕುಕುಳು ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಕೊಕ್ಕಿಯಾಲ ಕರ್ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳು ನೋ 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 ಕಾಳು ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳಿ ಕುಕುಳು
ಫಾಸ್ಟೇ ಇದು ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಹಲವು ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ಗೆ ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್ ಉರಿದೂಗೆ ಅನ್ಲಿಮಿಟೆಡ್ ಸೂಪರ್ ನೆಟ್
ಕರ್ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳು ಕುಕುಳು
ಫಾಸ್ಟೇ ಇದು ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಹಲವು ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ಗೆ ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್ ಉರಿದೂಗೆ ಅನ್ಲಿಮಿಟೆಡ್ ಸೂಪರ್ ನೆಟ್ Edu miang ai live
Fonuga vibuli hayata netungulila nita kummisaki Mezuga e fresh gameuga kuluru speeduga e PUBG ganda Snap kure esa ka meme taka e furi feeduga e tekutoku fura e fitu cheku taka ve OG fasha e sali trendaka e ki bajiduwa
Puro santa liberty technology libe kuri eruma iko haru fatuga tibe hus bangota wagotung ufala libe huwa fenta fuga veche libe fa
The timer lied once again. We are back to the esports flash series, just like that, and we're gonna be seeing our second series for tonight. It's still we're still going to be in the quarterfinals, and whoever wins this next series will be going up against Lenion SLFO, the winner of our first series just a while ago that we saw a while ago. So it's gonna be between MV Legends and MVL Esports. So I think just based on their logos, I think they're just under the same sort of like the same clan. I forgot the terminologies, but they're basically like siblings or something, but different players, but something's the same amongst them. But yeah, we're gonna be seeing them go up against each other. So question is, will they have similar strategies? Will it sort of be a mirror match? Will they know these strategies that the others are gonna be playing? That's a question that we're gonna be asking later on. Nonetheless, only one of them will be moving forward to the semifinals tomorrow. So both of them have to do their best and try to qualify. But I think we're gonna be starting off really quickly, just watching out as to what the drafting is gonna be looking like later on. I think we're just going to be waiting for the lobby to kind of start up. We're not getting a lot of information just yet, so we're gonna be chilling out, and now we're gonna be finally gonna be seeing that beautiful assets for the drafting and the piggy face. It looks like we're gonna be starting off. On one hand, MV Legends will be banning out the Zhong, and the MVL Esports will be banning the Granger first. So third game in a row that we're not gonna be seeing a Granger. In fact, Granger is, I think, almost always one of the first heroes to be banned. It looks like Lapu Lapu will be taken off the table by MV Legends. They have another ban, and MVL Esports still has 2 bans. And I love one of the names from MVL Esports. It's called Poopinator. Very creative name. I respect that. But yeah, okay. What's kind of familiar? I think I've seen Instinct and Skyzen and Sarity and even Rose and maybe Alpha before. So MV Legends, I think I've seen these guys before. MVL Esports, however, not so familiar. The King Ryu. I think I've seen Ryu before. I'm not sure, or maybe I was just mistaking Ryu for someone else. But it looks like finally we're seeing the 4th ban. It's going to be the Badang. And we'll be waiting for another ban from MV Legends. So they could ban anyone actually. They could ban, I think a lot of these days we're seeing a lot of fighter bans as of the moment. Fighter and tank bans. But yeah, we're taking Diggy off the table as well, because Diggy is a very strong counter to crowd control. You don't want Diggy going up against like your Atlas or your Tigreal. Like, you try to go ahead and give that set, and then the Diggy just ruins everything. Ultimate for an ultimate. And that MBL Esports, they're gonna be taking the last ban for themselves. So as of this moment, there's 3 fighters off the table. We got Dicky as well as Granger as well. Granger could be a gold later. Sometimes I see them on the jungle as well. So waiting it up. just waiting for that last band to come in. And yeah, let's just go ahead and be a little bit more patient. But basically MVL and MV Legends, yeah, their logo looks the same. So I think they they these guys know each other. So whether or not this is gonna be an interesting game, well, the question is, I'm not sure. But looks like production says there will be a rematch. So let's erase. They will erase all of that bands, all of the bands that we just saw a while ago. And yeah, okay, we're gonna be restarting the room. Um, how are you guys? But then yeah, well, I don't have a lot of information between MVL Esports and MV Legends, but I know I've seen MV Legends before. I think these guys reached like maybe semifinals or even finals levels before. These guys are very very familiar. Um, like I'm pretty sure they went up against Ellen and Sky SLFO before, so I'm very excited to see, like, if ever MV Legends move forward to the semifinals, they will be going up against LNL SLFO. But as of this moment, we're all just resetting for MVL Esports. I think maybe they're a little bit familiar too, but the players of MV Legends are a little bit more familiar to me. But yeah, let's just see which among these two teams are going to be better, and they're going to be proving themselves with that best of three later on. But we're just going to be rematching that. You saw a while ago the bans kind of just stopped coming in, so I think there was a little bit of a problem on the production side or maybe the back end. So as long as I don't have much information, that's all I can tell you guys. They're just having rematch, and we're just gonna be chilling and waiting as they go ahead and fix things up at the back. I'm sure they're all losing their minds. I can actually see the back end right now, but let's just let be, we're all just waiting. But then yeah, I guess we could just talk about like the series number one. It was pretty entertaining, especially the first few minutes of that game number three, where Last Insane just stole again and again. We saw that really nice turtle steal, and we saw that really nice snipes, the really nice eliminations that come in from Last Insanity. Just punishing Alan and SLFO. I really like that energy, but still, SLFO is just a different sort of beast. And they've proven time and time again across multiple tournaments from this whole year. Actually, I keep seeing SLFO and they keep proving themselves again and again, and I'm pretty sure these guys have amazing fans. I see these guys have fans like in the live stream every now and then, in the live stream comments rather, every now and then. So really happy to see them going strong, still joining these tournaments. But here we have it. We have MV Legends up against MVL Esports. We'll be starting off with more or less the same bands. We have the Granger band, we have the Yujon band, let's say maybe the Badang band, the Diggy band, probably later. Maybe an Angela band. These two teams know each other, so they're probably familiar as to what bands, or rather what the comfort picks are for the other team. So this banning phase is probably gonna be pretty personalized. So we might be seeing some generic bans, or we might be seeing some strangely specific bans. But as of the moment, we have the general bans. We have the Yuzhong, we have the Lapu Lapu, we have the Badang, we have the Granger. Come on, just ban that Diggy. Just ban that Diggy. We all know nobody wants Diggy in our Land of Dawn. So that we waiting for the last ban for both sides. I don't know. I don't know why production's laughing again. If they're gonna be going on a rematch again, I think I'm gonna lose my mind. Like I'm gonna leave this. Okay, we're not doing a rematch. I was about to threaten to get out of my chair and just walk out, but it looks like we're not having a rematch. They promised me, but then yeah, we're just gonna be waiting for the next banning to come up. I think we're just lagging just a bit because I'm pretty sure the timer already ran out for the banning. There should be a ban by now, but okay, finally they did a ban. And who else can they ban as of the moment? I think they could take another, another jungler from their side. I guess they can ban the Ascension if they really want to. Sometimes I see X-Borg bans as well. The Lemord can still be banned. And who else can be banned? In the previous game we saw Freya being banned as well. I think it's like a pretty specific ban, but Freya in the right hands is very annoying. Like all that crowd control is quite annoying. But for MV Legends, they're still hovering on that next ban. Let's just see what their final choice is gonna look like. As of the moment, there are 3 fighters off the table. They could probably take a 4th fighter out, just to make it a little bit funnier. But then yeah, that Ranger and the Tiggy is gonna be taken off the table as well. They could ban Akai, which is very very annoying in terms of crowd control, especially if your tank or support knows how to push them into the wall. But looks like we're not gonna be seeing a ban for MV Legends. We're going straight to the picking. We have Hayabusa taken by MV Legends. The Kings gonna be taking that for themselves. MVL Esports will be choosing Alice for Altaf, and Skyzen will be taking that Kimmy. So Skyzen, probably jungler, but could possibly be on the mid lane as well. I've seen Skyzen use the Kimmy on the mid lane every now and then. Altaf, Alice sometimes I've seen. I think Altaf has used Alice in the jungle before. So, I love the mind games coming in from MVL Esports as of the moment because we're not sure that Kimmy and that Alice is going yet. We can have the mid lane or the gold lane Kimmy, even the jungler Kimmy. Sometimes people do that. Alice can go in mid or jungle. MV Legends will be taking that Lunox. It disappeared. Lunox and the C. Sometimes CC goes to XP. Sometimes CC goes to gold. So this is mind games as well. I don't know where they're gonna put it there. But okay, Irthel be taken by Sarity, so it looks like it's Irthel on the gold lane, Kimmy in the mid lane, Alice either on the XP lane or the jungle side. And we'll be finding out where that Alice will be going on the next part of the picking, because we're going back to banning. But MV Legends, yes, CC could still go a XP or the gold lane. Lunox most likely on the mid lane, and Hayabusa will be taking that jungle. So MV Legends is still lacking their carry as well as their roamer, and MVL Esports is lacking their maybe a jungler, but definitely a roamer. It looks like MVL Esports will be banning that Lolita. Lolita has that movement, has that shield, the annoying shield that can reflect projectiles, as well as um, that amazing crowd control for themselves. But here, MV Legends will be taking off the Fredrin off the table. One more ban from each side. So MVL Esports, go ahead and ban a roamer or a carry. So they chose to ban the Lolita already. So guess they're taking a little bit of their time. Quite nice. Very unique hero pool, very distinct hero pool actually from MVL Esports. I think I distinctly remember MVL Esports from the previous tournaments. And it looks like Ruby will be taken off the table as well. I think Ruby got buffed recently, so this is what my friends were saying. So some rubies go to the gold lane. I believe, was it the jungle or the gold lane? I didn't like play any high ranking Mobile Legends game like recently, but then um I'd imagine I really like to see a Ruby on the esports scene, but it looks like they're gonna be banning off the Ruby real quick. MV Legends, one more ban for their side. They could still ban a roamer or a jungler or an XP lane. It's depending on where that Alice is gonna go. Because that Alice could go ahead and go to the XP lane or the jungle. Depends on their mood. But it looks like Kufa will be banned by MV Legends. We're going straight on to the picky phase. Instinct or Rosie will be taking that next hero. So they still need a roamer and probably an XP slash jungler. Okay, we have the Suyun. Am I saying that right? Okay. Let me just check if Suyu or rather Suyu. I'm so sorry, guys. That is Suyu. Is gonna be taken by Instinct, and then MV Legends will be answering back with 2 more picks. Ninja, we're just waiting out. Oh my gosh. So Instinct will be going to jungle. I presume Alice will be going to the XP lane. Irithel will go to the gold lane. Kimmy will be going to mid lane. And then now MVL Esports is just lacking a roamer. Looks like I haven't seen a Kaja in a while. So that's just quite annoying, especially with the suppress and that crowd control. But it's very very specific. Like they could only hook up, like they can only leash one hero. So back then Kaja's very very powerful, but now we don't see that quite a lot anymore. And the Cho as well, a little bit more or less the same sort of strategy with the Kaja. You know, just pick off one of the carries from the back lines and go ahead and stun them for like 5 business days. So annoying if you're a carry. Then yeah, it looks like MV Legends, they've completed their lineup. We have the Hayabusa, the Lunox, the CC, the Kaja, and the Cho. MVL Esports will be taking the Grok for themselves, as well as the Suyo, the Kimmy, the Irithel, and the Alice. So that's a full lineup. Our second series, MV Legends versus MVL Esports. This is our game number 1. Pretty nice lineup coming in from both sides. We got our carries. No, rather, I'm not sure what MV Legends carry is gonna be. I think it's gonna be the CC gold laner as usual. Mid lane with Lunox, Hayabusa on that jungle. So I'm gonna be expecting Shaman might be the roamer at this rate, or it could also be Boturakin actually. Either Shaman or Boturakin will be interchangeable in the XP lane and the roamers. Let's just see who will be taking those roam boots. And MVL Esports, of course, I think the lineup's more or less clear. We got the Suyu on the jungle, the Grok on the roam, and the Irithel as the carry. Kimmy and Alice. Okay, Kimmy and Alice like interchangeable in the mid lane and the XP lane. Okay, we're gonna be starting up. It looks like Alice will be on the rather. Alright. Alice is on the XP lane. And that's CC's also the XP lane. Cho, that's good. The gold laner. Alright. I'm gonna be respecting that quite a bit. Okay, let's see if it will work out for MV Legends. Quite a fascinating sort of lineup for them. So Cho will be having the lots of gold for the lion's share of the gold for MV Legends. And that is to say, Cho actually relies a lot on their skills rather than the items. So I guess they're gonna be working that out really well later on. Let's just trust in the process, I suppose. But as of this moment, okay, have our junglers kind of just minding their own business. Rosie's getting poked a bit, but Grok's pretty tanky, so they don't have to worry about that too much. All right, we're seeing the emblems. You know, we have a lot of magical damage coming in from MV Legends. Even that shows magical damage. Illuminator, of course, with the mage, King with the assassin. Pretty typical. Actually, really nice, diverse emblems from Esports. But in the mid lane, Illuminator's gonna be first blood in this game. The Triggle's gonna be coming right up. Question is, which of these junglers will we get to even first? Instinct will be starting that off, but Shaman's right around the corner, trying to maybe contest this but on the top lane, Altaf is quite low on health. The Lion doesn't manage to get that kill, but on the other hand, speaking of kills, it looks like the first turtle goes MVL Esports. Instinct taking that turtle for themselves, but here we're supposed to be there in the mid lane, but there's no casualties just yet. Everyone's just going back to their natural habitat. All around the map, just kind of farming, waiting for that right moment to strike. Alright, up in the top lane we have from MV Legends talking about the gold plating. But as of this moment, there's way too much time left to go before that next turtle is going to be popping up. But here, MVL Esports are hovering up on that. There's 4 people on both sides. Okay, it looks like we have an initiation coming in from MVL Esports. Altaf's quite low on health. MV Legends doesn't overstep their boundaries. Looks like we're seeing a disengage after Altaf quite low on health. But Shamans, okay, they're overexpanding just a little bit. Shamans, the roamer, MV Legends is not gonna be too worried about that. And you can see MVL Esports, they're gonna be holding back. It looks like everyone's gonna be backing away. We're seeing the normal lineups, the normal sort of laning systems that we saw on the first minute. And now we're actually 4 minutes into the game, so not much that's happening yet. Everyone's kind of playing peacefully. I don't think I've seen an invade. But here we have the XP laner board, and the Suyu is actually top XP laner, but trailing behind just a little bit. The King, the Hayabusa. And then next is going to be the CC and of course the Alice, who are both on the XP lane. But here, we have a couple seconds left to go before that next turtle is going to be popping up. It's going to be contested quite a bit. There's a lot of players from both sides hovering about, but MVL Esports has to farm and just try to take as much map control as possible. It looks like they'll be trying to trap, maybe take one for MV Legends before they go ahead and try to commit, but Altaf is taking a lot of health, but finally, Shaman's gonna be falling. Altaf is still alive. Bochulaka gets killed off, but Rue takes a Serity. That's a 1-for-1 trade. Crazy sort of sustain from Altaf. You'd think that you have this in the bag, but Alice's life drain is just insane. But looks like they're going to go ahead and back away real quick. And MV Legends takes their first turtle for themselves. That's a 1-for-1 on the turtle. MVL Esports gonna have their red buff try and be contested, however. Looks like MV Legends are putting way too much resources on this, but nonetheless, Rosie gets taken down. Illuminator gets traded off, however. I don't know if this is a win for MV Legends, but it looks like MVL Esports, they're gonna be taking a second trade, maybe a third even. Shaman taken down Instinct with that triple kill. And a bonus turret while everyone was distracted too. Legends, they tried to invade, but it just turned up against the Buh taken by surprise. Took a lot of damage to get that Skyzen chase, but Skyzen will be punished by Poopinator for overextending. Wait a minute, let's go back. Who almost lost their lives back there? But both sides will be backing away. They'll be cutting their losses on both sides. And it looks like we're gonna be seeing the item game real quick. And well, both sides, they have a decent amount of items on both sides, so not too much to worry about. I mean, we're gonna be looking at the carries real quick, but the carries aren't quite fixed. But here, he also does have an attack off already, so that's one full item. But all of that sustain from the Alice is always just so amazing to watch. You can see Altaf knows their hero so well. They know when to back away, and they know when they can still tank all that damage. Yeah, we have a couple seconds left to go before that next turtle is gonna come up. And not much of a gold deficit between the two. So it's a 1-for-1 on the turtle, so that's expected to see some scoreboard. However, there's a slight advantage on MVL Esports, but it doesn't translate to a overwhelming gap in points. But here in the mid lane, it looks like we're gonna have A5 versus 5 jumping in. Altham's gonna be falling first. But it has to Ryu, and now 2-3, maybe low on health on MVL Esports. Rosie's gonna be going first. Kaizen and Serity is gonna be backing away real quick, and Instinct is all that's left to guard that mid lane. You see MV Legends gonna be backing away. Boto Rakan, okay. It took a bit of a Cho ultimate, but let's chase that real quick. It looks like Instinct will be taken away by Shaman in the MVL Esports. And looks like this is a win for MV Legends on that side of MV Legends. And MV Legends, slowly but surely, they're turning this game around to their favor. They have the map control. Slowly but surely, they're taking they have a lot of damage. I think they're improving a lot in terms of the itemization, because it's working out so well. You can see all the damage that MV Legends could deal up against MVL Esports. It's surprising. MVL Esports at this rate, they could go ahead and maybe switch up their items real quick. They could go ahead and check what the items look like on MV Legends and encounter that real quickly. But as of this moment, MV Legends and the amount of damage that they're shelling out is just crazy. It's amazing. But here, MVL Esports, they're in the blue buff, just guarding that place, hoping that they don't get their farm denied. They definitely need all the farm that they can get. But now we are in the Lord era. We have like half a minute before it comes up, but it looks like it's a little bit of a mess here in the jungle lane between mid and bottom. But it's gonna be losing a lot of health, and that's a King taken down. But I think Buh Thashi is gonna be falling off after that. That's a 1-for-1 trade. Let's see if it's gonna be a 2 or 3 or 4. The King took a lot of damage. Back away real quick. Rosie low on health as well as Kaizen, but everyone's disengaging. Skyzen took that Windtalker on their side, so Skyzen might be hitting harder later on, but that Windtalker just came by way too late. Now the team fight's over. We'll be seeing another day later on. 10 minutes into the game, MV Legends so far steadily climbing up into the base of MVL Esports. I think they got 5 versus 1 or 2 on the top lane, but MVL Esports get the win real quickly. That Lord is going to be taken. It looks like the King saved the Lord for themselves. MVL Esports losing 1, 2. Shaman Instinct and that Rosie, however, falls next. Instinct might be next. Get the chase in. Okay, Poopinator falls as well, but it looks like Instinct still alive. 2 versus 1 up top, but Instinct manages to get away, but they did not manage to tank all that damage. The King takes down Instinct 2 to for trade. MVL Esports, they lost that team fight. They also lost that Lord, and now Syracuse just there to kind of defend themselves up against the minions, up against that Lord. But good thing that MVL Esports quickly went ahead and respawn. They definitely need all the manpower to push back all those minions. The Lord's already at the bottom lane. I guess they're going to be conceding that inhibitor turret real quick. But it's a good thing MVL Esports, they're slowly catching up to the activation. But what's up? Right at the bottom, rather, right? Who's going to be losing their life for that? Nader takes the third, however, on the mid lane. But MVL Esports comes a little bit too late on the backup. Look at the goal deficit now. 4K between MVL Legends and MVL Esports. Deficit on the side of MVL Esports, red stuff. But a while ago, MVL Esports, I really thought they had it, but MVL Legends, after those accusations, especially saw in the team fights, Skies and the Syracuse took so much damage from MVL Legends. I think that's the turning point. MVL Esports realized that whenever they go to team fights, they take so much damage. It was way too much damage to be sustainable. MV Legends held on a lot of their build and just worked out so well. So, right now MV Legends is riding on that momentum. You're gonna be trying to perhaps end this video, but there's gonna be a minute left to go before that Lord comes up. So it's all about getting that map control on their side, keeping MVL Esports inside of their base. You can see the map control that they're trying to get. They're hiding within the bushes. They're pushing those minions aside. Mid lane, there's a little bit of a mess. Okay, Shaman is trying to push here and there, doing roam stuff. And the MVL Esports gonna be diving in. Okay, there's two caught up in that Grok skill, but here I'll have a bit of damage. But we're talking about an Alice over here. There's a lot of sustain. MV Legends took a lot of damage. They'll have to move back. It's not sustainable. They're probably gonna be taken out if they try to overextend this. And this just gives time for MVL Esports to take back a little bit of that map control on their side. They might in a little bit of trouble. Caught in the wrong place in the wrong time. Forced to use their ultimate, but now that it's suspended, the King falls, gets punished for being in the wrong place at the wrong time. 5 people on MVL Esports. And no jungler on MV Legends. This is not a good look. And they can take it out too. No, it's jungler for jungler. No one's risking that Lord. They're trying to get it started, however. Alright, MV Legends uncontested took that Lord for themselves. You can see the emote from Buh Thashi. I was actually a little bit concerned. I saw the king get taken down too early. MVL Esports was so confident. They tried to take that Lord for themselves, but they lost instinct too. Jungler for jungler. MV Legends, they said, instinct's gone. Let's do the Lord anyway. And now they have the Lord once again. Alright. I love that. I respect that from MV Legends. And now, look their side. Skill was on their side as well. And now they go ahead and take the Lord for themselves. I was so nervous when clicking well done. Thought the Lord would go to MVL Esports. Our retribution was gone. But as of this moment, looks like MVL Legends just tasting that victory, trying to push back all into that base. But it looks like MVL Esports is defending quite well. They're a little bit distracted with the Lord, and now they're just trying to take down all the minions. But on the other hand, MV Legends trying to take back as much of the map control as possible. 5 on the base, alternating between top and middle. So it looks like MVL Esports going to be diving in, going on the aggressive just a little bit, but it's just way too hard to try to control. MV Legends, they're all around the map, and still Instinct's going to be the first to fall. Instinct had so much potential for the momentum, but unfortunately Instinct fell again and again and again. They fell off mid-game, and now it just dials down to all this punishment on that late game, just falling off in comparison to everyone else, especially on MV Legends. But nonetheless, Kupinator falls. almost a 1-for-1, more or less. 14 to 12 on the kill board as of the moment. We're 16 minutes in, and we're a minute left to go before that next door is going to be popping up. MVL Esports got a breather just a little bit in terms of map control. They're just pushing back all the minions, but still the advantage is going to MV Legends. Okay, we have a little bit of a skirmish towards the mid lane, but it looks like MV Legends will be backing away real quick. 5 versus 3 potentially. MV Legends gonna be backing away. They have the first disadvantage. Here and there, they just want to be caught in the wrong place at the wrong time. Move to Rocket was just waiting for any of the carries to be caught off guard, but it doesn't seem to be happening on the favor of MV Legends. But your 10 seconds left to go before the Lord pops up, and nonetheless, there's gonna be 18 fights attempted to be initiated on the jungle, but looks like they'll be backing away, and now the Lord's up for grabs. MV Legends, MVL Esports just roaming all around the map. Just chilling. Look, the Racket is just emoting, laughing emoji every once in a while, but right now that Lord is just waiting there, waiting to be claimed. Right? The folks coming in, just taunting, just poking. Oh my gosh, what's happening? Wait, go down. What? Who was caught in that skirmish? Okay, the king goes ahead and takes that ultimate for themselves. Thought that they could get Skyzen, but gets punished anyway. And it looks like MV Legends tried to finish the job, but it doesn't seem to be going into their favor. MVL Esports is still full squad and they're defending really well. Okay, Shaman got caught and managed to get away. Alright, we got the show ultimate coming in, and we just move to Rocking over for that with their life. Grenade follows. MVL Esports took down 3 members. Will it be a 4th? Will it be a 5th? Alright, we got a little bit of action from Alpha right here, but there's still too little damage coming in for MVL Esports. We have a lot of sustain, but not enough damage. Alright, we're trying to contest that Lord real quick. Shaman's just trying to go closer, but in the end, Instinct gets that Lord anyway with the retribution on their side. Shaman's dangerously low and has just 1 more damage. Not enough damage. There's too much sustain from Shaman, and Ryu still right beside them. What is happening after all that? Still cannot be finished off, but here we have 3 players from MVL Esports. They have to back away, but nonetheless, they have the Lord on their side. Still a lot of defenses to try to take down on the side of MV Legends. They just had too much of the map control this whole time. But here, MVL Esports is slowly but surely taking back that map for themselves. Mid game was MV Legends, but late game is MVL Esports. Now they're starting this off. Mid lane, just kind of like watching this very mercurial map. Anything can go, anything goes at this moment. We have a minute and a half left to go for that next Lord. The next Lord went down way too fast, but at least he got a few turret damage, some turret damage to go along with it from the side of MVL Esports. But here, just pushing back all these minions. We can see no one's being reckless as of this moment. It's in 19 minutes to the game, almost 20. If you get picked off here, you're gonna be respawning for almost a minute, maybe even a minute. You don't want to get respawned at this time because it takes way too much time. All right, minions are at the mid. This part, mid-side of MVL Esports. Alright, map control going to the side of MV Legends, and now MVL Esports are going to be forced to push back. And but Kaisen already at the red potion as of the moment, so they have way too much gold. We're at 60 gold. Gold doesn't really matter at this point. Everyone has their items. So MVL Esports held on long enough that they have the items to their advantage. they have the physical, they should have at least a little bit more advantage in terms of damage. But I'm still trying to find Skyzen popping off, you know, literally carrying their team. I really want to see that happen soon, because we've waited long enough for Skyzen to take all of that items for themselves. That's double wind talker that we're talking about. We have this Bishop of Fury, we have the Malefic gun, we have the half cloth, no boots for Irithel. So I'm expecting a lot from this guy. Okay, we have a little bit of a hook here and there near the blue buff of MVL Esports. Still no casualties, but the Lord is gonna be slain first. Alright, we can expect not gonna be liking MVL Esports, but they should not engage in. But as of this moment, Rock, nice set coming in. There's two caught up, but in the end, Shaman's too much of sustain coming in, but Serity plays for their lives. Whippinator takes that kill for themselves. They took their risk. MVL Esports took their risk, and unfortunately, it did not go to their favor. They're forced to go back to their base and try to defend. And right now, 3 people from MVL Esports, they're taking that load for themselves. All the while, the Alice is trying to clear out that base. That base is actually took a bit of damage from being neglected, and I think MVL Legends is just trying to stall for time, but unfortunately MVL Esports is gonna be falling for that. And so now I'm still a little bit nervous. There's still some minions, some overpowered minions rather, going on to the bottom lane. They cannot ignore that, especially with their inhibitor turned down. But it looks like they defended the base quite well. And now we're kind of just waiting maybe for that next lord in a minute or so. And as of this moment, MV Legends has most of this map control. So as of this moment, there's not a huge chance that this is MV Legends' game, but we're drawing this out to the 23 mark. And I'm still expecting a lot from Skyzen as of the moment. Expecting a lot from Skyzen. Skyzen has the whole build. I think maybe like if our Skyzen maybe change the double wind talker, I suppose, and change it to something else. So just a little bit more variety on the passives. Maybe change it into the Blade of Despair perhaps. But you know what, maybe Skyzen they'll prove me wrong later on. But as of this moment, I need Skyzen to deal a lot of damage. I think we need Skyzen to position themselves really well. I'm expecting a lot, especially since they are a carry. I don't even know who the carry is supposed to be in MV Legends, but nonetheless, they keep on popping off one after the other. All they needed to do was deal with the damage dealers of MVL Esports before everyone else. Alright, we have the Lord coming right up, and looks like the King and Fukinator is making so good on that whole HP bar. Look at Ryu pushing back the rest of MVL Esports, trying to get them away from the Lord. Ryu just taking so much of that damage. There's so much to say. MVL Esports will be forced to move back, but look at that Rosie with a lot of damage. Let's see if they can finish Rosie off. I think that won't matter. Shaman takes Instinct, however, but Instinct managed to get away just in time. MV Legends has the map control for themselves. There's no more turrets guarding MVL Esports. They are defending that base with their lives. It's a good thing there's minions spawning here and there on both sides. Now the minions are doing short work on the minions from MV Legends. It looks like this is a successful defense as of the moment. But that one's gonna be working out for the day. This pretty powerful Lord at the mark. Okay, Walter Rakan goes straight into the base, but it does not matter. I think this is it for MV Legends. They lost Skyzen. Walter Rakan got traded off. Alright, the King falls as well. Already it's a 2-for-1 trade. There's a lot of minions, however, MV Legends. Okay, wait a minute. Okay, that's a successful demise once again. I really thought MV Legends had it, but they lost 3 players. not enough. MVL Esports is still standing strong. Shaman and Ryu are gonna be backing away. They do not have enough manpower. But here, Aqua has to go back into that. Those aren't normal minions. Those are enhanced minions. They cannot just ignore them. They have to take down those minions manually. Otherwise, it will not end well. But nonetheless, MVL Esports managed to wipe out MV Legends. Look at the respawn time. This is what I'm telling you. You guys do not want to die in the 25-minute mark or so, because look at that. How will you respawn at this rate? They are locking into that base. Look at that. They're locking in. And that is how you lose a game. That is how you lose a game. You become too complacent. You take too long to respawn. You die on the more than 20-minute mark, and you just have to watch your base get taken down, get laser focused, get Aldo focused, Aldo locked in onto that base, and there we have it. The game turns around against your favor. Congratulations to MVL Esports. That is a war of contrition. It's just so much drawn out. It's so much patience. This drew out to 26 minutes. They had so much patience. They held out. They kept defending until they finally get that sliver or time where they can just turn this whole game around into their favor, and to MVL Esports. Like, hands down, just quite amazing. But then yeah, still MV Legends, such a great mid to late game. I think I really thought that they'd have a disadvantage in terms of damage, because the carries kind of like they didn't quite have a carry. I think they relied on the CC for that damage. I believe they put it on the Cho. Actually, they gave Cho the gold lane. So with that, the Cho did quite a bit of damage there. But still, even though it wasn't like a conventional marksman or like a carry, they shelled out a lot of damage, and it forced MVL Esports to go on the defending side for so long. Here we have our MVP is actually going to be Rosie. You can see Rosie had so many amazing moments all throughout the game. The beautiful sets, the beautiful crowd controls just gave MVL Esports such a breather, in between team fights. It would have gone way more wrong if Rosie wasn't there. So congratulations once again. 1 to 3 and to 18 on the KDA. Surprisingly quite low on the deaths. Especially for MVL Esports, it's a great survivability coming in from our Grok, and of course we have the item build, which worked out so well that the minion ice, especially, working out really well to counter a lot of the damage and drain from the side of MV Legends. And yes, 5 to 2 on the GPM, KP percent 86%. I think we'll be seeing the post game real quick. They're just switching things up real quick, but then yeah, we're going in with the post game 26 minutes once again. And I think the drawn out sort of part of this game is what helped MVL Esports win this, because if not for the 26-minute mark, MV Legends wouldn't have taken so long to respawn. It's because of the respawn types that MV Legends couldn't defend their base. MVL Esports were always forced onto the defensive side until MV Legends got a little bit complacent perhaps, and they all got picked off in the end, one after the other, divide and conquer sort of thing. And MVL Esports, all they did was stay as patient as possible, and it paid off. 26 minutes in, they just waited for the rare moment to strike. They went on the defense. They didn't even take the objectives for themselves. They weren't proactive in terms of objectives and taking the Lord. But then yeah, that was it for our game number 1 for our second series on the quarterfinals. So that was MVL Esports versus MV Legends. I think we more or less have an idea as to what this matchup, the two teams, look like. So MV Legends, I think the next game you'll probably have to go ahead and end the game as fast as possible. You don't want to give MVL Esports any sort of time to kind of breathe, you know. But yeah, before that happens, before we go to the second game, we will be taking a short break. So guys, do not go anywhere. We'll be seeing you soon in a few minutes.
Just salim fight libe. Just salim fight libe. Just salim fight libe.
ಕುರಿಯರು ಮೆಂಗ್ ಅವಹ ಬೇಣುಂದೋ 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ ಹಯಾತುಗ ಅವಹ ಕುರಿಯರುಂ ಹೋದಾಲಂ ಬೇಣುಮಿಯ ಉರೀದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ ಮಡುಕುರು ಮೀ ವರ ವ್ಯಾಕ್ ಅಮೆದ್ದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ ಸತೇಕ ಗುಣ ಸ್ಪೀಡ್.
And we are back just like that. And this is still the second series for our quarterfinals. It's still MVL Esports versus MV Legends. Yes, MVL Esports was our first winner, and it looks like we'll be back. We have banning phase already. Lapu and Yujong will be taken off the table by MVL Esports, and Granger is still not gonna be seen for the fourth game in a row. Okay, you guys don't like Ranger whatsoever. I guess that's fine. I guess I respect that. But then yeah, in the previous game I really thought MV Legends could have had that. They had the advantage in that game for like most of the game, like towards the later part of the early game, all the way towards the end of the game. MV Legends just held on to that map control, all that damage, everything was to their advantage, and just messed up when the players from MV Legends fell one after the other, and the respawn time was just abysmal. It was like 60 seconds, and MV Legends couldn't defend their base when they got wiped out. They got wiped out because the respawn times were just too much. MVL Esports used that to their advantage and won that game. So just congratulations. That was amazing. It's just a lot of patience from MVL Esports. But here we have more of the bans. It looks more or less the same as the previous time. So the next ban should like be I mean, you can go ahead and ban, let's see, Akai or Eason Shin. Perhaps you can ban the Eason Shin, but I don't think the junglers here are fond of Eason Shin, so there's no point perhaps picking the Eason Shin. Okay, we're going to be skipping the ban for MV Legends, going straight to picking to the Hayabusa once again for MVL Esports. Okay, that should go to the Instinct. Actually, it used to be going to the King, and now Instinct gonna be taking the Hayabusa. So very useful ultimate. Hayabusa can go ahead and be untargetable all throughout the ultimate, but that's if the MVL Esports can easily sort of counter that by moving away from the moving away from the allies of the Hayabusa, so that MVL Esports can go ahead and drag Instinct into enemy territory, and then they'll just be in the wrong place at the wrong time, just an absolutely bad place. But yes, finally we have a Ruby. They'll be joining us for this game. So Ryu will be taking that Ruby for themselves. Kimmy, perhaps still in the mid lane. Rubinator, right up at it. And then it looks like MV Legends will be going next. Just kind of waiting for that next picking to happen. As of this moment, wow, okay, we're seeing Alpha still holding on to that Alice for themselves. So Alpha was so tanky in the previous match, but I really thought Alpha almost gets picked off, but managed to sustain just when things were looking grim. You know, Alpha just amazing sort of sustainability with that Alice. That's a lot of experience using the Alice hero, knowing when the hero can still tank that damage and knowing when to pull back. That's experience from the side of Alpha. It looks like Skyzen will be taking that Irithel once again. So I think the only difference is that Instinct won't be taking the Tsuyo, will be taking the Hayabusa of MVL Esports instead. And so we have MVL Esports coming in. Hold on just a minute. MVL Legends. Instinct. Alright. We have the Minotaur going to Shaman side. And it's the names right? The names of the teams, right? Okay, you know what? Let's just check later on. But then yeah, okay. Just looking at the lineup real quick. I mean, we have the Kimmy, we have the Ruby, we have the Minotaur. There's a lot of card control from MV Legends, especially from the Minotaur and the Ruby. Lots of sustainability. There's even a healing from Shaman and self healing from Ruby. And then we have of course we're gonna be watching out for the Irithel, the Hayabusa, and Alice. I mean, Alice has a lot of sustain. Irithel and Hayabusa both glass cannons, easy to pick off but does a lot of damage. So well, we're going back to the banning phase once again. Can't quite see. I think that's Eve getting banned on the side of MV Legends. And then the next ban is gonna go on to the side of MVL Esports. We're just waiting on that. Looks like it's gonna be the Baksha ban on the side of MVL Esports. And now we're going back to MV Legends. See what they're going to be answering with. That just a little bit of a patience. I mean, we have the carries for MVL Esports already. I think MVL Esports, in terms of carries, maybe they could take a mage as well. And if MV Legends keeps the Kimmy on the mid lane, I guess they don't need much of a mage, because Kimmy is already a mixed physical and magical damage dealer. Looks like Fire Mist will be taken off the table by MV Legends. Okay, next ban for MVL Esports. They could still ban junglers for MV Legends. Okay, Lancelot will be taken off the table. And so we are back to picking. Okay, the king is usually the jungler, and Buturakin is the gold laner, or could like they had the troll before, so this is probably the gold laner or maybe EXP laner. But MVL Esports, Rosie's the roamer, and Sarity is gone. Sarity is the mid laner. So looks like the king will be using the Fredrin for the jungler. Sarity will be using Lilia, and Rosie, they could go ahead and pick Well, Minotaur is off the table. They could get the Grok again. Alright, they'll be taking the Carmilla instead. So the Carmilla and the Alice, I think, might be a great idea. And the Lily as well. There's a lot of magical damage. That's Alice, that's Lily, and that's Camilla with the magical damage, and a lot of glass cannon physical damage. But nonetheless, okay, they just have to be really careful not to get picked off. But here in MV Legends, okay, we have the Minotaur, the Ruby, very tanky. Or Fedrin could also be tanky. Poopy Nature. What I like about Kimmy is that they have a lot of mobility and they can still deal damage even though they're moving all around the map. Okay, we have a ban actually. This is Obsidia, I think, the new hero. One moment, but then yeah, the last pick MD Legends is going to be the Arlet. So that's it. So this is our lineup for game number 2. Once again, match point for MV Esports with an amazing game number 1. Very patient, drawn out game, but still, nonetheless, they came out victorious. Now, this is their second game on this best of 3 MV Legends. Question is, will they finally win their first game after all the amazing building up, getting all those items, getting so much damage? They just couldn't quite finish the game. But on the other hand, MVL Esports played literally the long game, waited so patiently, and once they found the yellow path to the base, they took it and they took that victory for themselves. But then yes, this game is gonna be starting really quickly, and that is it. A couple of seconds into the game, we're gonna be starting out, and of course, back to the land of dawn. Everyone's just settling in. All right, now, first strange thing, Ruby is going to be on the gold lane, and we're just gonna be watching out. This is the this is going to be our emblems for today. So it looks like you know, pretty standards, and nonetheless, we have the XP laners Arlet and the Alice, and it looks like Ruby's gonna be taking that gold lane for a while. Okay, 4 people try to get that to Wanderer. A little bit of an overkill, but they definitely don't want to give that away. Alright, 1 minute into the game. Everyone's just being a little bit patient. That turtle's gonna be spawning in about 48 seconds. Alpha might be in trouble over here. 3 versus 1. Let's see if they can actually take this Alice. Look at that sustain. Did not stand a chance to get that Alice, but Alice still managed to get away. I think maybe 3 versus 1 was okay. Could have been possible, but Alpha didn't want to take that risk way too early. But nonetheless, beautiful beautiful sustain from Alpha back there. But here, 10 seconds left to go before that turtle's going to be coming up, and it looks like Instinct's already going to be positioning themselves nearby. But MV Legends are going to be coming in real quick, trying to contest that. Nature, the King and Shaman is just nearby. Jungler versus jungler. MVL Esports might be slightly at the numbers disadvantage. MV Legends is gonna be just cautious just a bit. Looks like the King took that turtle for themselves. To that contest, lots of damage coming in. Pupinator shelling out so much damage. Instinct had to back out, but the King gets taken out. But Instinct gets traded off immediately. What a nice ultimate from Minotaur. That was crazy. Look at the wipeout on MVL Esports. Skyzen was all that's left. That set took 3 people, and it made so much of a difference. Look at them. They're just taking that gold plating for themselves. They're almost done with that. They can put a lot of damage on that bottom turret already. They're cutting the minions. Oh my gosh. Shaman. Shaman. What an amazing... I don't know. That was an amazing set. But then, yeah. First team fight went to MV Legends. Beautiful set coming in. But let's see if we're going to be seeing that same sort of just crazy set coming in. Okay, we have a bit of a skirmish in the mid lane. Rosie's taking a bit of damage, but that's just the Carmilla. The Carmilla is just minding their own business, taking all the damage. But here, Buturakin falls after that. Shaman comes in. Raya also Poopinators. Coilo 1/2. Cerity trying to chase them down, but Cerity pays for their lives as well. 4-1 trade off. What is happening over here? MVL Esports just wanted revenge, and they had it. Oh my gosh. That gold deficit was so short-lived. Wait a minute, Skyzen. Okay, Skyzen. Way too little help and managed to get away with their lives. What is this greediness, dude? Buh Thashi just punished Skyzen for that. Just overstepping. Should have just went home, man. Should have went home and take that like just focused on farming. But over there on the mid lane, they're just kind of poking about here and there. Looks like Arlet is way too far from home, but we're gonna be watching out for that turtle real quick, because I'm sure that the junglers are going to be watching out for that real quick. Poopinator getting that started, but they're not risking it without the junglers being nearby. Okay, Altaf is being targeted again, but of course Altaf has a lot of sustain. They don't have to worry about it. Okay, nice set from Shaman, but not fast enough on the follow-up from MV Legends, and MV Legends will be paying for that. The follow-up was way too slow. Way too slow. Now it's Poopinator. That's all that's left on MV Legends. MVL Esports wins that team fight once again. It's just such a shame. Shaman's set was so beautiful, but MV Legends is way too far to follow up. It's just such a shame. But yeah, that was it. MV Legends wins that. Gets 4 down, and Poopinator was all that's left to tell the story. But it is what it is. Now MVL Esports with 2k point lead. They have to use that to their advantage. They're at match point already. They win one more game, and that's it. They won their quarterfinals. They can move on to the semifinals after this. They have to work a little bit hard. They have the advantage right now. They cannot afford to let MV Legends take the reins. But they're in the mid lane. They're kind of like poking about here and there. But I'm kind of concerned if Shaman just had a really good set, they might be in a bit of trouble. It looks like Shaman's not taking that risk just yet. Just have to make sure that there's enough damage dealers nearby. Okay, we have a minute left to go on that turtle real quick. Okay, I think Instinct might be in trouble. Managed to get away in time, however. Okay, it could have gone so wrong, and this is why Hayabusa gets bad, guys. Hayabusa's movement and just crazy skills going around the map so easily. Master of Evasion. That's one turret down. On the side of MVL Esports, we have the Dominion Eyes for Ryu already, so Alpha might be in a little bit of trouble as of the moment. Let's see if the sustain will hold on real quick. Okay, it looks like King's gonna be jumping in, trying to initiate a fight, but it looks like they won't be pushing through just yet. 3 seconds left to go before the turtle spawns. Alphaf's initiating. Rosie's kind of poking about, trying to stun. Let's see if that ultimate can hit. Okay, we have a little bit of skirmish shooter. Oh, that's a nice immobilize against MV Legends. Nice. That's a nice set. It looks like 2 will be falling from the side of MV Legends. Nice follow-up from MVL Esports. It looks like they're trying to finish the job. Poopinator quite low on health. Both 2 Rockets also low on health, but Poopinator managed to get away. But you'd think they could get away with all that health. It looks like both teams will be disengaging, cutting their losses. They're shaving down one turret after the other. But right now, the turtle was almost forgotten, but it looks like this is gonna be the 3rd turtle. Almost lost that turtle to the timer, but well, it's gonna be going on to the side of MVL Esports. 4 people, MV Legends on the blue buff. Gonna be trying to contest that. I'm not sure who got that, but Alpha is taking a boatload of damage. But once again, we're dealing with an Alice over here. Okay, we got more than a minute left to go before that Lord's gonna be spawning. The first Lord, and first Lord not too hot on the damage, but the map control definitely helps just quite a bit. MVL Esports compounding, just stacking up on the bottom lane. It's like Buh Thashi has Queen's Wings. That's a bit of a sustain, lots of HP. And I guess they're just poking each other on the top lane. Oh, Ruby with that amazing sustain takes down Instinct so low. Alright, that's great. I thought Ruby was actually gonna be the one falling, but Instinct gets the tables turned right around them. A lot of sustain. But here in the mid lane, just poking here and there. And the king might get caught in the wrong place at the wrong time. Manages to get away, however. Okay, Shaman's tanking a lot of health. MVL Esports not being too serious with their poking. Okay, Shaman, maybe a 3 versus 1. Okay, Shaman gets away. We have okay, we'll just move up just a little bit. I want to see what's happening. Okay, there's a potential for a set over here, but everyone's just scattered off a little bit too much. Okay, Pupinator shelling out a lot of damage. Oh my gosh, Alpha's taking a lot of damage. That's a nice set coming in, and Alpha gets treated off. Pupinator quite low on health. Both Rockets might be following real quick. MVL Esports quite low on health, but still, it's only Alpha that's the casualty as of the moment. There's 3 down on the side of MV Legends. Okay, Rosie might be in trouble. Both Rocket finishes that job. That's it, guys. Looks like MVL Esports still wins more or less that team fight in terms of numbers, and they're going to be taking the Lord alongside with it. But MV Legends is just nearby to go ahead and try to contest that, but it's not gonna be enough. Instincts already took that Lord for themselves, and so it looks like the first advantage is gonna be going on to the side of MVL Esports as of the moment. MV Legends is trying to take the mid lane. It's half health right now, but they're gonna be backing away real quick. Alright, so everyone's just kind of like waiting for that Lord to file in. Lilia finally getting that glowing wand. And looks like Buh Thashi might be in trouble. They're getting jumped off 4 versus 1. That turn's going down, but Buh Thashi has way too much sustain, guys. Buy the minion eyes, buy that glowing wand. You don't want that Ruby stealing all your health. That's it, they finally took care of that. And the items are gonna be coming in, so the Alice and the Ruby better say their prayers. But over here in the mid lane, looks like Pupinator really nice positioning and shelling a lot of damage against MVL Esports. But in the end, Alpha does take the first casualty. It might be a second. The Kings trying to get away with their lives. That's 4 down on MV Legends, and now MVL Esports has all the time in the universe to go ahead and take down turret after turret after turret. Please do not repeat history. Do not draw this game out. Do not take your time, because you saw what happened last time. You took your time. You gave way too much time for the other team to wait until your downfall was there. But here, it looks like MVL Esports pushing the map control onto their side. And you can see even MVL Esports is already attempting on the inhibitor church, but they're going to be backing away real quick. Now MV Legends are stacking on the mid lane. There's the Alpha just tanking all that health, but it's still not enough to take him down. We're lagging, guys. We're lagging. Okay, Alpha falls. And Ryu's quite low on health as well. And you can see Rosie's just backing away real quick. But Carmilla probably expended their ultimate already, so they're not going to be needed too much. That's 1 casualty on both sides. Ryu and Alpha's fallen. So it's a 1-for-1 trade. Still, advantage heavily on the side of MVL Esports. And as of this moment, less than half a minute left to go before uh that next Lord is gonna be popping up. And coming in, looks like MVL Esports, I don't know if they're going to be prioritizing taking that Lord, but they're definitely positioning quite well. But Shaman's gonna be scouting the area. Okay, Instinct tried to flicker in. MV Legends just hopping all about, trying to contest this. But looks like MVL Esports might be taking this. And MV Legends just way too late on the contest. They're gonna be backing away. They do not want to lose their lives while they need to defend this base for themselves. The Lord's gonna be coming up on the top lane at this rate. And everyone's just filing in. You can see MV Legends just holding on to that mid lane turret with a cry emoji, alright. And it looks like MVL Esports are just pushing the minions to their side, just trying to maximize this Lord. And this is the moment of reckoning. The Lord's gonna be bumping in to that top lane turret. Let's see where the priorities of MVL Esports is gonna be. Okay, Shaman's quite low on health. Okay, there we have it. Skyzen finally shelling out enough damage to take the one, take two. Fulminator follows by Instinct. Double kill. And Alpha falls from the side of MVL Esports, but that's it for their casualties. Both Rocket, last person standing, lots of sustain from that Ruby, but will it be enough to stop them from hitting that base? Looks like MVL Esports has a fast victory for the second game, 2-0 on this best of 3. Congratulations to MVL Esports for moving forward into the semifinals. They will be going up against SLFO. So that's LNN SLFO going up against MVL Esports. So congratulations once again, guys. Beautiful execution. Was a little bit worried on that game number 1, but game number 2 just chef's kiss on the execution. Very nice. And finally proud for Skyzen for shelling out so much damage. And of course, Instinct with that amazing mastery onto the Hayabusa hero. So once again, guess we have our first bracket of semi-finalists already. And after this, of course, we're going to be trying to take out our next two semi-finalists, our second bracket for the semi-finals. But as of this moment, congratulations once again. We finally have MVL Esports holding on to that spot for the semi-finals. But then yeah, I suppose I was kind of surprised just a bit. MV Legends did so well on the mid game, or like early I'm so sorry, one moment. Early on the early game, on the early, like, look, early late early game and the late game of game number 1, they did so well. I don't know what happened here on game number 2, but here Skyzen, they got the MVP. Finally, I was wondering where all that damage went, but it looks like instead of that double wind talker, they finally put like at least anti sustain, anti life drain, anti yeah, life steal items. And we also have a great variety, even the physical boots. So great improvement on the Irithel of Skyzen, and we definitely felt that damage coming in from that Irithel this time around. I'm not sure why it was kind of harder to go up against the itemization and the lineup of game number 1. So maybe it was the build. I think it was probably the build of MV Legends in game number 1 that kind of made the difference. But this time around, Skyzen shelled out a lot of damage, enough damage. We're definitely feeling it this time. But I think we're gonna be seeing the post game real quick. Everyone's just kind of like trying to fix things up at the back end. But then yeah, congratulations once again to Skyzen for getting that 621 to 13 on the KDA and 776 on the G. But yeah, that's it for the GPM. But here is the post game. MVL Esports victory. That's the second one around. That's a 2-0 sweep on the best of three. And congratulations to MV Legends. I really thought you guys would have it, but unfortunately, still, MVL Esports gonna be reigning supreme. And this is the post game stats: 23-12 on the kill board, and lots of great farming, lots of gold for the side of MVL Esports, and more or less like a full build, almost full build for most of the players on MVL Esports. MV Legends, I think they struggled just a little bit in terms of the itemization. I guess they fell behind, especially since they lost team fights time and time again. I really that one particular set by Shaman, but they like MV Legends couldn't follow that up. But here is our updated bracket. We have Lenion, SLFO, and MVL Esports so far falling into the semifinals. We're done with our first two series for the quarterfinals, and after that, we're gonna be moving on to our third and fourth series later on. Still a best of three, and I'm not quite familiar with the teams that are going to be playing for our game number three. So I mean, if you guys have information on the Vanguards ES and Kalhu Oh Fummi, you guys can go ahead and speculate with me. But I'm pretty sure I've seen Kalhu Oh Fummi participate before, but Vanguards, I'm not quite too sure. Perhaps maybe as well. So let's just see what their next matchup is gonna be looking like. And so with that, we will be taking our short break before our series number 3. So guys, do not go anywhere. We'll be seeing you soon in a few minutes.
ತಜ್ರುಬಾ ಕೊಲ್ಲುಮ ಉರಿದೂಗೆ 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ
ಗೇಮಿಂಗ್ ಇತುರು ಹರಫತಕ ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಸಳಿ ಗೇಮಿಂಗ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಉರಿದು
जाणू तो एक है राके तो एक हथियार उतर के हमला दी फुरडी लाफा दुआ क्या गादा ना तरू बाबा कुरा फुम्मा द बाकुडा गादुरा मुझे यारू कम को दूडू वाला फुरा का कबारा तू ते वेनी हकुडा मत का फस्की के हेनी they were some fight for वेनी दिवा इको टीम किंग कुडे वेनी गा पदम का को गेमिंग का कतुरे का को बेडी का कपा ए हुर वेनी फाहुमी है का कुडे वेनी दीवाने मी मगे महल मगे राज मी मगे मतल
Welcome to Ooredoo Nation.
The Gamers Land.
किया ಬಲ ಕಿಯಣೆ ಕಾಳು ಕಾಳು ಕುರು ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳಿ ಕುಕುಳು ಕಿರುಳು ಕುಕುಳು ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಕೊಕ್ಕಿಯಾಲ ಕರ್ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳು ನೋ ಕಾಳು ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳಿ ಕುಕುಳು
ಫಾಸ್ಟೇ ಇದು ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಹಲವು ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ಗೆ ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್ ಅಕ ಉರಿದೂಗೆ ಅನ್ಲಿಮಿಟೆಡ್ ಸೂಪರ್ ನೆಟ್
ಕಡ್ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳು ಕುಕುಳು
ಫಾಸ್ಟೇ ಇದು ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಹಲವು ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ಗೆ ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್ ಅಕ ಉರಿದೂಗೆ ಅನ್ಲಿಮಿಟೆಡ್ ಸೂಪರ್ ನೆಟ್ ಇದು ಸ್ಮಿಯಂ ಐ ಲಿವೆ ಲಿವೆ
ಫೋನುಗ ವಿಮುಳಿ ಹಯಾತಾನ ಟುಂಗುಳಿಲನೀತ ಕುಮ್ಮಿಸಕಿ ಮೇಜುಗ ಎಫೆಶ್ ಗೇಮುಗ ಕುಳುನು ಸ್ಪೀಡುಗ ಎ ಪಬ್ಜಿ ಗಣ ಸ್ನೆಪ್ ಕುರೆ ಎಸಕ ಮೀಮ್ ತಕ ಎ ಫುರಿ ಫೀಡುಗ ಎ ಟೆಕು ಟಕು ಫುರ ಎ ಫಿಟು ಚೆಕು ತಕ ವೆ ಓಜಿ ಫಶ ಎ ಸಾಳಿ ಟ್ರೆಂಡಕ ಎ ಕಿ ಬಜಿದುವಾ
Santa Liberty, technology, libe kuri eruma, eko haru fatuga, tibe hus baguta, bagutung ufala, libe huwa fenta, fuga veche, libe fa.
Jassali ma fighti libe Jassali ma fighti libe Jassali ma fighti libe Jassali ma fighti libe
ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಬೋಡು 5G ನೆಟ್ವರ್ಕ್
Bebe, क्या हो रखा? Bebe, मी क्या हो रखा?
ಕಮೆಂಗ್ ಹಿಂಗಾಲೊಮ್ಮೆ ಉಂದಗೂ ಕಮೆದ್ದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ ಕಮೆಂಗ್ ಹಿಂಗಾಲಂಬೇಣೊಮಿಯ ಉರಿದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ ಕುರಿಯರು ಮೆಂಗ್ ಅವಹ ಬೇಣುಂದೋ 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ ಹಯಾತುಗ ಅವಹ ಕುರಿಯರುಂಗ್ ಹೋದಾಲಂ ಬೇಣುಮಿಯ ಉರಿದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ ಮಡುಕುರುಮ್ಮಿ ವರ ವ್ಯಾಕ್ ಅಮೆದ್ದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ ಸತೇಕ ಗುಣ ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ ತಜುರ್ಬಾ ಕೊಲ್ಲುಮ ಉರಿದೂಗೆ 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ
ಗೇಮಿಂಗ್ ಇತುರು ಹರಫತಕ ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಸಳಿ ಗೇಮಿಂಗ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಉರಿದು
कि है जानू तो एक है राके तो एक हथियार उतर के हमला दी फुरने लाफा दुआ क्या गादा ना तरो बाबा कुरा फुम्मा दा बाकुडा गादुरा मुझे यार कम को दूर वाला फुरा का कबारा तो तेनी हकुदा मत का फस्की चेनी they were some fight for the veni diva iko team king for the veni inga badan ka ko gaming ka kature ka ko bedi ka kapa e hur veni fahumi he ka kure veni dibuwane mi mage mahal mage raja mi mage matal
Welcome to Ooredoo Nation.
ಕಿಯಾ ಬಲಕಿಯೇನೆ ಕಾಳು ಕಾಳು ಕುರು ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳಿ ಕುಕುಳು ಕಿರುಳು ಕುಕುಳು ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಕೊಕ್ಕಿಯಾಲ ಕರ್ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳು ನೋ 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 ಕಾಳು ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳಿ ಕುಕುಳು
ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಏದೋ ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಹಲವು ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ಗೆ ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್ ಅಕ ಉರಿದೂಗೆ ಅನ್ಲಿಮಿಟೆಡ್ ಸೂಪರ್ ನೆಟ್
ಕಾಳು ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳು ಕುಕುಳು
ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಏದೋ ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಹಲವು ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ಗೆ ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್ ಅಕ ಉರಿದೂಗೆ ಅನ್ಲಿಮಿಟೆಡ್ ಸೂಪರ್ ನೆಟ್ ಎದು ಸ್ಮಿಯಂ ಐ ಲಿವೆ ಲಿವೆ
ಫೋನು ಗಾವೆ ಮುಳಿ ಹಯಾತ ನಟುಂಗುಳಿಲನಿ ತಕುಮ್ಮಿಸಕಿ ಮೇಜುಗ ಎಫೆಶ್ ಗೇಮುಗ ಕುಳುನು ಸ್ಪೀಡುಗ ಎ ಪಬ್ಜಿ ಗಣ ಸ್ನೆಪ್ ಕುರೆ ಎಸ ಕಮೀಮ್ ತಕ ಎ ಫುರಿ ಫೀಡುಗ ಎ ಟೆಕು ಟಕು ಫುರ
ಎದು ಸ್ಮಿಯಂ ಐ ಲಿವೆ ಲಿವೆ
ಫೋನು ಗಾವೆ ಮುಳಿ ಹಯಾತ ನಟುಂಗುಳಿಲನಿ ತಕುಮ್ಮಿಸಕಿ ಮೇಜುಗ ಎಫೆಶ್ ಗೇಮುಗ ಕುಳುನು ಸ್ಪೀಡುಗ ಎ ಪಬ್ಜಿ ಗಣ ಸ್ನೆಪ್ ಕುರೆ ಎಸ ಕಮೀಮ್ ತಕ ಎ ಫುರಿ ಫೀಡುಗ ಎ ಟೆಕು ಟಕು ಫುರ ಎ ಫಿಟು ಚೆಕು ತಕ ಬೆ ಓಜಿ ಫಶ ಎ ಸಾಳಿ ಟ್ರೆಂಡಕ ಎ ಕಿ ವಜಿದುವಾ
Puro santa liberdade, technology, libe kuri eruma, eko haru fatuga, libe hus bagota, bagotung ufala, libe huwa fenta, fuga veche, libe fa.
Jasalima fighti libe 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 Jasalima fighti libe 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 Jasalima fighti 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 libe
ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಬೋಡು 5G ನೆಟ್ವರ್ಕ್
Bebe, bebe, क्या हो रखा? Bebe, मी क्या हो रखा?
ಕಮೆಂಗ್ ಹಿಂಗಾಲು ಮೀ ಉಂದಗೂ ಕಮೆದ್ದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾದ ಕಮೆಂಗ್ ಹಿಂಗಾಲಂ ಬೇಣು ಮೀಯ ಉರಿದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾದ ಕುರಿಯರು ಮೆಂಗ್ ಅವಹ ಬೇಣುಂದೋ 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾದ ಹಯಾತುಗ ಅವಹ ಕುರಿಯರು ಹೋದಾಲಂ ಬೇಣು ಮೀಯ ಉರಿದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ ಮಡುಕುರು ಮೀ ವರ ವ್ಯಾಕ್ ಅಮೆದ್ದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ සතේක ගුණ ස්පීඩ් තජිරුබා කොල්ලුම උරීදූගේ 5G ජස්සාලා.
ಗೇಮಿಂಗ್ ಇತುರು ಹರಫತಕ ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ MS ಅಳಿ ಗೇಮಿಂಗ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಉರಿದು
Iki hajaanu ta iki hara kita iki hatiyaru ta iki hamaladi furudi la fadua kya gada na torun baba kura fumma da bakuda gadura mujiyaru kamugo dudu la fura ka kabada tu te veni hakuda mata ka faski chefeni.
And we are taken by surprise. We have our third series left to go for our quarterfinals. We saw the victory of our first two semifinalists a while ago, and now we're going to be seeing who will be our third, and then later on who will be our fourth semifinalist. So just a little bit of a recap. We have Last and Silently versus LNN SLFO going up against each other with the reverse sweep of LNN SLFO's victory. And so second series is MVL Legends versus MVL Esports. Rather, MV Legends versus MVL Esports with the victory, of course, of MVL Esports. Especially game number one, that was an absolute nail biter. But our third series is going to be Vanguards Esports, rather Vanguards Esports versus Kalhu Oh Fummi. So I guess we can also abbreviate this to VG Esports, and I'm not sure if we're allowed to say KOF, but yes, this is Kalhu Oh Fummi on our third series left to go. So that's it, and we're kind of just waiting about to see what our next bands are gonna look like. Lapu Lapu looks like will be our first band, and let me guess, Granger. Maybe Granger band, maybe a Badang band, maybe who else can be banned? We already have the Lapu Lapu band, and it looks like really not sure. I think that's Eve, but the face just can't be seen really well, and it's in grayscale. But I'm pretty sure that could be an Eve. But yeah, that's it. It looks like Guinevere will be our next ban after that, and let's see what else. What is happening? That scared me a little bit. It became me apocalypse, but now we have the Diggy ban. Yes, how could I forget the Diggy ban? It's usually just a Granger and Diggy being banned every single game alongside the Lapu Lapu. Unless the rare times that the Lapu Lapu doesn't get banned, it gets picked immediately. So but that I think we're gonna be waiting one more ban for each side. So just looking at the names of the players, yes, these guys are pretty familiar. Death Reach L, Kami Omega, yes, very familiar. Also Muda, Raphael, and anybody, quite familiar players as well. So I think I think we've seen these guys in previous tournaments in I guess I think these guys are semifinals as well, so this is gonna be interesting. But they're both kind of like around on the same level, so I'm really curious to see if there's going to be a total domination between these two teams, or will it be a close game? That's the question. So PG Esports are banning Akadita, so I think this is a strangely specific ban going up against Kalhu Oh Fummi. So let's see if um their mage probably liked Kadita quite a lot, and it looks like Kalia is gonna be. Is that Kalia, or is that Joy? I'm not quite sure. I need the color of their face. It kind of looks like the both of them when it's grayscale. But then yeah, that's it for our first phase of the banning. We should be looking at the first picks. BG Esports goes first. And at this rate, they could take anything. I suppose they could take a Isun Shin for themselves. Um, we're just kind of waiting out to see what we're gonna be. It looks like they'll be prioritizing the tank. It's gonna be the Grok, and let's see what Kalhu Oh Fummi is gonna be answering with. All right, yes, the Isun Shin and the Yuzhong. The Yuzhong usually gets banned, and now it gets picked by the Raphael. And Isun Shin gets prioritized by Kalhu Oh Fummi's jungler. And then coming right up next, oh my gosh, I keep forgetting what this guy's name is. You are this guy's name. This guy's name. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna cheat later on. I'm gonna Google this guy's name, but let's see. MLBB heroes. Jeez, there's just so many new heroes as of this moment. But then VG Esports, they have another pick on their side, so let's just kind of wait to see what their next move is gonna be. Guess they're taking their time on the next pick. Kind of waiting for that. One moment. Let me look for that guy's name. It's at the tip of my tongue. That's Amon and Faramis. That Feet L is using Amon, and Kami is using Faramis, and they have the Grok as well. So the Amon can go ahead and go to the jungle while Faramis could take mid lane and Grok's the roamer. We have Akalo Fumi taking the Valentina for themselves. So I guess they could steal the Fire Mist ultimate for themselves. And of course the Yuzhong for the XP and also the Isun Shin. It looks like Ixia will be banned as well. I think that's Ixia. Yep, I can see the side. That's not those are cornrows. I'm not quite sure, but then yeah, the next ban is gonna go to VG Esports. It's gonna be a Brody, I believe that's Brody. And then Kalhu Oh Fummi's turn to ban again. They could go ahead ban carries on the side of VG Esports. There's already a roamer. There's a mage. There's a jungler, so they could ban XP laners as well. Should be safe since they already have the Yuzhong on their side. They could ban Ruby, I believe. It'll be fine. And on the other hand, VG Esports could ban. Okay, they're banning the Minotaur. So that means I think Kalhu Oh Fummi skipped their ban, so I think we're at the picking phase as of the moment. If I'm not mistaken. So Minotaur could have been really good for the setting for the crowd control. So it's just a little bit of a shame that it's gonna be taken off the table, especially in the hands of a really good roamer, a really good tanker. So Minotaur is quite a bit of a shame to lose. But nonetheless, still waiting on the first phase, or rather the second phase of the picking. It looks like yes, the Granger will be picked once again. Finally, we're seeing a Granger game on the fifth game of this tournament. Okay, coming in, VG Esports gonna be taking the Xborg and the Irithel on their side, and Saini, they're gonna be Picking next. All right, let's see what they're gonna be picking. Guess they're actually missing a roamer, I believe, and so they could actually take anyone. I mean, they could take the Atlas. There's no more Minotaur. Okay, they're taking the Beleric instead. So one mountain and one tree will be for the tankers of both of these teams, and so pretty well rounded, I suppose. In terms of um setups in terms of lineup for these two teams. So I'm quite excited. So I'm not too nervous about any one of these teams because they have a good balance in terms of their mages, in terms of their physical dealers, their carries, as well as their tanks as well. So um not too worried. I'm really excited to see how this will play out. Both of them could go late game, both of them early game as well, depending on how they play their cards, depending on how they work around their snowballings, their momentum. So let's just wish both of them luck. They're pretty familiar names. I think VG Esports are very very familiar in terms of their names, and also Kalhu Oh Fummi is quite a familiar team as well. But here we're gonna be starting off with the game really quickly, and we're just less than a second into the game. It looks like we're gonna be seeing a leash on the Amon on the VG Esports side just to help out with that jungler just really quickly. And still more than a minute left to go before that first turtle. And then Yanni, it looks like they're gonna be taking the Little Wanderer first, prioritizing that. It was just a tad bit too late for that. But I think there's a poke here and there in the mid lane. Not gonna be moving too much of the overstepping, but yeah, everyone's gonna be backing away, just prioritizing on those pokes, but immediately going back to their farms. The junglers are still taking their second buffs, so we're not all too worried just yet. But it looks like the Valor has a bit of information to feed to Kalhu Oh Fummi, but it looks like our first blood will be Nanglubag being chased down to their turrets. 1 minute and almost 3 seconds into the game, but at the top lane, it looks like Kalhu Oh Fummi is gonna be losing their players as well, so it's gonna be a sort of a trade here and there. Looks like Muda already fell, but anybody might be in a little bit of trouble. Kalhu Oh Fummi all healed up. Is gonna be chasing down VG Esports, pushing them back to where they belong. Yani might have been a little bit trapped there, but managed to get away just in time. 5 seconds left to go, a couple of seconds left to go rather, before that turtle is gonna be spawning. Amon's gonna be filing in. Gonna be the first to try and go ahead and get that turtle started, but the Yuzhong's gonna be using their ultimate to get away just in time. Try to dive in, just give a little bit more time for Kalhu Oh Fummi to file in and contest that. But looks like we're gonna be starting off with the Xborg's ultimate coming in, but still no progress on the turtle on both sides. Kalhu Oh Fummi is still mostly 4 versus 4, and it looks like they have a lot of control over that turtle, and Kalhu Oh Fummi will be taking that first turtle. Okay, 2 minutes left to go before that next turtle pops up. Everyone's still stacking on the lower part of that jungle, the lower part of the river. Rocky might be low on health, and they get taken out by Deathbeat L. 2 versus 2 pokes on the mid lane. Not too worried. And I think the top lane might be worth watching as well. Potential 3 versus 3 if one of them initiates. Looks like Kalhu Oh Fummi will be falling back real quick. Almost a minute left to go before that next turtle is gonna be popping up. Saini is already positioned nearby, and the junglers, we're seeing Yanni kind of like going towards the lower part of the map. Looks like the items in turn. There's some completed boots, but I don't see any full built first items yet. So everyone's more or less on the same level. Okay, 4 stack on the Kalhu Oh Fummi, going towards the mid lane. Okay, let's see if they're trying to attempt on the life of Kami, and it looks like they actually got that in the bag. They got the elimination in the bag. Alright, let's see what the top lane is going to give us. It looks like Kalhu Oh Fummi's just trying to gank this 4 versus 3. Alright, we got the Yuzhong ultimate coming in, but they're not going to be diving into that turret just yet. But otherwise, looks like there was one turret down on the side of Kalhu Oh Fummi on the bottom lane, but it looks like there's a lot of backup. Rocky's gonna be going down first. Anybody's gonna be following. There's a third casualty. That's Sini. And it's not looking too good for the side of Kalhu Oh Fummi. They lost the turret already a while ago. And Muda is gonna be finished off already. And Yanui is gonna be in trouble. That's a wipeout. Almost. But the respawn time is just a little bit too fast, so it didn't count. But on the other hand, VG Esports sets Kalhu Oh Fummi back so much by 3k in gold. Almost 4k in fact, perhaps. So it's a little bit worrying on the side of Kalhu Oh Fummi. 7-2 on the scoreboard as of the moment. Okay, we see a little bit of a dive in the mid lane. Deathbeat L takes anybody down. Next turtle coming right up. VG Esports has a lot of control in the map of the turtle. Okay, Sadie's trying to come in. Deathbeat L still takes that turtle for themselves. Retribution doing their job. Deathbeat L it's taken out. Rather, it's Sini that gets taken out. Defeat L gets their 5th kill in the back. Right mid lane might be a little bit messy. Looks like they'll be making short work on that outer mid lane turret. Way too easy. More than a minute left to go before the next turtle is gonna be popping up. Still got 2 turtles left to go. As of this moment, 6 minutes into the game, VG Esports is already showing signs of a snowball. Alright, top lane. I think this might be a little bit messy. 5 versus 5 on that top lane turret. And it looks like VG Esports is putting a lot of pressure. Kalhu Oh Fummi is trying to back down, knowing that they have a little bit of disadvantage. But that's a nice set coming in from Broken. Kami takes out Yani. Butha falls as well. Naglubagu is basically trying to recall in the middle of the base. What is happening over here? That's a wipeout, ladies and gentlemen. Kalhu Oh Fummi got wiped out 6.5 minutes into the game. Way too easy for VG Esports. Just dive in to that top lane turret. And now, look at this. Look at this. Map control going to VG Esports. That's, gold leads just absolutely way too big on VG Esports. But here, towards the bottom lane of the turret, Kalhu Oh Fummi's trying once again. They're gonna be trapped by that rock wall, and Sani's gonna be paying with their lives. And Kalhu Oh Fummi left with 4 people. They're gonna be backing away, trying their best to prioritize defense as of this moment. And VG Esports, they cannot mess this up. They cannot mess up this momentum on their side. This is a beautiful snowball, and if they mess up, if they lose any of these team fights, they're gonna give Kalhu Oh Fummi breathers. If they get wiped out, they can get the map control on their side once again. But right now, VG Esports, they're not making any mistakes as of the moment. And look at all that damage coming in. Nice Brock wall towards that mid lane turret. Yani gets trapped right there, and there's 2 casualties from the team fight on the side of Kalhu Oh Fummi, and everyone else has to back away to heal up in the fountain. And right now, another turtle coming in, and I think they're gonna be letting that turtle go down. Instead, they're gonna be prioritizing maybe on the Lord, or will they be backing away? There's a question mark. There's a huge question mark, but Amon still trying on that Lord. I guess they're gonna be taking that Lord for themselves. Map control to the other side of VG Esports. Alright, we have a 4 versus 4 perhaps on the top lane. You can see Kalhu Oh Fummi immediately running right back once they saw that Lord is slain message. Alright, I think Sani's a little bit of trouble, just caught in the wrong place at the wrong time. Grok wall coming right up. That's gonna be a bit of a trap, but yeah, they managed to get away, so it's fine. And Kalhu Oh Fummi easily getting pushed back into their base 8 minutes into the game. As of this moment, mostly on the defensive side, the red team being denied their farm so much. You can see the difference in the items. Barely any items for the side of KOF. And VG Esports, they have quite a lot of fully built items, maybe 2 or 3 actually, rather 2 or 3, including the boots. You can see VG Esports just putting a lot of pressure towards Kalhu Oh Fummi. Lord is going to be coming up on the top lane turret, and you can see Kalhu Oh Fummi is going to be prioritizing on the defense, watching out for those minions. Looks like they make quick work on that top lane turret. You can see Kalhu Oh Fummi trying their best to defend, but you can see VG Esports, as much as possible, they're trying to take down the players of Kalhu Oh Fummi, giving them no reason to defend their base. And as of this moment, it's a little bit messy, but Kalhu Oh Fummi, okay, I think they're defending quite well. Nope, never mind. VG Esports, make short work of them. It's just Gani and Muda that's left, but the good thing is there's no more minions, but not for long. There are some huge minions coming in on the mid lane, but Kalhu Oh Fummi can go ahead and try to defend that really quickly. Okay, top lane also has a few turrets. I rather a few minions. Kalhu Oh Fummi trying their best to defend. There's only a little bit health left to go on the bottom lane turret. Nice defense coming in for Kalhu Oh Fummi. I really thought this would have been the end, but it looked like VG Esports just didn't have enough time to put damage onto that base. And now this is precarious because we saw what happened in the previous series between MV Legends and MVL Esports. And if that thing happens with Kalhu Oh Fummi and they draw out that game long enough for the table to turn, then VG Esports could lose all this momentum. They cannot afford to draw this out. And so at this moment, what they can do is wait for 20 seconds left to go before that Lord is going to be respawning. And that base is just way too easy for the taking. They just have to be really patient. Couple seconds left to go. Let's see if VG Esports will prioritize on that Lord, or will they prioritize in this team fight. Alright, we have Amon starting on the Lord, and Kalhu Oh Fummi already knows that basically VG Esports is going for that Lord, and so it's way too easy to take that Lord for themselves. It's a 5-man stack on the mid lane. VG Esports minions going up top as well. Kalhu Oh Fummi is gonna be distracted by that just a little bit. Minions at the bottom lane falling down towards the side of VG Esports. Might be a little bit of trouble on the side of VG Esports, but they're not worrying about that too much. A1 took care of it. Lord is right at the middle, marching up top, and Kalhu Oh Fummi, full man team, they cannot afford to get picked up, but Sani's losing their life slowly but surely. Yuzhong's using their ultimate, but that final turret's already going down. Nice set coming in from the Grok. Vega takes on anybody first. That first casualty, but there's a lot of damage coming in. That first L gets one. Sani Yani falls. Muda's last person standing, and still in the end, VG Esports gets a 12-minute victory. Congratulations for their first easy point on this best of 3. Nice snowball, nice momentum, and nice follow through all throughout. It's a clean execution coming in from a VG Esports. Congratulations once again. And right now, as of this moment, we're kind of just waiting for that post game real quick. We're just arranging a lot of the stats, and now we're also going to be looking at the MVP quite later on. But as of this moment, yes, congratulations once again to VG Esports. Too big on the gap in terms of elimination. It's at 24-4, and just look at Broken. What's a 0-0 to 22 on the KDA? That's insane. But I think Omega is gonna be the MVP. 7-0 to 13. So let's just go ahead and see who the real MVP is gonna look like here. But In terms of items, I think there's a lot of items coming into VG Esports, especially since this is just a 12-minute game. I think we have like 3 or 4 completed items for each player. Even I think Daffy L has a Sky Piercer and 2 Windtalkers and also the glowing wand. So was it called the glowing wand? I forgot what it's called, but the thing that cancels out your critical um your critical rate. But then yeah, we're gonna be seeing who our MVP is gonna be. So with that, it's gonna be from Vanguards Esports. It's gonna be Kami with the Faramis. That's a 4-1 to 19 on a KDA rather, and GPM of 710, KP percent of 96, almost perfect. Spell dash, and of course the item build. We have the enchanted book. We have the glowing wand. We have the lightning truncheon, and so once again, congratulations to Vanguards Esports for our first game. And so the next game, we will be taking a short break before we see that. So guys, do not go anywhere. We'll be seeing you soon in a few minutes.
Sampai pureveni diva ikko team king pureveni nga padang kaku hegeni ka kature kaku hebedi ka kapa e hureveni fahumi heka ke pureveni dibuwane mi mage mahal mage raja mi mage matam
Welcome to Ooredoo Nation.
ಕಿಯಾ ಬಲಕಿಯೇಣೆ ಕಾಳು ಕಾಳು ಕುರು ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳಿ ಕುಕುಳು ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಕೊಕ್ಕಿಯಾಲ ಕರ್ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳು ನೋ 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 ಕಾಳು ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳಿ ಕುಕುಳು
ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಏದೋ ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಹಲವು ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ಗೆ ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್ ಅಕ ಉರಿದೂಗೆ ಅನ್ಲಿಮಿಟೆಡ್ ಸೂಪರ್ ನೆಟ್
ಕಾಳು ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳಿ ಕುಕುಳು
ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಏದೋ ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಹಲವು ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ಗೆ ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್ ಅಕ ಉರಿದೂಗೆ ಅನ್ಲಿಮಿಟೆಡ್ ಸೂಪರ್ ನೆಟ್ ಎದು ಸ್ಮಿಯಂ ಐ ಲಿವೆ ಲಿವೆ
Fonugawe muli hayata na tungulilani ta kummisaki mezuga e fresh game ga kulunu speed ga e PUBG gana snap kore aisa ka meme taka e furi feed ga e TikTok fura e fit check taka ve OG fasha e sali trend ka e ki bajidwa
Furusanto liberdade, technology, libe kuri eruma, iko haru fatuga, tibe hus baguta, bagutung ufala, libe huwa fenta, fuga veche, libe fa.
Destiny, my fight,
And just like that, we are back once again to Esports Flash series of Ooredoo Nation. This is Mobile Legends Bang Bang. If you haven't been tuning this whole time, but then yeah, we're in the middle of the third series for the quarterfinals. It was between Vanguards Esports versus Kalhu Oh Fummi, with the victory, of course, of Vanguards Esports. It was quite a fast victory. It was about 12 minutes or so. It was a very nice momentum, very nice snowball coming in. Um and yeah, the scoreboard was like 24-4. So it was a really nice execution on the part of Vanguard's Esports, and let's just hope we see that sort of that sort of momentum, not only for this quarterfinals, but perhaps if they move forward to the semifinals, they bring that sort of energy as well, and maybe even to the grand finals if ever it happens. But yeah, still, we're still in the quarterfinals, so let's not get ahead of ourselves, and hopefully we see some really nice action later on. But nonetheless, yep, we're almost done with the quarterfinals. We're just waiting on maybe potentially either 2 or 3 more games left to go. I don't know. It's probably like 3 or 4 games left to go for our quarterfinals. So you know, this day has gone by quite fast, but yeah, we're just still waiting, expecting for a lot of really nice things to happen. So as of this moment, let's go ahead and go to our banning and picking really quickly. Let's see what our lineup's gonna look like later on. So we're gonna be expecting the same bands probably. Um, Typical Ranger, Diggy ban. Maybe they'll finally ban that Yuzhong, or maybe they're not scared of Yuzhong or whatsoever, and maybe a Badang ban as well, because that seems to be the trend. And then the other bands, they seem to be quite tailored towards what the other team, like their opposing team, is used to. So perhaps maybe Eason Shin, unless they want the Eason Shin for themselves. Maybe the Jushin, but I don't see a lot of Jushin bans like often anymore, like these days. So I guess a lot of the a lot of the priorities in terms of banning mostly towards the fighters as of the moment. But alright, so it looks like we're gonna be going ahead and going to the banning and picking really quickly. Everyone's just like fixing stuff right at the back. But yeah, I think my expectations for this next game, I mean Vanguard Esports, was really good for their, for not just their lineup but the execution as well. The sort of snowball, they took advantage of their gold, the goal deficit up against Kalhu Oh Fummi, and then they just shell out so much damage towards the early game and the middle game, gave no room to breathe for Kalhu Oh Fummi. But right now we're starting with the drafting phase, of course. Kalhu Oh Fummi will be banning that Grok and also that Amon. That's a lot of grudges in just 2 bans, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, the Kalhu will be banned as well, just like the previous game. And VG Esports has the typical bans. We have the Guinevere and the Jiggy, and also the Lapu Lapu getting banned. Okay, we're going to be going to the picking phase really quickly. Okay, we have a new name. Trafalgar is getting subbed in Kalhu Oh Fummi, and they'll be taking the Eve for themselves. And VG Esports, they have 2 picks to go. So as of this moment, there's no aim one to be had for Deathbeat L, so it's taken away. So it looks like they'll be taking the Isan Shin instead. It's quite open, wide open for Deathbeat L. Okay, one more pick for VG Esports. They can go ahead and pick anything actually. It looks like Nagbaglo will be going for that Yuzhong since it's not banned. Badang could also be a really good roamer. If they don't want to get the Minotaur, then Badang can also be a pretty good substitute. But right now, Kalhu Oh Fummi, they could choose anything, maybe a reliable carry. Okay, we have the Lancelot. Okay, they took the Minotaur. Saini will have the Minotaur for themselves. So, in the previous game, it was between Grok and Belleric. I'm not sure if the Minotaur was banned, but the Minotaur definitely would have been a really good pick. And Lancelot with a lot of immunities, especially with the triangle skill and lots of mobility. So Yanni, depending on if they just play the cards right, probably gonna be quite the flash all around the field. But here, VG Esports, one last pick before we go back to the banning phase. So I guess they'll be picking the Lilia first, so that is the mid lane gone for both sides. Trafalgar and Kami will be going up against each other. And in jungle, we have Yanni and Defeat L, Lancelot versus Izan Shin. And Minotaur will be roaming around, and Yuzhong rather will be on the XP lane. Okay, next ban is gonna be the Claude. Seems Claude does have a lot of mobility, and really nice damage, especially AoE damage, especially on the ultimate. And I guess it feels a little bit more personalized for Kalhu Oh Fummi. I think their marksman tends to like Claude and Ixia. But here, Kalhu Oh Fummi, they'll be taking away the Carmilla from the table. And not sure what the next ban is gonna look like. They could ban like anyone or anything. This I mean VG Esports still needs a carry. So let's kind of just wait to see what the choice is gonna look like. Or if they're even banning anything. So just a little bit of a waiting game. So really nice lineup for both teams. So far so good. We're kind of I I really like the Minotaur pick that Kalhu Oh Fummi had, but they really need some nice execution later on, some really nice setting to really uh sort of change the pace of the game. And this one, I'm not sure which why is she sideways? One moment, it looks like it's that looks like Kalia, but why is she sideways? Okay, no, yeah, it looks like Kalia. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna assume that's Kalia. For some reason, doing that. Kalia is right there. The last ban for Kalhu Oh Fummi. Okay, you know what? Pretty sure that's Kalia, but yeah, VG Esports Broken will be taking that Kufor for themselves. Kalhu Oh Fummi, we got two more picks on their side. They still need a carry and also an XP laner. And what could they pick? They could pick anyone under the sun actually, as long as they're comfortable with. Okay, XP laner is X board, and Muda will be taking. I mean, anyone goes. They could get Leslie. They could get. Well, Granger's still open. They could take the Granger. Okay, there we have it. Muda will be taking the Granger. And okay, Omega, they have to get a carry. They could have gotten the Granger, but Muda got that first. You get anyone? Irithel is still open, I believe. I think Beatrix is also open. Okay, they take the Irithel instead. So that's it for the lineup. We have the Eve, the Lancelot, the Minotaur, the Granger, and the X-Board on Kalhu Oh Fummi. VG Esports took the Irithel, Kufra, Lilia. VG Esports, as of this moment, 1-0 on this best of 3. VG Esports on the match points. One more point on VG Esports, and they'll be moving on to the semifinals. So that's it. I mean, best of luck for our two teams, and well, let's see if the substitution of Trafalgar is going to put a lot of difference onto the performance of Kalhu Oh Fummi. So, I mean, I think I'm quite worried about the Kufa, especially since there's a lot of potential for an ambush, and then follow that up with the Lilia with a lot of movement, and also the Yuzhong to kind of like give a little bit of crowd control. So I really like the lineup of PGs as of this moment. Okay, Kami might be overextending just a bit. Okay, you gotta go back, son. You gotta go back to your base. You're taking a lot of damage. Okay, so it looks like they're gonna be healing up real quick. And we have emblems as well. Pretty standard actually. Tank builds, and yeah, I mean there's not much to say. I think we're gonna be expecting the emblems to kind of help out a lot, especially on the early game. But as of this moment, we're kind of just waiting on maybe any extraordinary sort of movements in our first minute in the game. It looks like we're not seeing any invades, and no ganks as of the moment. Everyone's just kind of minding their own business, and there's a bit of a stacking on the top part for VG Esports. Let's see if they try to go ahead and maybe gank Muda, but Muda's tower hugging as of the moment. I don't think it's possible to kind of try to take this without sort of diving into the turret. Okay, it's exactly what they're doing. Let's go to the top lane. Okay, Naglobago's gonna be first blood. However, Kalhu Oh Fummi and VG Esports also kind of poking each other around towards the top lane. But still, Kalhu Oh Fummi will be taking that first blood for themselves nonetheless. Okay, Broken's gonna be jumping into Saini. Let's see if they can follow that up with a lot of damage. It looks like that won't be the case. First turtle's gonna be coming right up. Kalhu Oh Fummi's already positioned quite well. Yanni's gonna be starting off with the turtle real quick, but VG Esports gonna be contesting that. Okay, Broken's gonna be jumping in, but Yanni takes the turtle nonetheless. Saini takes Broken, but Bethwitel's taking a lot of damage, trying to get away, but Rafi, nice sustain coming in from this guy, and there's backup, but it's not gonna be enough to save. Naglobago falls nonetheless, gonna be punished for overstepping their boundaries towards Kalhu Oh Fummi's jungle. And right now, as of this moment, I mean, maybe a 2-1 trade-off. I don't know if it's a win or not, but still, quite a lot of casualties 3 minutes into the game. So that's it. Everyone's gonna be backing away. Kami getting poked here and there, but they're not following it up just yet. Lethal Wanderers on for the taking, and looks like there might be a potential stacking towards the top lane, especially since that's where the next turtle's gonna be. Okay, Yanni's trying to chase down Death L. Let's see if it works out, or will it delay the farm instead? Okay, might be a 4 versus 3 up top. Okay, we have a lot of damage coming in versus VG Esports. It looks like 2 will be going down, but Saini will be losing their life for that. Does a double kill for the Muda. 3 people down on the side of VG Esports. Traded off for just Saini. 6-2 on the scoreboard. VG Esports, they don't have the momentum as of this moment. It's actually gonna be Kalhu Oh Fummi. And look at this. Yanni is already invading. Naglobago loses their lives. Nice momentum, nice movement from Yanni. And they even got the blue buff for themselves, stealing that farm. It's gonna be hard for VG Esports to bounce back during this early to mid game. But over here, 4 seconds left to go before that turtle's gonna be popping up. So Kami has vision on that. Kalhu Oh Fummi, mostly we have the map control over the top river, and kind of watching out to what's gonna happen later on. But here's our leaderboard. We have Lancelot with the lion's share of the XP as of the moment, and Yanni's gonna take that turtle for themselves. A lot of XP. So it looks like VG Esports is still trying to kind of recover from all those losses, but look at this, we're gonna be seeing another loss. Naglubaglu gets taken down once again. That's the 4th death, by the way. I'm a little bit worried for VG Esports, and Kami's getting bombarded. But it's a good thing Lilia has their amazing, passive, just regaining their lives. But there's 4 Kalhu Oh Fummis kind of waiting at the bottom lane as of the moment. So that's a minute, more than a minute left to go before that next turtle's gonna be coming up. And so be watching out, it's as of this moment, Kalhu Oh Fummi has the advantage on this game. They have the gold lead. As of this moment, they're kind of a little bit of a lull. They're not like utilizing this snowball just yet. They're kind of being a little bit passive, going back to farming. But here in the mid lane, a little bit of attention, backing away, playing really safe. Although they have the items advantage as of the moment. Okay, it looks like Kalhu Oh Fummi will be trying to go ahead and initiating a fight. Alright, VG Esports gets a little bit of sustain on their side. Saini is the first to fall. Yanni has a lot of mobility, getting one and getting two. Broken's almost falling, but this is a 1-4-2. This is gonna be a 1-4-2 trade between the two teams. Still, VG Esports sort of kind of lost that team fight, although they had a small victory. But still, perhaps they're just improving just a little bit in terms of the itemization. But kind of watching out for the top lane. There's a lot of tension there. The turtle's still up for the taking. Both junglers are still up. Kind of waiting to see who will start on that turtle real quick. Okay, it looks like Rafa will be kind of spraying that just a little bit. No one wants to start the turtle, just puts a lot of pressure. We have Yanni already starting on that. Okay, Rafi takes down Naglubaglu. 6 death! Dude, are you okay? Okay, Rafi takes the turtle down, but 1-6-1 on the KDA for Naglubaglu. Dude, calm down. Alright, in terms of objectives, just looking at the turrets, not much progress, but there's 2 turrets down on the side of Kalhu Oh Fummi and 1, I believe 2 rather. No, actually just 1 turret down on the side of VG Esports. So, in terms of objectives, kind of a bit worried for Kalhu Oh Fummi. They should be taking more towers for themselves, although they do have the advantage of the gold. Then nonetheless, kind of watching out for maybe something might be happening on the mid lane. Everyone's just waiting for the right moment to strike. VG Esports, lots of discipline. Just waiting, getting those items, trying to see if they can get more defenses, waiting for Omega to get those items for themselves and carry the team. But as of this moment, in terms of momentum, it's really Kalhu Oh Fummi with the advantage, and VG Esports knows this. They're backing away. They're not being too complacent. They're testing the waters, trying to see if maybe they're strong enough to take the team fights right now. But Kalhu Oh Fummi, they could have jumped in, but they chose not to. I think they're prioritizing on the Lord, which is coming up in a half a minute or so. Everyone's just kind of tense, waiting for that Lord. Finally, we can see VG Esports, they have a bit of a map control despite the gold deficit and the kills deficit. But it's not going to be lasting long. I think mid lane, they're all going to be congregating, especially with a couple of seconds to go. And the Lord is already live. Alright, we have folks here and there. Rafi might be the first to fall. There's a lot of damage coming in. That ultimate's already down, but I think Immortality's already in. Kami is gonna be falling by the hands of Yanni first, but the lot of damage being done on VG Esports. They're gonna be backing away. Oh my gosh, if Naglubaglu falls here, it's gonna be their 7th death. And Broken has to back away. There's way too little health. Still, they don't lock in on the Lord. And I think they're a little bit concerned that VG Esports will try to contest it. Okay, it's a 5-person Lord. It looks like they won't be contesting this Lord after all. They won't be risking that. Yanni takes the first Lord. And watching out for the map. It looks like VG Esports, the best thing that they can do as of this moment is kind of back away. Try not to get picked off. Okay, never mind. Saini tries to give vision on that blue buff. But there's going to be a 3-maybe 4-man stack towards the bottom lane on the side of Kalhu Oh Fummi. Muda all the while takes a 1 turret for their side. Lord's gonna be marching up the bottom. And VG Esports, at least they already had the map control in the first place. It's just that as of this moment, the Lord is going to be giving a bit of an advantage of Kalhu Oh Fummi as of this moment. Okay, just pushing back minions here and there. VG Esports gonna get started on that Lord real quick. Slowly but surely, those turrets are gonna be going down on the side of VG Esports. And you can see Yanni's kind of like trying to clear out the top lane. And the rest of the team, they're gonna be going ahead and trying to defend as much as possible their base. Alright. Defeat L has the endless battle. Okay, trying to focus on those minions. We took a lot of damage back there. Can't overstep. Okay, they managed to get away. That's a nice set coming in from Kalhu Oh Fummi. And look at all the damage taken by VG Esports. They have to back away. Kami already lost their lives. Now they're forced back into the fountain. Great set coming in from Saini. It's just little bits of a shame that VG Esports was already quite safe under their turret, so they've been a bit protected by their base, but still that could have gone so wrong if Saini was just a little bit more outside of that turret. If everyone else, if VG Esports just overstepped just a little bit too much. But right now we're just all eyes on the minions. Don't worry about the players. Don't worry about the kills. Just the minions. Their priority as of this moment is pushing all the minions back to their favor, getting map control. Now we have half a minute left to go before the next Lord is going to be popping right up. Because as you draw this game out, VG Esports will be earning their itemization as well. But as of this moment, we're having more than almost maybe close to a 10k gold lead. It's definitely a huge gap between the two teams. 30 minutes into game especially. And that's just the 14-3 on the scoreboard. Alright, we got the Lord coming right up. It looks Kalhu Oh Fummi will be getting that once again. I don't think it's going to be contested whatsoever. And VG Esports back on the defense once again. They don't want to lose any players, especially during the defense of that Lord. And this time the Lord's going to be marching up from the top. And VG Esports can do at this rate is wait for that gold lead to kind of dissipate and try to get as much items as possible. Alright, we have the level leaderboard. Actually, surprisingly, it's Defeat L with more XP than even Lancelot. But not really translating to the damage, so kind of just still waiting for that to follow through in terms of the game. Okay, we have a nice set once again from Saini. Oh my gosh, they did not learn. Trafalgar takes down Kami. Okay, a little bit of an overstep from the side of Kalhu Oh Fummi. They're going into the base, and you can see Broken running right back into the fountain. That's 3 casualties on the side of VG Esports, and I think they're just gonna be ending the game as of this moment. They can't defend, they can't push back those minions any longer, and I think this is gonna be an easy win for Kalhu Oh Fummi. It's 1-1 on the scoreboard as of this moment for this best of 3.
Victory!
I think for this particular matchup, it's quite nice actually, so it's a nice thing to watch out for. So 1-1 on this best of 3, so it just means it's kind of a close game. It wasn't really a total domination for the sake of total domination. I think there was like some factors left involved, maybe perhaps the snowball a while ago, or perhaps even a little bit of the lineup. Maybe something went wrong. I'm kind of like wondering of what happened to Nagbagu, especially with that multiple deaths on that Yu Zhong. I think that kind of helped Kalhu Oh Fummi quite a lot, getting a lot of early game gold. But here we have our MVP. It's gonna be Trafalgar of Kalhu Oh Fummi. So as I said a while ago, my question was, will Trafalgar's sub into Kalhu Oh Fummi change anything? And the answer is yes, with a 2-0 to 16 KDA, GPM of 64, KB percent of 95, and of course that's 3 full items and the MVP. yes, there is a difference as to like when Trafalgar gets subbed in. So this is all they needed in order to win this series. So let's see if this will carry over to the next game. Here is our post game. So there's pretty much just 3 deaths on the side of Kalhu Oh Fummi this time around. And here we have Nuglo Buglo with 172, most concerning out of all the players on VG Esports. But then yeah, congratulations once again to Kalhu Oh Fummi, giving themselves a chance to perhaps step into that semifinals later on. So that's a 1-1 on this best of 3. So so that's it for our game number 2. We will be going on to game number 3, but before that happens, we will be taking a short break. So guys, do not go anywhere. We'll be seeing you soon.
ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಬೋಡು 5G ನೆಟ್ವರ್ಕ್.
Bebe, bebe, क्या हो रहा है? Bebe, me क्या हो रहा है?
ಕಮೆಂಗ್ ಹಿಂಗಾದೊಮ್ಮೆ ಒಂದಗೂ ಕಮೆದ್ದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾದ ಕಮೆಂಗ್ ಹಿಂಗಾದೊಮ್ಮೆನೊಮಿಯ ಉರಿದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾದ కురియరుమెన్ అవహ బేనుందో 5G జస్సాల ಹಯಾತುಗ ಅವಹ ಕುರಿಯರು ಹೋದಾಲ ಬೇಣುಮಿಯ ಉರಿದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ మడుకురు మీ వర బ్యాక్ అమెద్దో 5G జస్సాల ಸತೇಕ ಗುಣ ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ ತಜುರ್ಬಾ ಕೊಲ್ಲುಮ ಉರಿದೂಗೆ 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ
ಗೇಮಿಂಗ್ ಇತುರು ಹರಫತಕ ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಸಳಿ ಗೇಮಿಂಗ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಉರಿದು
And we are back so soon once again. This is Esports Flash Series Mobile Legends Bang Bang. And of course, we are once again still in series number 3 of this quarterfinals. And well, we saw that we had one victory for Vanguards Esports and one victory for Kalhu Oh Fummi. I was like, I was like at the start, I was like, forgot which team was kind of like more dominant than the other. And well, I think that answers the question. Both of them are quite good teams. So we have our game number 3. We got pushed to a game number 3, ladies and gentlemen, because of this. So with that, we're gonna be starting off with our drafting phase once again. Lapu Lapu will be banned first on the side of Vanguard Esports. On the other hand, looks like Kalhu Oh Fummi will be taking that the even the Kalhu Oh Fummi rather will be taking off Joy and Amon off the table, and VG Esports very quickly banning one. By the way, okay, we have the Minotaur taken out of the picture, Saini will not be taking that Minotaur for themselves. And so Kalhu Oh Fummi following up um with that Grok ban as well. So um well, that's understandable. Those are respect bans, especially with the Minotaur and the Grok, and also of course the aim one, especially by the hands of Death Beat Out, and I mean the Eve of Trafalgar as well. That is also a respect ban. There's a lot of respect bans coming in from our first phase of the banning. So okay, let's go ahead and try out for the rest of the picking phase. So Isun Shin is still up for the taking, and Vanguard Esports has first pick. Okay, it looks like we'll be getting a Diggy. Okay, Diggy was open after all, and the only way that this could work is if Kalhu Oh Fummi will choose anyone with a CC skill, with a major CC skill, crowd control skill. Okay, we have the Ixia for the carry of Kalhu Oh Fummi, and followed up by the Lancelot of Yanni U. If it's not broken, that's pretty much what Yanni's doing right now, getting that Lancelot second time in a row. Now, VG Esports, they can do a lot of things over here. They can prioritize perhaps their XP laner. I mean, Badang's still open. Okay, we'll be getting the Sicilian. It would be nice if we find Carmilla to go along with that, but Diggy's already in the picture. So, well, there's nothing we can do about that. So, as of this moment, I think, they could choose a character. No, they're gonna be going for the X-Borg first. Naglubaglu will be taking that X-Borg. And Kalhu for me, they have one more pick left to go. So me and Trafalgar can still take a mage for themselves, or they can keep that a secret until the second phase of the picking. So they could go ahead and Kalhu for me can go ahead and maybe prioritize rather maybe the roamer first. I mean, Minotaur and Grok are off the table. They could still get the Belleric, or I mean, Jushin's also still in the table on the table. Okay, we're getting the Alice instead. Okay, Alice can go to the XP lane, and you can also put Alice pretty much in the mid lane if you want to. Alright, next phase of the banning, Fredrin will be taken off the table by Kalhu Oh Fummi. VG Sports, they can ban carries as well. So any marksman, maybe Harith, maybe Bane. I haven't seen a Bane in a while. I think Bane got nerfed because we're not seeing like a Bane sort of spam in this tournament. Like the previous season, just all Banes on the gold lane, they were all fighting for it. But here we're following up with a Valentina ban from VG Esports. And now Kalhu Oh Fummi, they could answer back with an Isun Shin because Death Vital still doesn't have a hero. This limits the hero pool just a little bit on the side of VG Esports. And I think Granger is still open. They could ban the Granger as a general ban, or they can take the Granger for themselves. Okay. I mean, Ixia's already taken by Kalhu Oh Fummi, so I don't think Kalhu Oh Fummi will be taking that Granger. VG Esports could easily take that for themselves. Okay. Alright, I don't know if they're gonna be banning or they'll be going straight to picking. Okay, nope, Florine will be banned by VG Esports, even though I haven't seen a Florine as like one single time this whole tournament. But yeah, okay. Kalhu Oh Fummi, first pick. They could get a roamer, or they could get a mid laner slash XP laner, if they depending on where they're gonna put that Alice. But since this is Raphael, it's probably going to the XP lane. So, best case scenario, Kalhu Oh Fummi probably going for the roamer first. So that's Sane going for that next pick. Alright, we have the Carmilla. And going against the Sicilian. They're in different teams. Alright. Next up is the VG Esports, their last two picks. They could go ahead and still get that Ranger, by the way. Just not sure what Death Beat L could use. Maybe they can get that Tsuyu. They could get Hayabusa. Hayabusa's still on the table, by the way. Not sure if that's in the hero pool of Death Beat L, however. And yeah, I think that's it for the jungle, as well as the carry. Okay, we have the Leomord. Okay, I haven't seen a Death Beat L use the Leomord yet. And Obsidia. Okay, interesting. We have Obsidia for our carry for VG Esports. This is new territory for me. I haven't seen a lot of games with Leomord and Obsidia just yet. I think Leomord got recently buffed, and I think we're gonna be seeing that on the XP lane. Okay, Trafalgar with the Odette. I don't see Odette often during like the esports scene. So Odette with the Carmilla, with the Alice. There's a lot of AoEs happening over here. But the question is, where is the CC? Other than Trafalgar, there's not much That's not much CCs for Diggy to even use their ultimate in. So, I think Kalhu Oh Fummi's just overthinking just a little bit. Sini has the second skill to stun. Trafalgar has two stuns, and I don't know if you can call that a stun. And Alice, sort of maybe a stun, kind of, not really. So there's less crowd control here, and then Diggy's kind of standing here, like, okay, thanks guys. I don't have much of a use in this lineup anymore, but still, nonetheless, it limited the hero pool of Kalhu Oh Fummi, so it did its job. We have the Sicilian for the magical damage, and of course the Obsidia, and also the Leomord for the physical damage. So this is our game number 3, our decider game for our third series for this semifinals, rather the quarterfinals, seeing who our next semifinal is going to be. Semifinalist rather is going to be, it's going to be either Kalhu Oh Fummi or it's going to be Vanguards Esports, and whoever wins will be going up against the victory of whoever wins the next series. So with that, everyone's kind of chilling all around the map. Of course, as expected, Alice will be on the XP lane, and Obsidia going up against Ixia. Sani attempting to go a little bit of that farm disruption. And okay, we might be climbing just a little bit on the top lane. Looks like Trafalgar will already be getting their first kill. That's the first blood for Trafalgar. So Trafalgar just puts a lot of just like changes the pace of the game quite a lot. Trafalgar is the only I mean, more or less a huge variable on game number 1 and game number 2. Once they summoned in Trafalgar, things just changed immediately. And as of this moment, it looks like Trafalgar will be trading off their lives to the Diggy of all people. So that's a 1-for-1 as of this moment. Okay, we have actually our exports kind of overextending just a little bit. It's a good thing they managed to get away just in time, but that turtle's already spawned. Leomord's nearby, but Yanni is also nearby, so they're gonna be contesting this just a little bit. But Kalhu Oh Fummi has the numbers advantage, and Leomord doesn't have a lot of movement, so they're gonna be backing away towards safety on the bottom lane turret. Yanni easily takes the turtle for themselves. So with that, looks like Kalhu Oh Fummi's kind of denying a bit of farm from VG Esports as of the moment. And we have more than a minute left to go before that next turtle pops up. Okay, I think we're seeing a little bit of a gank on the top lane. And the rest of VG Esports just a little bit too late. Sini's low on health, but it looks like VG Esports won't be chasing all too much. It's just way too late. And so with that, we have still 80 seconds left to go before that next turtle. So there's a lot of time. There's a lot of leeway to kind of like go around the map, you know, focusing on the minions. And just poking here and there. Nuglebugler and Raphael, just a bunch of... Don't think we have to worry too much about that. We have a 4-man stack of VG Esports up top, however. I don't know what they're brewing. But we still have a minute left to go before that turtle comes up. So they're a little bit too excited, perhaps. Okay, we have Sani trying to poke in here and there. A bit of damage. It's a mobilization from the Sicilian second second skill. Okay, Muda kind of has a little bit of a stepping stone towards the leaf sea of Hephaestus. Here, okay, there's a bit of one coming in up against VG Esports, but it's not going to be followed up with a lot of damage. Okay, we have Omega being first blood in this team fight. Okay, there's a bit of damage. Sini took a bit of go before the turtle comes up, and VG Esports is forced to go back to their base alongside Sani as well of Kalhu Oh Fummi. But Yanni, right here, is getting started on to that next turtle as well. And Kalhu Oh Fummi is just guarding their jungler, making sure that they can get this objective in the bag. Not even wasting their retribution, by the way. They saw that blue buff and they're gonna be stealing that and denying that feat out from that crucial farm. Nice communication coming in from Kalhu Oh Fummi. It looks like they're not done just yet. They're trying to dive into this next turret, but it looks like they're gonna be backing away because there's a lot of numbers coming in from VG Esports at that vicinity as of this moment. We have a minute and a half left to go before the next turtle comes up. And I guess everyone's just going back to their lanes, especially 5 minutes into the game. And everyone's minding their own business. And Deathbeat unfortunately kind of lagging behind in terms of farm. But here Nuglebugler took a bit of damage. They're getting ganked at the bottom. Looks like there's gonna be a turret taken down. Yanni going 3 versus 1. Meanwhile, there's their own battles at the bottom of the map. And you can see the bottom lanes getting picked off more and more. There's a lot of map control going to Kalhu Oh Fummi already. And so, a couple of seconds left to go. Rather, half a minute left to go before that next turtle is gonna pop up on this map. And yeah, can't forget the emblem as well to see what the emblems look like for this game. Alright, we have the blue buff being protected by the rest of VG Esports as of this moment, and Deathbeat also just gonna be going ahead and getting that. I think this might be a 4-man stack rather up top of Kalhu Oh Fummi, but Omega is gonna be losing their life first. What is the casualty number of Omega? That's 0 to 4 to 0. It's not a good look. It's absolutely not a good look for the carry of VG Esports to be 0 to 4 to 0. VG Esports has to protect Obsidia at they have to protect Obsidia at all costs. 0 to 4 to 0 is not a good omen. Deathbit L is also being denied so much farm, and Kalhu Oh Fummi is just doing their best to gank VG Esports as much as possible. That's the second death of Deathbeat L. Okay, Muda takes 1 turret as well. Okay, Trafalgar took a lot of damage, but that's a lot of tanks to come in. Alright, you're trying to finish the job. Trafalgar finally falls. Sini follows as well. So that's 2 casualties on Kalhu Oh Fummi. It's a little bit of an overextend on their side, but nonetheless they get punished by VG Esports. But Kalhu Oh Fummi has a lot of margin of error to work around with either way, since they already have a lot of advantage, especially in terms of gold lead as well as map control. Kalhu Oh Fummi, they're working hard to put a lot of pressure up against VG Esports. And kind of just waiting for the same VG Esports from game number 1 to appear all of a sudden in this game number 3. Especially since they need this victory to move to the semifinals. But as of this moment, looks like Nagbaglo has pretty much used their immortality right now, triggering it, and now Yanni's gonna be taking them down. It looks like the mid lane turret will be died, but look at the damage being done on Kalhu Oh Fummi. Who is that? Who's suddenly all of a sudden putting a lot of damage? I think it's gonna be Kami with that Sicilian ultimate, but yeah, we're gonna be confirming that later on. Kalhu Oh Fummi's literally forced to go back to their base because of all that damage. They saw that damage being done, and they're like, ouch, 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 go back. We can't take this fight against VG Esports, and they have to think about how to counter all that damage real quick. Perhaps like thinking about maybe magical damage. But here, we have a couple seconds left to go before that first lord's gonna be popping right up. And here, you can see Kalhu Oh Fummi is kind of like trying to guard the area, the river up against the Lord. But here already first casualties, Shafalgar is gonna be going down. Now Lubangru follows, however, 1 for 1. But it's not over just yet. I think both teams are disengaging. Yanni is gonna get started on that Lord, and everyone else is gonna be falling right up. VG Esports, I don't think they'll be going ahead and trying to sort of contest that. Kami definitely tried, but now they're gonna be paying that with their lives. Musa taking that elimination for themselves, and that lord's gonna be probably spawning. Actually, it could spawn anywhere. It's gonna be going for the bottom lane at this moment. And now VG Esports are gonna be forced to go on defense as of this moment. So with that, going back to farming, and VG Esports trying their best not to get picked off. Right now, Kalhu Oh Fummi doing a really good job denying farm from VG Esports. Not a single buff, not a single jungle creep. They need to push back all the minions as well, so they can help and get that map control for themselves. Right, they're gonna be going ahead and helping the Lord on the bottom of the lane. Now they're kind of hovering about mid and bottom lane. Okay, they're helping with the turrets. Now they're marching up towards the inhibitor turret, and it looks like the Lord will be going down. VG Esports kind of stacking up against the bottom turrets. But here, Kalhu Oh Fummi trying to focus on those minions instead. There's still the red buff. VG Esports attempting to get that FTL literally right there, but it looks like Sadie will try to go ahead and contest that. Naglubaglu going ahead and seeing that minion. So it's a little bit worrying for the side of VG Esports as of this moment, especially Omega with the 0-4-2 KDI as of the moment. They have to protect Obsidia and try their best to let them get a lot of gold from the minions. So they have to focus on the minions quite a lot. Kalhu Oh Fummi as of this moment, they're stacking up a lot on the mid lane near the river. So VG Esports definitely has to tread really, really carefully if they don't want to get caught into an ambush. But so in this moment, just a couple of seconds, half a minute left to go in fact, before that next Lord is going to be spawning. And it's just all a matter of patience. Looks like Yanni's going to be taking that red buff on their side before they go ahead and get that Lord. But Ixia and Alice are already guarding the area just in case VG Esports tries to position themselves around bush. And VG Esports, they know their place. They're not going to be trying to kind of overstep way too much. But here the next Lord is going to be popping right up. VG Esports, be really, really careful. They still have a 6 Okay, goal deficit. Alright. Kalhu Oh Fummi is gonna be starting on that Lord. And I think VG Esports is attempting to steal that, but Yanni still steals that Lord for themselves. Or we have a 5 versus 5 as of this moment. There's a lot of damage being done with both sides, but Kalhu Oh Fummi actually almost health. Raphael diving right in. Takes a lot of damage. VG Esports gonna be tanking that. Kalhu Oh Fummi almost losing their lives. Broken is gonna be going down first. Yanni is gonna be traded off as well. Rome versus Jungler. Here, Kalhu Oh Fummi took a lot of damage, but VG Esports couldn't see. Maklu dangerously low and half gets finished off by Mudha, but Mudha still nearby is gonna be getting a lot of that health back with that life seal. VG Esports are forced back into the base. Not a good trade-off. And now Kalhu Oh Fummi still, they have to push back just a little bit because they took a bit of damage back at that team fight, but VG Esports is doing quite well defending their own. They're improving quite a bit in terms of their damage, but it's definitely not enough to go up against Kalhu Oh Fummi just yet. Look at the difference in terms of objectives. 0-0-0 on VG Esports, meanwhile Kalhu Oh Fummi 5-2-3. And now they're taking turrets after turrets after turrets. At least the Lord has fallen. And now Kalhu Oh Fummi, all they have to worry about are the inhibitor turrets. As of this moment, we have a minute and a half left to go before the next Lord. Lots of map control coming in from Kalhu Oh Fummi. VG Esports holding their ground. We're almost 15 minutes into the game. Just focusing on those minions as of this moment. Kalhu Oh Fummi doing the same. Okay, I don't think it's a good idea for Kalhu Oh Fummi to go ahead and try to take this fight. Nope, it's definitely not gonna happen because Kami and Death of L and Broken are gonna be falling. Laglu Baglu getting the 4th person at VG Esports. It's just Omega that's left, but Omega gets Rafi at least. Omega trying to defend their base as much as possible. Okay, Mudha, that's a shutdown. That's a double kill. Will there be a triple kill? Trafalgar overstepping just a little bit, but there are 2 people very, very low on health. Overstepping, overstaying their welcome inside of this base, but still at least Omega managed to defend their place. And look at that, Kalhu Oh Fummi lost 3 players as well. So it's a huge improvement, especially with Omega. They're finally putting a lot of damage, taking all those items for themselves and holding their own. I think it helped quite a lot that Yanni was the first to go down on the side of Kalhu Oh Fummi. And Yanni, okay, that's another mistake. I'm a little bit nervous now for Kalhu Oh Fummi. If Yanni goes down first, they're losing a lot of their damage. And if Trafalgar falls, it might be a big trouble as well. Okay, VG Esports, this time they have the advantage of the Lord. And let me tell you, Yanni is respawning. They don't have retribution, so Death Beat L easily takes the Lord for themselves. Kalhu Oh Fummi isn't even gonna try to contest that. They don't have retribution. They don't stand a chance. Look at how easily the tables turn. Look at how much damage is being done to the towers of Kalhu Oh Fummi. One little mistake stacking up one after the other. Small mistakes stacking up until each other. And look how easy the tables turn. Kalhu Oh Fummi literally pushed back into their own base. You can see the Sicilians starting to get their stacks in. And Omega Obsidia has their items. Now Death Metal takes that tower. Finally, we're shaving it down to Dart Inhibitor turrets. Alright, we have a bit of firepower left in us. And VG Esports doing their best, trying to focus on the turrets, not so much on the team fights just yet. Just the turrets and then the minions. And we're seeing the attempt on Trafalgar on that ultimate, but it's not quite happening just yet. Okay, Mudha used their ultimate, gets Death Beat L down on the ground, and now VG Esports are not going to be overstepping so much. Alright, Sani takes a bit of damage from that Obsidia. Yanni trying to back it, like dive in and then dive right back. can see how easily Kalhu Oh Fummi went into the defense. They had a whole fortress of turrets, but all of a sudden, VG Esports locked in and shoved everything down into the ground just like that. Now we have a minute and a half left to go before our next lord. So there's not much pressure coming in from both teams. But over here we're looking at a 5 versus 5 towards the lord. Okay, a lot of damage coming in from Omega. Finally we have our first casualty. Trafalgar falls. And that's a double kill for Omega. And look at that, they're diving in, trying to be as aggressive as possible. And Omega quickly regaining all that health from just farming. Look at that while VG Esports is busy distracting Kalhu Oh Fummi. The minions are eating away the turrets of Kalhu Oh Fummi. Alright, we're starting off on the mid lane. There's a lot of damage. Kami takes down Muda. That's the main damage dealer down. Okay, Omega takes Rafi alongside with the turret. What is happening? The base is come for the taking. And VG Esports, just like that, they turn the tables around so easily. Kalhu Oh Fummi, little by little, making mistakes. Allow VG Esports to get the items that they need for their Obsidia. And just like that, just as easily like that, the tables turn and VG Esports all of a sudden gets this third game, bringing them into the semifinals. Congratulations once again. That was insane. That was crazy. Like that was something I did not expect. I think a lot of us are a little bit surprised that things just changed way too fast, way too fast. Um, the whole time we were expecting Kalhu Oh Fummi, they had this in the bag. It was kind of like series number 2 with MV Legends, you know, this whole time for 23, 25 whole minutes. It was all MV Legends. Then all of a sudden things changed. And when the things when the whole table turned around, VG Esports didn't hold back. They saw the opportunity. They took down all the turrets while they still can. And you can see Kalhu Oh Fummi kind of panic just a little bit, making these little mistakes. Once Yanni falls and Trafalgar follows, it's just like it's almost like Kalhu Oh Fummi kind of lose their firepower and they can't fight back up against Vanguard Esports. And Obsidia is a very scary marksman to go up against, especially in the hands of someone who's mastered positioning and also who got a lot of their items. So it's a good thing that the rest of Vanguard Esports kind of like held back as much as possible to let Omega farm all of their items and just bought a lot of time. That 0 to 4 to 0 KDA a while ago, they held on and let Obsidia farm as much as possible, and it kind of like it paid off, you know, in the end. But here we have the MVP, which is broken, 2 to 10 on the KDA with a GPM of 609, 86% KP percent, a spell of heal, and of course we have the item build, mostly magical items. We have the glowing wand to help out with the regeneration, anti-regeneration, of course the enchanted talisman. We have the healing item, of course, believe that's winter truncheon. And we have the boots as well. I think we don't have a full build for our diggy, but it did matter, still won. And I really thought that maybe Kalhu Oh Fummi kind of had this in the bag, but nonetheless, Vanguards turned the tides around and now they have the victory. They're moving on to the semifinals. 2 to 1 on the scoreboard. Like, too bad it wasn't a reverse sweep. It was just a regular 2 to 1. So, congratulations once again, and I think we're gonna be seeing the post game really quickly. But I think I'm not sure what the next series is gonna bring us, but whoever's going to win the next series, they're definitely gonna be going up against Vanguard Esports later on. So with that, I mean, let's just check the brackets real quick later on while everyone's kind of like going against the like trying to prepare the post game real quick. Of course, our next series is gonna be Blood Ravens 2 versus Buh Thashi Boyz. I'm not the Buh Thashi Boyz rather. I'm not quite familiar with Buh Thashi Boyz, but Blood Ravens 2, I think I've seen these guys before. I've seen this name before. And so whether like you ask me how this matchup is gonna look like, I'm probably gonna be going for Blood Ravens just because they're a little bit more familiar. But if I see who the players of Buh Thashi Boyz is, maybe I'll change my mind. But like that's it for series number 3. Vanguard's gonna be moving forward later on, and of course it's still I like it was a drawn out game. You can kind of tell, a while ago, Kalhu Oh Fummi, if they could have ended that game in the early or mid game, they could have won this. But unfortunately, they just couldn't end the game. They were so close to the base. I'm pretty sure they put a little bit of damage on the base of VG Esports, but in the end, they made it draw out. VG Esports found the opportunity. There were little mistakes made by Kalhu Oh Fummi, and those little mistakes stacked up, and VG Esports ends up just taking advantage of all that, exploiting those weaknesses, and finally getting the victory that they need. Okay, we're broken with the double glowing wand. I kind of respect that. We also have Kami with the glowing wand, and let's just see if there's like other anti-regen items in hand. I think that's it. It's just gonna be broken and Kami, and I don't even see any Dominion ice, but it worked out really well. Mostly for the side of Kalhu Oh Fummi, I'm pretty sure in terms of regen, I don't think anyone has a regen. Maybe Muda has a little bit of regen from the scythe, but the double Dominion ice from Sieni, however, that's kind of pretty funny. So they just really don't want you to regenerate. But then yeah, that's it for our series number 3 once again, with the victory of VG Esports moving forward to that semifinals later on. So congratulations once again. That was series number 3. Once again, guys, this is the quarterfinals of Esports Flash Series Mobile Legends Bang Bang. And so with that, let's just go ahead and look at our roadmap really quickly. VG Esports moves forward, and we're going to Blood Ravens 2 versus Buh Thashi Boyz later on our series number 4. And after that series number 4, whoever wins will move on forward to go up against VG Esports. And then after that, we will go on tomorrow for our semifinals as well. So it's all really exciting. It's a nice quarterfinals. There were a lot of really nice moments all throughout the game, but I'm really excited to see what the semifinals will look like. There's no like total domination so far as I've seen in any of these series. Maybe LNN SLFO is quite close, but Last Insanity definitely gave LNN SLFO a run, and MVL Esports, their victory was kind of like a nail biter as well. So there's so many excitement. There's so much excitement rather on this tournament. So with that, we will be moving on to series number 4 after a short break. So guys, do not go anywhere. We'll be seeing you soon in a few minutes.
एक है जानू तो एक है राके तो एक हथियार उतरे की हमला दी फुरडिला फादुआ क्या गादाना तरो बैकुड़ा फुम्मा द बैकुड़ा गादुरा मुझे यार कम को दूडू वाला फुरा काका बारा दुत वेनी हकुड़ा मत का फस्की चहेनी they were some fight for the veni diva ikko team king gule veni nga badan ka ko gemi ka ture ka ko bedi ka pa e hur veni fahumi ha ka kure veni divu wani mi mage mahal mage raja mi mage matal
Welcome to Ooredoo Nation.
ಕಿಯಾ ಬಲಕಿಯೇಣೆ ಕಾಳು ಕಾಳು ಕುರು ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳಿ ಕುಕುಳು ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಕೊಕ್ಕಿಯಾಲ ಕರ್ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳು ನೋ 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 ಕಾಳು ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳಿ ಕುಕುಳು
ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಏದೋ ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಹಲವು ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ಗೆ ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್ ಅಕ ಉರಿದೂಗೆ ಅನ್ಲಿಮಿಟೆಡ್ ಸೂಪರ್ ನೆಟ್
ಕಾಳು ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳಿ ಕುಕುಳು
ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಏದೋ ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಹಲವು ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ಗೆ ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್ ಅಕ ಉರಿದೂಗೆ ಅನ್ಲಿಮಿಟೆಡ್ ಸೂಪರ್ ನೆಟ್ ಎದು ಸ್ಮಿಯಂ ಐ ಲಿವೆ ಲಿವೆ
Fonugavi muli hayata netungulilani takummisaki mezuga e fish gameuga kudunu speeduga e PUBG ganda snap kure esa ka meme taka e furi feeduga e tekutoku fura e fitu cheku taka ve OG fasha e sali trend ka e ki bajiduwa
Furusanto liberdade, technology, libe kuri eruma, eko haru fatuga, libe hus baguta, bagutung ufala, libe huwa fenta, fuga veche, libe fa.
Jassali ma fighti libe Jassali ma fighti libe Jassali ma fighti libe Jassali ma fighti libe
ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಬೋಡು 5G ನೆಟ್ವರ್ಕ್
And we're back once again. A little bit too soon, but this is still Ooredoo Nation's esports flash series for Mobile Legends Bang Bang. And I don't think I ever um introduced myself. Once again, I am Annie and I am your lone shoutcaster for this. And this is the quarterfinals once again. And so I guess we're gonna be going straight to our fourth bracket. So a while ago we saw number one, Ellen, wonderful victory, very clean. And then the second series we have MV Legends and MVL Esports. Quite of a bit of a nail biter back there, especially with game number one. And then of course we have VG Esports that we just saw a while ago. First game, VG Esports. Second game, Kalhu Oh Fummi. Third game, almost Kalhu Oh Fummi, but in the end, VG Esports clutched that. And so, what is the story gonna look like for our series number 4? That's the question as of. Gonna be looking forward to that, and of course, we are going to be going straight to the drafting phase. So it looks like everyone's kind of ready back there. Okay, wait a minute. We already have bans. Okay, let's go through the bans real quick. We have Diggy, and Buh Thashi Boyz. Can I just call them BTB or Buh Thashi? You know what? I'll just say Buh Thashi Boyz. Buh Thashi Boyz banned the Diggy. And who is that? I don't even see a face. Okay, whoever that is on the second picture, and then the Granger. And then on the side of Blood Ravens, they banned Kagura, Guinevere, and Joy. So now the picks, we have Buh Thashi Boyz. They took the Angela for themselves real quick. I think they prioritizing on that. Blood Ravens answers back with a Camilla and an Eve. So it looks like we won't be seeing a Camilla Sicilian combo on both sides. And then Buh Thashi Boyz will be answering back with a Lapu Lapu and a Fredrin. So Lapu Lapu, very commonly sort of banned, and now we're finally seeing it being picked. Finally, being seeing picked in this game, and then following up with a Fredrin for the jungle. So that's EXP, jungle and roam coming in, and then of course the Ixia for the carry of Blood Ravens as of this moment. So I mean, I think Blood Ravens, they have their damage dealers done and dusted mostly. Maybe just need their jungler just a bit. And looks like Blood Ravens 2, or rather, should I call them Blood Ravens 2? Blood Ravens 2 will be banning the Lunox. And Buh Thashi Boyz. It doesn't look like the typical bans, other than the Diggy and the Granger. It doesn't look like the typical bans. So anything goes in terms of banning. Maybe it's a little bit personalized. There's a lot of respect bans probably. But if we're going through the usual bans, maybe Isun Shin. Okay, we're seeing an Arlot ban. Let's see what Blood Ravens 2 will be answering back with. And I mean, as of this moment, Buh Thashi Boyz still don't have carries as well as their mage, so they could ban the Zushin, they could ban any kind of a marksman, anything goes really. And if they don't ban, I guess Buh Thashi Boyz can also ban okay, wait a minute. Why would they ban the X-Borg? We already have a Lapu Lapu. You know what? I'm not even gonna ask questions. So the Yuzhong will be banned, but it has a Buh Thashi Boyz. So we're gonna be going on to a picking. First, Blood Ravens. They need an XP laner as well as a jungler. So Eastern should still open, by the way. So kind of just waiting on where they're going first. And I guess they're gonna be taking their time picking just a little bit. Like, I'm kind of still confused on that X-Borg ban. But it looks like Azane will be taking that Esmeralda first. So Esmeralda perhaps on the XP lane. And then Tashi Boys. Okay, we have a Farsa. I'm a huge Farsa fan. I'm a Farsa main. Back in 2020, I don't know how Farsa is faring right now. I'm pretty sure old heroes aren't very meta anymore. But we have a Farsa, and then our carry should be anything goes. Urthel, I mean Granger's out of the picture though. Anything that they're comfortable with. But in the lineup of Blood Ravens, there's a lot of magical damage there. But okay, it looks like we're going for Claude this time for Buh Thashi Boyz. Kind of a little bit nervous for Buh Thashi Boyz. It's they're relying a lot on the Angela ultimate for sturdiness. So best scenario, we have a tank Angela Lapu Lapu combination. If not, then I think Fredrin can also go for a tank build just to kind of help out just a bit. Blood Ravens, okay, they'll be taking the Easenshin for themselves. Buh Thashi Boyz wasn't really interested in the Easenshin anyway. They already had the Fredrin in hand. But there we have it. We have our series number 4 for the quarterfinals. It will be game number 1 for Buh Thashi Boyz versus Blood Ravens 2. This is their lineup. No tank as of this moment, just supports. And they'll be relying a lot on the builds of their melee players. So especially with Blood Ravens 2, it's Esmeralda and Carmilla who will be tanking a lot of the damage. So Esmeralda, yes, understandable, but once you get a counter for Esmeralda, it might just be a little bit hard. But Buh Thashi Boyz, I guess it's a bit well rounded on their part. We have the Lapu Lapu and Fredrin kind of uh tank all that damage, and then the Angela to kind of help out just a little bit with that. And Claude and Farsa have a lot of escape routes that they can be using, escape skills that they could be using. So that's it. Don't really have a lot of information on these two teams. So I think I just know, I know just as much as you how this this matchup is gonna look like later on. But I'm really excited, especially with Blood Ravens too. I think this is a new lineup. I'm not too familiar with these names, but we're already a minute left. A minute rather, minute into the game. So this is game number 1. Everyone's chilling, just farming. I don't see any invades yet, but there's an attempt on the gank up top, and look at that. Azane's actually quite low on health, but Esmeralda doesn't have to worry too much about that, especially with the shields. But there was definitely an attempt on a gank a while ago, and we have a couple seconds left to go before that turtle's gonna be spawning first. So with that, 15 seconds. And you can see Buh Thashi Boyz kind of well prepared for this. They're already positioning around the turtle, making sure that their team has the advantage. But Blood Ravens too, they're definitely trying to go and contest that place. I don't get it. Buh Thashi Boyz had such a good positioning, and then once the turtle spawned, they just let it go. And now Blood Ravens, they can go ahead and take that turtle for themselves. They have the numbers advantage more or less. They have 4 people up top, and now you can see Blood Ravens just easily taking that turtle for themselves. Phantom taking that turtle for themselves so easily. Kind of been confused back there, but right now we're just seeing a little bit of a clash for chat at the bottom in the jungle towards the mid lane of Buh Thashi Boyz. Okay, a little bit of an overstep from Blood Ravens. Not sure what they're trying to prove over here. It's a little bit too risky, but while they're distracted, it looks like Buh Thashi Boyz beatings while everyone else is attempting to get maybe the first blood. That's an extra couple of gold if you get the first blood. Okay, it looks like something's happening on the red buff towards Buh Thashi Boyz. There's an invade from Blood Ravens. This is a 3-man invade. They're trying to get that red buff, and I think Fredrin's kind of just gave up on them, going for that counter invade, and it looks like Esmeralda knew exactly what's gonna happen, probably, or that was just a lucky. So nonetheless, yeah, Ramen will be set back for their farm just a little bit, especially after that invade from Blood Ravens. So very quickly, Blood Ravens too, you can see they're just a little bit more proactive between the two teams. And look at that, we're having Blood Ravens attempting to dive, and look at that, the Angela save not fast enough, and Angela even ended up TPing there to danger, but it's a good thing that Angela managed to get away. But that was potentially a 4-man kind of ambush, and still Angela lost her lives. See guys, I'm playing Angela a lot, and this is the struggle, especially if you're trying to save someone, and it was not, it was just not like a good save, you know. You just end up dying as well. But over here, looks like Ramen did take Azane either way. Evil Phantom, quite low on health, doing their best to try to get the blue, but in the end, Forza was just a little bit faster. Okay, looks like Kalhu will be starting on that turtle, but question is, where in the world is Phantom? Okay, they're trying to get that blue buff. They took a bit of damage, especially because of that Farsa. But here, okay, Phantom, with the help of their teammates, managed to get that turtle nonetheless. Okay, they'll be attempting that blue buff once again. Now, I kind of saved that blue buff from being taken by Blood Ravens, but over here, I think the Farce is gonna be a really nice asset towards Buh Thashi Boyz back there. do so much damage going on to the Nico's Dragonio. Too much damage. They got pushed back into the mid lane. Alright, we got Ixia using their ultimate. Doesn't catch anyone, however. Minute and a half left to go before the next turtle's gonna pop out. And looks like potential 2 versus 1 up top. Okay, I don't think AZ knew there were 2 people, but Phantom's going into the rescue, but it's not gonna be enough. It's a little bit too late for that, which is 2 versus 3. They're still not stopping, but Phantom still managed to get that kill in the bag. Okay, we might be seeing a little bit of a revenge kill attempt, but Kalhu running right in. But they're gonna be backing away real quick, just like that. And Angela's still with Ramen, so that's kind of a pretty long ultimate. But here, you're gonna be backing away real quick. In terms of objectives, just 1 turret down. It's just the bottom turret against Buh Thashi Boyz. But here mid lane, a little bit of a mess. I think we're seeing Farsa's circle kind of going right about, but it's just not enough damage. But here, Legends attempting on their ultimate up against Blood Ravens, but I think the positioning just needs a little bit of work. And this moment, the next turtle's gonna come right up. And Blood Ravens is already well positioned all around, and now Evil Phantom just has to take the turtle for themselves. It's gonna be 3-0 on turtles. Blood Ravens has all 3 turtles of the game, and now it's gonna be the Lord era in 2 minutes. But look at Fredrin just casually stealing the blue buff from Blood Ravens. Counter invasion from their part. Over here, they're just pushing the minions back and forth. And surprisingly, 7 minutes into game, there's not much progress in terms of the objectives for both sides. Okay. At the bottom part, however, there's an attempt from Blood Ravens to try to put a lot of pressure. But over here, okay, we have a skirmish here and there. Dragon is gonna be losing their life first. Legend's gonna be following, however, 1-for-1 trade, but there's a lot of damage from the Lapu Lapu. This is exactly why they get banned. I wish we saw that, however. But we have 2 casualties on the side of Buh Thashi Boyz. And we're gonna be watching out for maybe the mid lane. It might be something, but I think it's gonna be happening just yet. And it looks like Azane might be the target as of this moment. Ramen's gonna be backing away though. Azane watching out for that blue buff, but I don't think they're gonna be stealing that other yet. Ramen still took it. We have half a minute left to go for that Lord to spawn. And none of the teams are kind of prepared for it just yet. They're not really putting it on their priorities. But mid lane, Ramen's gonna be falling first. 1 versus 1 up top with 8 versus 3 in the middle. It looks like Kaden, Legends, and Ayi. That's 3 people down in the mid lane up against Buh Thashi Boyz. 5-10 on the scoreboard as of the moment. We're 9 minutes into the game. Slowly but surely, the turrets of Buh Thashi Boyz are falling one by one. Minion eyes on Azane. And the Lord has already spawned, but none of the players are even particularly interested in it as of this moment. 4-man stack, Blood Ravens 2 at the middle, going up top to the river towards the Lord, and it looks like Buh Thashi Boyz are attempting towards the Lord. Alright, we have a little bit of an Angela action. There's 1 down. The Lord's still up for the taking. And the Blood Ravens already lost 2 of their players. Buh Thashi Boyz mostly still have a lot of their health left to go, while Blood Ravens is forced to go back to heal. But nonetheless, Buh Thashi Boyz, they have the opportunity to get the Lord right now, but they are just a little bit too greedy. Okay, they shouldn't have done that. They could have gotten the Lord by now. Alright, we have the Farsa ultimate coming in. Doesn't take anyone, however. Okay, diving in. The lane turret. Alright, we have IEB taken down by Phantom. We see Ramen trying to get away from this. Kalhu fighting back. Azane right behind him. Buh Thashi Boyz scattered all around, and now we're gonna be starting on the Lord once again. Blood Ravens instead can have the opportunity to get this Lord. Buh Thashi Boyz could have gotten it, but they wanted those kills instead. I don't think that was a good decision to make, but as of this moment, Blood Ravens is gonna be taking the Lord instead. I mean, they were like, I mean, you don't want it, we'll take it for we'll take it off your hands. Now they have the Lord on their side. But now it's all about taking down all those turrets now. 2 inhibitor turrets exposed for Buh Thashi Boyz. And looking at the items, a lot more items definitely on Blood Ravens as of the moment. We have maybe 2 items built on the side of Buh Thashi Boyz. Blood Ravens average maybe 3 items. But it looks like in mid lane we're gonna be seeing a stack all upon the Lord. It's gonna be marching towards the mid lane. Lots of minions. Blood Ravens using this time to kind of put a lot of damage up against Buh Thashi Boyz. There's 2 down already. Blue side. 3 versus 5 as of the moment. Blood Ravens focusing on the objectives as of the moment. And now there's minions on the mid lane. Alright, 3 versus 5 still. Still a couple of seconds left to go before Legends and Ramen will be respawning. And actually the base is exposed as of the moment. If they just lock in, they could end this game. But it looks like the minions have spawned on the blue side, so it's not gonna be helping. Okay, Kalhu's gonna be falling because of that. Overextend just a bit. I guess they have to push back because it's not gonna be possible. But at least there's no more turrets guarding Buh Thashi Boyz. It's just gonna be the base from now on. Not a good look. But Blood Raven a clutch. And so with that, they have to keep on putting pressure on Buh Thashi Boyz right now. They cannot afford to let the minions go back to their turrets, although they have a lot of advantages in that. Alright, we got less than a minute left to go before that next Lord is gonna be popping right up. You can see Buh Thashi Boyz forced to stay within their base, guarding up against any stray minions. And right now the minions cannot be inhibited by the inhibitor turrets, so they're way stronger. You cannot leave those alone. If they're knocking on your base, they could potentially end the game just like that. But here, about 15 seconds left to go before that next Lord's gonna be popping right up. Buh Thashi Boyz still trying to farm. Alright, that far's doing a lot of damage on Kalhu, but Kalhu's is a lot more tanky than you think. That's 2 down on the side of Buh Thashi Boyz. Ramen and Kaden falling. And now 5-man stack Blood Ravens towards mid and bottom. And now it looks like next door is gonna be targeted as of this moment. There's gonna be minions towards the mid lane. Oh, there's a lot of damage coming in against Blood Ravens, but still it's gonna be next door. It's gonna be falling next, but it's not gonna be enough damage. Blood Ravens 2 takes advantage of this momentum. The game immediately. They do not draw this out. They do not commit the same mistakes from the previous series and letting the game draw out. They cannot afford to do that. It's just way too risky to do that. And so with that, congratulations once again, Blood Ravens 2. Nice executions. They had the snowball in hand, they had the momentum, and they continued on. They marched forward and they took that base. And I was kind of like a little bit I was kind of like a little bit nervous for Blood Ravens 2, especially since they backed out. They couldn't end the game immediately. They were still a little bit patient. I was a little bit nervous because they just gave a little bit more leeway for Buh Thashi Boyz to kind of go ahead and um farm the way up and maybe get a little bit more items. But it's a good thing they managed to end it as soon as possible. And as soon as possible they did. And now they have 1 point on their best of three. All they have to do is win this second game later on. And then we could see our next semifinals. Or actually, this is our final series for the quarterfinals. Potentially, we have 1 or 2 games left to go for this series, for this stream rather. And then tomorrow we'll be seeing the semifinals, and of course after that we'll be seeing the grand finals as well as the bronze best of three, I believe. The bronze game. We'll be seeing who will be third place in this tournament, and it looks like we'll be seeing the post game first. Blood Ravens, of course, they have the victory, 8-17 on the kill board, 14 minutes and 10 seconds to win. And so with that, looking at the KDA, the bulk of the kills actually went to Phantom, which is their jungler, and then next will be Kelra, 62 to 7 KDA, and nice support system coming in from Kalhu with 0 to 1 to 15 on the KDA. The other hand, Buh Thashi Boyz, highest amount of kills is actually Ramen with 3 to 3 to 2 KDA. Not too bad, but still not enough to beat Blood Ravens 2. And you can also see these statistics for the objectives as well. Not too shabby, but still there's a stark difference between the two. But then after that, we're gonna be seeing the MVP as well. It's gonna be Phantom 015, 8 to 0 to 6 on the KDA. We have a GPM of 762 as well. And we have the KP percent of 82%, spell of course retribution, and the item build. They have a Sky Piercer. I'm not sure if they built it early, but it would have definitely helped, especially with the 8 kills. Of course, we have the Malefic gun, we have the endless battle as well. And so with that, we will be going straight to our game number 2 after this. So no break, everyone's just gonna go straight to the next game. Not gonna be taking any breaks, even though this guy's name is Caden Break. There's no break. And we're gonna be starting with the drafting phase, just like that. Everyone wants to go to sleep. It's at 3 a.m. right now. But we have a double diggy ban, so I think we need to sleep. What is happening right now? Okay. Um. Well. Okay. I don't know what's happening right now, but yeah. We have a Guinevere ban as well. That's for the Blood Ravens side. And once again, I do not know who this is. Is that Glue? The only one who doesn't look human is Glue. So let me just go near. Let me embarrass myself on the camera. I don't know who that is. I'm sorry, I give up. I don't know who that is. But Blood Ravens 2 will be banning Kagura as well. And Buh Thashi Boyz still be using their last ban. And okay, just kind of waiting it up. Still, Buh Thashi Boyz, I think they defended well, but it just wasn't enough in terms of their efforts. It was good, but Blood Ravens 2 was just something else. But over here we have the Granger ban for Buh Thashi Boyz. Alright, we have our first pick. It's gonna be Eve by Dragneel. Buh Thashi Boyz has 2 picks. They could deny Phantom with from their Esun Shin, but they could take the Ixia for themselves too, and also the Angela as well. Okay, next up, Blood Ravens. Okay, so it's still gonna be the same. Still gonna be Angela on Buh Thashi Boyz' side. Now Blood Ravens should be answering back. They could get the Esun Shin while it's still open. Kind of just waiting up what what their next move is gonna be. Okay, we have a Beatrix, and think they should really get the Esun Shin for Phantom 015. Come on, just end this game real quick. They really should. All right, fine. Don't use. Okay, we have Kalhu getting the Belric first. I think we'll be prioritizing the roamer first. Buh Thashi Boyz, they already have the Angela, so they could go ahead and get a mage instead, or an XP laner. I mean, Lapu Lapu's still on the table. I'm just saying. Badang also and Yuzhong also. They're all on the table. Xborg. Xborg is still available. So many amazing XP laners who can still be picked right now. But I mean, I guess like they both still need XP laners, so there's still a huge hero pool for that. But IE will be taking the Forza once again, so more or less the same lineup so far. So what Blood Ravens do just to mess with them? Ban the Fridrin and who's their XP laner? I believe Lapu Lapu, I think. Can't quite remember. Just mess with them, you know. Buh Thashi Boyz, they're thinking the same thing. Alright, so next ban is still Buh Thashi Boyz, however. Kind of just watching out what their next move is going to be. And then we have the Ascension, yes. Taken away from Phantom 015. Okay, the Lapu Lapu's banned. Fredrin. They should ban Fredrin. It'll be so great. It'll be so funny. They're taking their time. I don't know if the double Diggy ban is happening. I guess they really just don't like Diggy. Okay. Still waiting on that. Still no ban from Blood Ravens. Just waiting it up. Nope, nothing? Okay. So far the lineup for both sides, I mean, we have the Farsa versus the Eve. We have the Beatrix versus the Ixia. They kind of look alike, by the way. And we have the Rumor versus Romer. So they're both lacking the same thing. They're both lacking junglers and XP laners. We have Xboard taken off the table as well as the Lancelot. So right now viable junglers right now could be, we could have Suyo. We can also have Hayabusa. If they like Hanzo, they can use Hanzo as well. Who else? Who else can? Anyone goes actually. It depends on what their jungler is comfortable with. I'm not sure what the hero pool of Phantom 0415 is, but looks like ish next door Ishran, I think next door will be getting that Esmeralda once again, and they should just pick Fredrin. You know, it'll be quite funny. Izane will be taking the usual for themselves. And Phantom 015, I'm not sure. They should take the free drone. Make it funny, you know? Guess they're not listening to me. But looks like we'll be taking the Hanzo. Phantom 015 does have that in their hero pool. Okay, Ramen. Just take the Fredrin. Make it funny. Make me proud. Come on, dude. Come on, dude. Just take Fredrin. Don't be shy. Yeah. Blood Ravens, all new lineup. We have the Beatrix, we have the Yuzhong, they have the Hanzo, they have the Beleric, and I think the Eve as well. So pretty nice, well rounded, no complaints whatsoever for the Blood Ravens 2 lineup. And right now, Buh Thashi Boyz kind of waiting it up. And is that Soon? Did they change Soon's face? Because I'm not quite sure who that is, but the vibe is Soon. Let me just check. Okay, no, it's not Soon. Okay, I'm a little bit confused. Never mind. So, let me just check who that was. I'm a little bit confused. Just checking real quick. Real quick, give me a moment. Is that... That's not Lucas, is it? Lucas looks different. Okay, I'm not sure who that is, but we'll find out soon. So, that's it for our lineup. We have Blood Ravens 2 versus Buh Thashi Boyz Boys, once again, this is gonna be game number 2, and it's gonna be fun, guys. It's gonna be a match point for Blood Ravens 2, and I loved the consistency that Blood Ravens 2 gave for the whole game. They put a lot of pressure up against Buh Thashi Boyz, did not give them a chance to breathe, did not give them a chance to catch up on gold and also levels. Nothing. They didn't give Buh Thashi Boyz time to breathe, and that just gave Blood Ravens 2 the victory that they need. So, you know what? Let's just keep on watching and see what this next game is going to bring us. So, as of this moment, everyone's kind of just chilling around and farming. I don't see any sort of invade other than the Beatrix being bullied at the bottom lane. Okay, we have an invade on the blue buff towards the side of the Buh Thashi Boyz. I think we should look at that real quick. It's a 3-man invade. We have Farsa trying to jump in as well. Okay, it looks like Phantom's gonna be a little bit in trouble. Ramen is pushing them back. Legends is taking a lot of damage, however. I'm a little bit concerned here. Dragneel, no! Look at the sad emoji of Legends. Dragneel is being taunted, but in the end, still, that's the first. There's 1-for-1. No, make it a 1-4-3-3 down on the side of Blood Ravens. That did not end up well, especially since Blood Ravens was the one who was initiating that fight. It did not go well whatsoever. Well, congratulations to Buh Thashi Boyz for a nice, amazing start to their game, nonetheless. Pretty cool. And I mean, everyone's going back to their places, and now the turtle's gonna be popping right up in a couple seconds. It's a good thing we're still early on into the game. We're not too worried about the respawn time. So everyone's kind of just like going about rotating into the top lane. Maybe trying to get one. Ooh, that's a lot of damage from far. So IE takes one. IE immediately flies back, however. Very low in health. Aizen getting chased down alongside Kalhu, and Kalhu falls, but next door oversteps just a little bit in front of that turret. So that was trade for trade. 2-6 on the scoreboard. Less than 3 minutes into that game. And okay, what we have as of the moment. Okay, so Ramen is Lucas. I thought Lucas looked a little bit different. I was like, is that Son? But it's Lucas apparently. Okay, Lucas that looked a little bit different. But here we have the item game, still early on into the game, so we can expect just as much. Everyone's kind of just getting the stepping stone. But here, the first turtle still not taken by any of the team. It's already 3 minutes and 22 seconds into the game, surprisingly. Okay, we have both teams trying to vie for it, however. And looks like Buh Thashi Boyz probably has a little bit more of the advantage. Looks like Lucas takes that first turtle for themselves. Buh Thashi Boyz has the advantage as of the moment. Whoa, Dragneel gets jumped into their own turret. Okay. We have Phantom trying to go ahead and dive in. Next door took a lot of damage. Legends managed to get away with their lives. Minute and a half left to go before that next turtle rises. The Blood Ravens, it's a 2k gold deficit as of the moment. 2.3k gold deficit. Definitely not a good sign for them. Okay, Ramen's kind of like not in a very good place, but it's a good thing there's still an Angela nearby, making them a little bit more tanky. Okay, there we have it. I don't think this is a good place, but Ramen still managed to one before getting taken by Phantom and also alongside with their Angela, but Kalhu also falls. That's actually a 2-for-2 trade. I don't know if Buh Thashi Boyz finds that worth it, but I don't think it is, because you lost your jungler, and your jungler is the hero that you rely on, especially in the early game. You lose your jungler a lot, then you're gonna be missing out on a lot of objectives early on in the game. It's gonna be hard to get a momentum going in the mid and late game. But here, half a minute left to go before that next turtle's gonna be coming right up. And next door, to be coming in with the Angela real quick. Okay, potential 3 versus 2. They're jumping next door, but it looks like they're gonna be backing away real quick. 7 seconds left to go. Lethal Wanderer comes right up. Looks like Blood Ravens has a really good position on that turtle as of the moment. Ramen's nearby as well, so potentially they could the Yuzhong's gonna be using their ultimate. Finds Ramen, but Angela's onto the rescue. They could potentially wait for Angela's ultimate to go down. Okay, we should really watch the turtle right now. But okay, we have IE taking one before getting traded off immediately. And next door is running for their lives. It looks like Blood Ravens has control over the map this time. But Lucas is still nearby alongside Kaden Break. Okay, they're gonna be backing away. It's just a turtle fight as of the moment. Turtle dance rather, as of the moment. Dangerously low. Now there's both junglers, and still Ramen was the one who managed to retribution that turtle. There's only 2 turtles in this game. Unfortunately, they took way too long for that first turtle. Now there's only 2 turtles, and both went to Buh Thashi Boyz. So at this rate, Blood Ravens has a bit of a disadvantage. Still 2k only gold deficit, but still it's quite a bit of a gold deficit. So whether or not it's going to cause a bit of problems, something you'll be finding out later on. But as of this moment, mid lane is gonna be stacking up with a lot of players from both sides. And we got a minute left to go before the first lord's gonna be coming right up. And I'm sure the players aren't going to be prioritizing that too much. Now, question is, what is Ramen doing there at the red buff? But it worked out well. They took the red buff. They took 1 kill alongside as well. Kelra is in a horrible spot. It's a lot of damage taken by Buh Thashi Boyz. Blood Ravens is being taken by surprise as right now. Buh Thashi Boyz very aggressive, hunting kill after kill after kill. Translating that with the turrets as well, but they only took 1 turret, unfortunately. And the question is, will Blood Ravens set their sights on the objectives, or will they try to catch up on gold? Because right now they're at the 4k gold deficit. That's definitely something that cannot be ignored. And it's a little bit hard, maybe a little bit harder to kind of catch up on this. Okay. Next door is trying to get that blue buff. Unfortunately, they won't be able to find it. Lord's coming right up. Everyone going back to their lanes. Okay, it looks like Buh Thashi Boyz has their sights on the Lord immediately. Kinda acting like it's a turtle, you know, but right now they're taking the Lord for themselves. I don't know if Blood Ravens is aware that they're trying to take that turtle, but Ramen immediately gets that retribution in, and IE immediately tries to get a lot of damage. Takes 1, 5 to 50 right now on the scoreboard. Blood Ravens direly in need of items right now. I mean, the best thing that they can do right now is hope that Kelra manages to farm enough to carry their team towards the late game. As of this moment, Blood Ravens, the best thing that they can do as of this moment is hold their fortress as much as possible. This is still an 8-minute Lord, so that Lord's not gonna be hitting too hard, too burdensome. But here we're kind of watching the mid lane just a little bit. There's a lot of damage being done, but it looks like Blood Ravens, they're hitting like a wet cardboard as of the moment. Not much damage coming in. Kalhu falls first, and we're talking about the tank of Blood Ravens just easily falling just like that. But here in the red buff towards Blood Ravens, see a little bit of trouble. Right, we have usual managed to get away, but now the bottom inhibitor turret is exposed thanks to the Lord. And right now, mid lane turret will be taken down as well. And just focus on the minions as of the moment. The Blood Ravens reduced to trying to defend their turrets. Buh Thashi Boyz, amongst the chaos, they managed to shave down all of the outer and mid lane turrets. I mean, mid turrets rather. Now we have about a minute left to go before that next Lord is gonna spawn. Right. Blood Ravens, they're probably gonna notice that their top lane is gonna be eaten up by minions really, really quickly, so they should probably watch out for that. And you're just trying to clear the lanes as of the moment. It's quite a big gold lead. It's about maybe 7k gold lead from Buh Thashi Boyz. They had 2 turtles. And I'm betting as of this moment, I think the best thing that Blood Ravens can do is help Kalhu farm as much as possible. Because right now, Buh Thashi Boyz, they have the advantage, but they're not acting upon their momentum as well as Blood Ravens in the previous game. They're kind of being a little bit complacent as of the moment. I mean, they could still try to look for these fights, try to put a lot of pressure on Blood Ravens too. But as of this moment, they're kind of just like lounging about, trying to see if they could be like a little bit more passive. But right now, there's another Lord coming right up, and it looks like Buh Thashi Boyz will be relying on that Lord real quick. And next door is trying to distract them just a bit, but it looks like Blood Ravens will be a little bit more proactive this time. They're going for that full 5 versus 5 team fight. It's all or nothing. But unfortunately, Ramen takes 1, but IE gets traded off as well. And that Lord's gonna be resetting real quick. Okay, it looks like it won't be a full reset. It's gonna be going full reset actually. Okay, there's 2 down on the side of Blood Ravens. And IE got traded off just a while ago, but it looks like Buh Thashi Boyz will be going for that Lord, while next door is distracting Blood Ravens. Not sure what's going on over here. I don't know if Blood Ravens too realizes it, but it worked out. Buh Thashi Boyz, and now Blood Ravens is reduced to defending again. And we're looking at the items once again. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 full items for the Iksha, while Beatrice has 2. So that's a huge difference between the 2 teams. So as of this moment, Blood Ravens 2, they cannot afford to go for team fights. They're just not well equipped for this. And so that's Blood Ravens 2 going back to defending, or maybe some lucky divide and conquers sort of situations. But other than that, I don't think they can take any much of the fights that we're seeing as of this moment. Okay, interesting happening on the blue buff. Not sure what's happening. I think there's a little bit of a rage bait happening there, especially with the Beleric. Okay, we're seeing Buh Thashi Boyz kind of overextending just a bit, but it's working out really, really well. Blood Ravens forced to push back into their own base. Okay, a little bit nervous here, but what Blood Ravens can do is focus on the minions, and I don't think it's gonna matter anyway. It looks like we're seeing a 1-1 on this. Buh Thashi Boyz riding that momentum and ending that game just like that, 1-1. And so we're moving on to a game number 3 for this next series. So it looks like we're gonna be here just here, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna be going on to our judgment game. Whoever wins this next game will be moving on to the semifinals. No questions asked. Everyone is on equal grounds as of this moment. Blood Ravens 2 and Buh Thashi Boyz, they have proven themselves both to be equally worthy of going to semifinals for now. And the next game is going to determine as to who of them will be competing up against Vanguard Esports for the semifinals. But yeah, before that happens, of course, we're gonna be looking at what the stats look like, where it went right and where it went wrong for both of the teams. Of course, it was quite a quick game for Buh Thashi Boyz. They had the early game momentum, especially with the early team fights, and they rode that momentum. They won team fight after team fight after team fight, and Blood Ravens, by the time it was like 10 or 12 minute mark, they were just too far gone in terms of the gap in items, the gap in gold. So it was just a little bit too hard to catch up. So with that, well, kind of translated with Blood Ravens to having just a little bit of a hard time recreating their success in the first game. And now Buh Thashi Boyz kind of rode at that momentum instead, even though they used practically more or less the same lineup from the previous game. It had starkly different results. Maybe it was Lucas, but there were starkly different results. And so, or maybe it's the Lucas itself. Well, and that's pretty much it. Things happen, and this is the stats for our game number two. 6-22 on the scoreboard. That's a 14-minute game, and you can see the objectives just one turret down, from the side of Blood Ravens, while there's 8 in Buh Thashi Boyz, and the orange and purple buffs more or less the same, and 8 turrets, 2 lords, 2 turtles down on the side of Buh Thashi Boyz. And so with that, I think there's a lot of things that Blood Ravens 2 can learn from this game, but they're gonna have to go ahead and give their best on game number 3, because this is where it all matters. This is where all of their hard work is going to culminate in. And here's our MVP. It's gonna be Ramen. 5 to 1 to 11 on the KDA. No questions whatsoever. This guy just changed the pace so much, especially in the early game. So much aggression coming in from from their team, because they just kept on diving. They actually took a page from the Blood Ravens 2 strategy book, and they just applied it, put it up against them. So right now it's gonna be 1 to 1 on the scoreboard. Let's see how they sort of kind of try to prove themselves on this game number 3, because whoever wins this, no questions asked, it's going to be moving forward to the semifinals. So it's gonna be the usual diggy ban. And then next up, Blood Ravens. Okay, never mind. So Buh Thashi Boyz will have their second ban instead. I still don't know who that is. I really think that could be Glue, because Glue is the only one with like an inhuman face. And Blood Ravens 2 probably skipped their first ban. Okay, we have the Angela ban. That's a respect ban. That's a respect ban to Buh Thashi Boyz. That's Caden Bricks, one and only. And you know what would be funny, Blood Ravens? They should ban Farsa as well. And also, I forgot what their lineup was. The Ixia, I believe that was the Ixia as well. They should just ban their whole lineup. But yep, the Guinevere will also be banned by Blood Ravens. So you definitely do not want to be jumped by a Guinevere. Just way too much movement, and the Degoy is really, really annoying as well. It looks like no Granger for this game. And we'll be going on to the picking next. And so, Blood Ravens, I guess, they already banned the Angelo, so our next best bet is going to be, i.e. taking the Kaguro instead of the Farsa. Florin, okay, we have a Florin for Blood Ravens. A lot of healing from this hero. We have the Iksha as well. So they chose not to ban the Iksha, they chose to get the Iksha for themselves. Alright, Buh Thashi Boyz next door. Go ahead, get the Esmeralda again if they wanted to, or they want to switch it up into something else. That's their choice. And then Kite and Break, I presume, will be going for the Rome as well. So since there's no more Angela, they could, I don't know. Okay, I mean, I guess the other melee tanks will do as well, or the other supports. Okay, Legends will be taking the Clint instead. Okay, and Ascension's still open, by the way. So okay, the Lapu Lapu is also open. So it's a huge advantage for Buh Thashi Boyz, especially since Lapu Lapu has a high ban rate and quite got buffed these past few seasons. But then now Blood Ravens will be taking their last pick for the first phase. Next up, either Izane or Jangneil or Phantom. Okay, we'll be taking Phantoms, Eason, Shin first. And now we're back to the banning phase. Buh Thashi Boyz, they already have a carry and a mage as well as an XP laner, so they need a jungler and a tank as well. Blood Ravens, on the other hand, they have a jungler, they have a carry and a roamer, so they need a mage, and they need an XP laner. Okay, they both need different things. So right now they're still thinking about the bans. First ban will go to Blood Ravens. So they could ban the Lucas or the Fredrin. Okay, they banned the Fredrin first. And Buh Thashi Boyz, they could I guess they could ban the Eve. Or they could ban the typical maybe the Arlot. Some typical bans for XP laners. But they could also ban mid laners as well. Zushin could still be banned right now. Still waiting it up, trying to check what their choices are gonna look like. Alright. It looks like Eve is gonna be banned. I think that's Eve. And the next Blood Ravens will be banning as well. It's a respect ban, by the way. The Eve is a respect ban. Okay, we have the Baksha ban. And then Buh Thashi Boyz finally locking in their last ban. Real quick. Could be a mage, could be an XP laner. And I can't quite think of like a mage that would probably be banned here, or an XP laner. Okay, we have an Esmeralda ban. Considering the fact that Buh Thashi Boyz is the one holding the Esmeralda, I'm not sure what they're trying to do here. But Blood Ravens will have the first pick. And it's either Izane. Okay, they got to catch a very, very good choice. Because Gatot Gacha, like, very versatile. I mean, Gatot Gacha is just an amazing tank. I mean, the kit that Gatot Gacha has is amazing for a tank, but they can hold on just as well as an XP laner. You can't say the same for a lot of tanks here. The Gatot Gacha is just so versatile. And next up is Kaden Break. We'll be using the Kufra. And we have a Gushan. Okay. We have our jungler was a Gushan. So the counter for Gushan is actually a good move from Kite and Break to take the Kufra for themselves. If they didn't ban the Kufra, at least take it for themselves. And now Dragnel's gonna be answering back with a Eudora. No comment. Okay. Why? I don't know. But then it's a good counter for Gushan, yes. It's a good counter for Kagura. Okay, I kind of see their vision right now, but it's just unusual to kind of see a Eudora, especially on like the esports team. But okay, let's give it a try. I think Eudora is quite annoying, especially once they're built enough. Once they have their level 4 skill, and once they have their items, once they have the fleeting time, I think Eudora will be so annoying, especially if you have the mage user who's so good at like being an assassin as well, just hiding in the bushes, and then once you step in the wrong place in the wrong time, you just get bursted down out of nowhere. Quite annoying, but I think we're starting out already. Just like that. So ladies and gentlemen, once again, this is game number 3 between Buh Thashi Boyz and Blood Ravens. This is our last series for the quarterfinals. Last game guaranteed, unless we get a rematch or a reroom or whatever. This is the last game for our quarterfinals for this esports flash series MLBB this season. And so let us see who among these two teams are gonna move forward to the semifinals to face off against Vanguard Esports tomorrow. Now this is a bit funny. On the gold lane, they're kind of just like, staring down each other. And we have about less than a minute left to go before that first turtle comes right up. And everyone's kind of behaving. No attempt on invasion. I think they actually Caden Break probably checked the red buff of the Blood Ravens, and they were not gonna be finding the red buff over there. Okay, actually, I'm not sure if Phantom got the red buff. Okay, they have the red buff. They're rotating towards the top lane now. There's gonna be 10 seconds left on that turtle. Okay, just pokes here and there. Buh Thashi Boyz actually quite well positioned all around that turtle as of this moment, but Ramen's taking their time. And it looks like the red buff on the side of Blood Ravens is being contested as well, so it's gonna be a little bit hard. There's a lot of chaos on the jungle of Blood Ravens. Alright, we have a potential 3 versus 2. Oh no, that's a double kill. Kalhu and Phantom gonna be falling alongside of the turtle. That's a win for Buh Thashi Boyz. Okay, we have a bit of Gushin action, a bit of a Gushin combo coming in, especially in the blue buff of the Blood Ravens. Okay, it's being contested as well. Kelra might be in a little bit of trouble. That's a 2 versus 1, but Kalhu is right behind them, trying to heal up. But Legends clutches through, finishes the job. It's the 4th elimination, 4th kill on the side of Buh Thashi Boyz. They could potentially get this snowball going. They already have the momentum, not just for this 4 kills, but also from the previous game. They're doing so well. Look at Legends just chilling out, taking out all those gold platings. But they hurt Kalhu. I think they had sort of an idea. Not a good idea to stay there. But ooh, it looks like our emblems kind of evolved just a little bit. Crew first face can't be seen though, but these are our emblems that we're gonna be using for this game. So nothing too surprising, nothing too crazy. We have about less than a minute left to go before that next turtle comes right up. Buh Thashi Boyz got the first turtle, and Blood Ravens is just a little bit too far from that turtle. Okay, we have Caden Break jumping in, catching 2. Buh Thashi Boyz, they're not gonna be falling with that up just yet. Okay, Kalhu is dangerously low on health. And so Buh Thashi Boyz, they're gonna be backing away because they're gonna be overstepping, especially with the turret still guarding Blood Ravens. Okay, Blood Ravens, it's just got the gotcha watching out for the turtles. Not a good idea, especially since Buh Thashi Boyz already have a four-man team guarding that turtle, and looks like the Gushin will be trying that out already. Ramen making short work of it, taking that turtle, no question whatsoever, making short work of it, and now they're gonna be invading for that red buff, denying that red buff from the Blood Ravens. You can see the rest of the Blood Ravens are trying to take it back. Azane might be in a little bit of trouble, but they're not gonna be committing to that. Red buff, however, on the side of Buh Thashi Boyz, counter invade from our Phantom 015, but Phantom 015 should not have gone alone. But look at the invade on the blue buff of Blood Ravens. Looks like Dragneel will be losing their lives. Blue buff still going to Buh Thashi Boyz. So much farm denied from Blood Ravens, especially with their jungler. And the jungler relies heavily on the jungle boost. But over here, Kelra, they'll be losing their life first. And Kalhu follows up as well. But Kaden Breaks will be sacrificing themselves for those 2 kills. But here, Ramen will be taking down that turret while they're at it as well. I mean, they're already there, might as well. Now, Dragneel, I'm still waiting for Dragneel to kind of pop off. 0-2-2-0 on the kill feed right now. But KDA rather. Okay, I dangerously low on health. Ramen gets their mega kill. It's a 4th kill, I believe. Still waiting for Blood Ravens to wake up a little bit. I mean, we have 91 on the scoreboard as of the moment, but they definitely could use a little bit more. Half a minute left to go for that turtle. And kind of waiting up. There's a lot of stacking on the mid lane. Not sure what next door is doing on the red buff all alone, but that's a Lapu Lapu we're talking about. I think it's possible, but Legends does get one, but Kaden will be traded off as well. Got the gotcha trading off top lane. Ramen takes Kelra. And it's quite too early to push the minions so far into the base of Blood Ravens, but there we have it. Buh Thashi Boyz is doing exactly that. And I think Blood Ravens kind of just chilling out at this rate. They're trying to rage bait Blood Ravens into taking the red buff, and Phantom's just kind of laughing. Like, yeah, I know, you go ahead and take that. I'm not gonna take that from you. They want the kill too, and they want the red buff, but Phantom's just laughing. Okay, Aizen jumps in, but they're not gonna be falling for the gacha. They want to draw everyone else in. Look at them, they're kind of just chilling out. I feel like Blood Ravens kind of accepted it already. Okay, potential 4 versus 3. Ooh, that's a lot of damage done to Kalhu, and that's their healer. Okay, look at the damage done to Blood Ravens like butter with a hot knife. What was that? That is the gold deficit doing its work. Blood Ravens did not stand a chance. They're down to Azane and Dragneel. So that's the minions of Buh Thashi is already turrets. And then the Ravens will still try their best to defend. We're still 8 minutes into the game. Literally, no Lord yet. They're slowly pushing the minions over. I think the Clint can go ahead and try to take down that tower. I think it's quite easy. The rest of Blood Ravens kind of just preoccupied with the mid lane. I think they're going to concede the rest of the turrets and try to defend the inhibitor turrets instead. We have Buh Thashi Boyz just patiently waiting for Blood Ravens to come out, and Blood Ravens will not come out. They're not going to be falling for that, okay? And we still have less than a minute left to go before that next ward's going to be coming right now. And around the top lane, it's just poke after poke after poke. Blood Ravens not going to be falling for that. On the other hand, Buh Thashi Boyz being incredibly patient as well. I think everyone knows their place in the map already. We have 31k gold for Buh Thashi Boyz, 22 for Blood Ravens too. It's a whole different world between the two teams. What is happening over here? I think they're all kind of just like accepted it. Okay, they're all chilling. That's all this chill, guys. I mean, both teams are kind of just like accepting it already. Okay, but that's you boys waiting for that um lord already. Gonna make it way too easy. They're gonna be taking the lord for themselves. Now the lord's probably gonna march up at one of these turrets. I believe probably the top turret, maybe the middle turret. I'm not sure which has less health. Okay, it looks like the middle turret will have the lord up against them. Yeah, I love the sportsmanship. It's not bad. Both of them kind of like giving respect to each other, just throwing emojis with each other. Okay, guys. Okay, not bad, not bad. Okay, we're waiting for the lord to come up. Okay, they're gonna be targeting that turret real quick. I think it's gonna be an easy end. Look at Blood Ravens, not even trying at this rate. Look at them, they're not even trying. I think they're conceding right now. They're not allowed to concede, so they're conceding this way. Okay, it looks like Blood Ravens will be charging back, and actually Buh Thashi Boyz are like, okay, wait a minute, that hurts. That hurts, they're pushing back. That was pretty funny, actually, the mind games, you know, for both teams. But, okay, it looks like Buh Thashi Boyz will be jumping right back. Legend 6-1. And next door gets shut down as well. So that's a 1-for-1 trade. Phantom quite low on health. They have to go back. And, World Ravens too. They lost their middle turrets. The bottom turrets getting shot at as well. Chip damage, however, not enough to take them down. Now, Blood Ravens 2 has all the time in the world to defend their mid lane. They have to. They don't have a turret anymore. And now, Buh Thashi Boyz going right around, trying to take all the buffs, deny that farm. But here, after that reset, they're gonna be trying once again. We have more than a minute left to go before that next lord is gonna be coming right up. And Blood Ravens, they have to catch up to the literal 10k gold lead of Buh Thashi Boyz. It's way too much. Way too much. We need to patiently wait maybe 10 minutes to catch up to that, and focus immensely on the minions. Maybe get lucky with some kills. Other than that, all they can really do safely is defend and be really patient with the itemization. Okay, something might happen. What's a lot of damage between Dragneel and Phantom? Just one hit from that Lapu Lapu. That's insane. You see them crying, going back to the fountain. It hurt way too much. Alright, next door's nearby. See if they can do that damage once again. Trying for that mid lane. Going right back. 5-man stack. 10 seconds left to go before that lord pops up. Alright. I think they're gonna be going for that lord just to help end that game already. It's a 13-man lord, so it's a little bit stronger, I believe. So that's a little bit messy on the red buff. Helro took a lot of damage back there. It took a bit of a while though. I think they tanked a bit of that. Oh, looks like Lapu Lapu actually soloed that top, but didn't manage to eliminate them. But rather, there's 2 down on the side of Blood Ravens. There might be a third really quick. Izane falls. Legends take that. And now it's gonna be hard to defend the base as of this moment. It's gonna be Kalhu, a healer, Dragneel with the Eudora, literal like one target ultimates. Might be a little bit too hard, but okay, actually, so we have it. We have, I think it's gonna be the victory of Buh Thashi Boyz. I think it was quite inevitable, but Blood Ravens were pushed towards the base the entire time. That was it. That was it. Easily Buh Thashi Boyz taking that game number 3, and they will be moving forward to the semifinals just like that. That is the end of our quarterfinals, and now we have our full set of semifinalists to go up against each other tomorrow. Congratulations once again for Blood Ravens 2 and Buh Thashi Boyz. I mean, I really thought Blood Ravens 2 they did so well on game number 1. So I thought, oh, there's no question, right? This sort of performance, you can't deny it. But Buh Thashi Boyz just did the reverse sweep and kind of proved us all wrong. And now they have the victory with a huge goal lead. That's a 10k, almost 10k goal lead. That's a 9.3k gold lead. No turrets down by Blood Ravens. One Lord each, and then we have 3 turtles going to the side of Buh Thashi Boyz. It's just a 14-minute game, same as last time. It was a 14 flat minute game, and now it's a 14-minute and 4 seconds game. 19-6 on the scoreboard. Reverse sweep once again, and our MVP is gonna be Legends or carry for Buh Thashi Boyz, and that's 8-0 on the KDA. GPM of 784, KP percent of 63%, and the item build we have the Blade of Despair, we have the Blade of Avises, I believe, and then we have the physical boots, we have the Endless Battle, we have the Rose Blade, and then it looks like we only have 5 actually. We only have 5 items for this guy, but it doesn't matter either way. It's still an MVP and is an MVP. But here is our roadmap. LNN SLFO going up against MVL Esports on their first series for the semifinals. Coming up next is gonna be VG Esports up against Buh Thashi Boyz as well for our second series for the semifinals. Congratulations once again to everyone who participated, and congratulations to the teams that moved forward to the semifinalists. And it's just quite amazing. So I guess that's it for our semifinalists and our quarterfinalists. Tomorrow, once again, around the same time, or just check the announcements of the Ooredoo Nation, we'll be having our semifinals as well. So guys, do not miss it, especially if you are a fan of LNN SLFO and the rest of the semifinalists, Vanguards, Boys as well as MVL Esports. If you are a fan of these 4 teams, look forward to the semifinalists tomorrow. And ladies and gentlemen, once again, that is the quarterfinals. I was your caster for this maybe 4, maybe 5 hours of Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports Flash series, and this is a 6-hour stream, guys. I hope you were alive, alert, awake the entire time, but we will be ending the stream right. Guys, see you tomorrow. Please be there. And for now, good night.
Bebe, क्या हो रहा? Bebe, me क्या हो रहा?
Coming hingado me undagu kameddo 5G jassada. Coming hingada benomiya Ooredoo 5G jassada. Edoes miang ai live
Fonuga vibuli hayata netungulila nita kummisaki Mezuga e fashi gamuga kululu speeduga e PUBG gana Snap kure esa ka meme taka e furi feeduga e teku toku fura e fit cheku taka be OG fasha e sali trend ka e ki bajiduwa
Puro santa liberne technology libe kuri eruma eko haru fatuga libe hus baguta bagutung ufala libe huwa fenta fuga veche libe fa
Jassali ma fighti libe Jassali ma fighti libe Jassali ma fighti libe Jassali ma fighti libe
ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಬೋಡು 5G ನೆಟ್ವರ್ಕ್.
Bebe, क्या हो रहा? Bebe, me क्या हो रहा?
කමෙන් හිංගාලු මේ උදගු කමෙද්දෝ 5G ජස්සාලා